Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are going to begin our meeting. It's 9 a.m. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone to this meeting of the California Coastal Commission here in beautiful and amazing Marin County. I actually used to work in this building as a public defender. I believe it was 1985. So, but nothing has changed. No. And yeah, I was true. And we want to thank Commissioner Rice for hosting us here in Marin County. All right, so could we have the roll call, please? Ms. Nolan.
Commissioner Aguirre.
All right. Here.
Commissioner Bochco.
Here.
Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg. Commissioner Nuttall.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Uranga. Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Chair Hart.
Present. Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Next, we'll go to virtual meeting procedures. And wow, I can't see you behind your computer there, Vail. All right. All right.
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission's staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during general public comment period will not be accepted after 8:30 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call Commission staff at 562. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Thank you so much, Vail. I'd also like to say that we are meeting today in the Aboriginal lands of the what were the Coast Miwok and Southern Pomo, now are the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria. I want to acknowledge what that tribe has done for this area, and I want to highlight specifically their really path-breaking co-management of Point Reyes National Seashore, which is already bringing really positive changes to that national park. So I want to acknowledge their incredible contributions to this area and that we are meeting on their Aboriginal lands. All right, we'll now move to agenda changes, please.
Thank you, Chair Hart.
Good morning, Mr. Schwing.
Good morning to you and to the Commission and to everybody who's joining us today. The agenda changes sheet that was posted earlier this week remains accurate. So there are 3 items. Item 13A is postponed. That's the City of San Diego's LCP amendment on the Mira Mesa Community Plan update. Item 13C is moved to consent. That's the City of San Diego's LCP amendment on their Housing Action Package 2.0. That's just a time extension only. That's moved to consent. And then item 13D, the City of San Diego's LCP amendment for the Saturn Boulevard rezone. Again, that's moved to consent. And that completes the agenda changes.
Sorry, what was the final one? 13A, 13C,
So 13C is moved to consent and 13D is moved to
13D.
consent.
Great, thank you very much. All right, we're now going to move to general public comment. And as we do that, I'd like to recognize the board president of the Marin County Board of Supervisors, President Rezone, also representing the western part of this county or the coastal area.
Good morning, Chair Hart. Go. Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Hello and welcome to Marin County. It's an honor to host the Coastal Commission in these chambers of the Board of Supervisors. As Carol said, my name is Dennis Rezone and I'm President of the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor from District 4. My district includes 70 miles of coastline from Muir Beach to Dillon's Beach or West Marin, arguably one of the most beautiful areas of the California coast. You can tell my bias, but I am not alone because right in my backyard in Inverness Park is where the Commission's first Executive Director, Peter Douglas, chose to live and call home. Here in Marin County, protection of our coastline and our natural spaces is a defining feature of our communities. This is especially true in West Marin. An hour away from San Francisco's urban center, some of West Marin's natural treasures include the Point Reyes National Seashore, the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, including the Marin Headlands and Stinson Beach, Muir Woods National Monument, Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary. Nearly 60 years ago, Marin community members recognized the crucial importance of maintaining this region's treasured natural landscapes free from urban sprawl and open to the public for generations to come. They pushed to create a new countywide plan that concentrated Marin's growth in East Marin, protecting West Marin's natural landscape with a patchwork of state, federal, and local parklands for local public recreation and conservation, while supporting the region's agricultural and aquacultural heritage and rural coastal villages. Though the 1973 countywide plan predated the Coastal Act, the two share similar visions of protecting our coastline for public access and enjoyment, preserving our natural areas and coastal ecosystems, and the sustainable agriculture. As decades have passed, supporting the tourism, recreation, and agricultural-based economies that the Marin Countywide Plan envisioned in West Marin has greater need for affordable housing and workforce housing in our rural coastal communities. We now know that our limited housing stock faces increasing pressure from high-cost development and the conversion of residents to short-term rentals. Coastal housing is a careful balance that requires strategic policies and partnerships. That's why I'm supporting workforce housing project with community land trusts and developing policies to preserve existing housing stock for residents. I appreciate your support recently of our short-term rental caps earlier this year. My district also faces is in the front lines of our changing climate, where our coastal villages are at risk, as are our public beaches, wetlands, and intertidal areas. Earlier this year, the county launched a regional planning effort to identify risks, vulnerabilities, and potential adaptations we need to make in our communities to leverage collaboration and funding to protect our coastal and bayside shorelines. Thanks for being here today, and I hope that you're able to visit the coast during your stay and enjoy all Marin has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Rezone, and thank you so much for everything you do. I'd now like to ask Derek Johnson, Marin County's Chief Executive Officer, to come up for a couple comments. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for coming to Marin County. And I want to thank President Rezone for just outlining a lot of the accomplishments over decades of work for resource preservation here in Marin County. I grew up here in Marin County, and I was really excited to come back. I've been on the job now about 60 days as the new county executive. But I've got over 30 years of working on coastal protection in the Central Coast, in Santa Cruz County, in San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara County. Spent most of my career down in Santa Barbara County and working for the county in planning and development, and so have a long history in working on important coastal issues. And I really understand and commend the challenging work that the Coastal Commission has. You really stand at the forefront of a lot of important public policy issues and trying to balance out the important issues of climate change, resource protection, coastal access, and as President Rezone just remarked, really an unprecedented need for housing. Our county is working hard to make sure that we're protecting our coast and at the same time trying to address climate change. There are some pressing needs, as President Rezone outlined. We have some vulnerable residents in our coastal communities throughout Marin County. Our western portion of our county is really the backbone of agriculture and the recreational economy that has served really as a, I think, picturesque part of California. In closing, I just want to appreciate the commission for allowing President Rezone and I to speak about Marin's coastal areas. And I'm sure that the commission knows quite well that we are very supportive of your efforts in implementing the Coastal Act. You should know that Marin is here to be a partner in the work in advancing smart, sustainable, affordable coastal development and in advancing policies that serve the community's greatest needs and preserve our coastal natural resources. So we look forward to working with the Coastal Commission. We have a shared vision with the Commission of a vibrant, accessible, and ecologically protected California coastline for future generations. So thank you for having me this morning, and welcome to Marin County and to the Civic Center.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. And I can tell that you're going to just do a great job here in Marin County. I want to congratulate the county for getting you to come up here and help them out. It sounds like it's going to be a great period. And I also just want to say that could not agree with you more with regard and President Rezone, the importance of affordable housing everywhere. And as far as we're concerned in the coastal zone, it's a huge priority for us. We very much look forward to working with coastal counties and state legislature and the governor's office in this coming session to look at what the commission's role could be in helping to further affordable housing in the coastal zone. So we are your partner in that. And thank you very much for both of your comments. Really appreciate it. All right, I'm now going to open up the meeting to general public comment. And how many speakers do we have, Bill?
We have 16 speakers.
All right, we're going to give everyone 2 minutes in that case. And let's go ahead and open up public comment.
Okay.
I'd like to start with people in the room, please.
Yes. For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list on Zoom. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating on a computer device by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. Please remember to state your name for the record. So we will start in the room, beginning with Mary Jane Schramm, followed by Susan Kirks, followed by Steve Ray. Steve, you might be the only person I see in the room. If you want to approach, you can start. Okay.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Steve Ray. Welcome to Marin. I wanted to last month say welcome to Morro Bay, but I was unable to say that, Mr. Morro Ray here. I had first approached your staff over 14 months ago to talk to them about bringing the commission to Morro Bay, and took a lot of work and effort and everything, but we were able to make it, and you came to Morro Bay. I hope you had a wonderful time. I was asked, since I could not greet you last month, I had COVID and was kind of laid low, so I didn't make it to the hearing after all that work. But I was asked to come and represent the people there to thank you for coming to Morro Bay, and they hope you had a wonderful time and got to enjoy Morro Bay, eat at the fine restaurants, see the sights and all of that, and learn a lot about Morro Bay. But we appreciate you coming, and I look forward to seeing you maybe come back to Morro Bay area in the near future, but we'll work on that. And I don't know how much time I have left because the clock here isn't.
Yeah, I
working.
think the clock stopped. I'm not sure.
Oh, there
The
we go.
screen, which I
Okay.
can't see it.
43 seconds and going.
Oh, I can sort of see it. Yeah, it's kind of small.
Uh,
Well,
Oh, there we go. Yeah, now I don't need my telephoto glasses to see it. So anyway, you know, they were very happy to have you come and visit, and I want to note, especially Miss Gail Johnson made those beautiful maps for you, and I hope those came in handy. We've seen them now after you guys got them. We saw the artwork, and we've asked her now to publish those and make those available to everybody now that comes to Morro Bay. But anyway, I appreciate your coming. Sorry I couldn't be there, but look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
thanks so much. I do want to say we did recognize you in absentia, including your new name, Morro Ray, which you know, and we just had the best time down there. It was just absolutely memorable and remarkable place. So you're
Well,
absolutely
great.
right.
I'm
Thank
glad
you
it
for your
worked out.
comments.
We got some better surprises for you next time too.
Good. Look forward to it. Thank you so much. All right, next. So we're going to go to Zoom now.
No, we actually have a couple more in person.
okey-doke.
Susan Kirks appears to be on Zoom, so we'll go to her when we get there. Mary Jane Schramm, I'm not seeing in the room. And then we have Laura Walsh, Anna Kaufman, and Andrew Thomas.
Okay, if folks can get ready, if you're in the room, then we can move it along a little bit. We got a big day. Good morning.
Morning. We have a slideshow. That's okay. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm Laura Walsh. I'm California Policy Manager with the Surfrider Foundation. We're known for a lot of things, including coastal protection and coastal access, but how a lot of our volunteers get involved is through cleaning our beaches. And we have a really big problem on the beach. Our volunteers collect everything from cigarette butts to glow sticks to couches. But one of the things that we see most here in Northern California up through Washington and Oregon and Vancouver are shotgun wads. These wads are used to load shotgun shells, which are used to hunt birds that hang out by the water. So we're basically just talking about plastic that is inherently deposited directly into our waterways or nearby. And thousands of these can be found in a single cleanup. And the average wad contains the same amount of plastic as a typical grocery bag. So this is a lot of plastic just inherently going into our waterways. And we have volunteers like Anna, who's been tracking this for a really long time, just seeing the same thing over and over and wondering like when we're going to stop just throwing plastic straight into the ocean. So we want to talk a little bit about how this has been documented and a solution that we think is available. And if you can go to the next slide and play the video. That'll be my comments, and then Anna will step up. Thanks.
Most hunters consider themselves conservationists. They pick up discharged hulls, clean up after themselves, and pack out what they pack in. But what about shotgun wads? When a hunter fires a shotgun, the wad flies downfield with the shot, typically traveling 20 to 50 yards, often over water or into dense brush. This makes it impossible or impractical to retrieve the wad. Wads are plastic. They persist in the environment and circulate through the ecosystem for centuries. Over 1 billion shotgun shells are fired annually, and even if you can no longer see it, the plastic from those wads is still around in some form, either in landfills or the environment.
You could go to the next slide.
Could you state your name, please?
Yeah, sorry,
Thank
I'm
you.
Anna Kaufman. I'm a California native and a volunteer. Sorry. I'm a California native and a volunteer with Surfrider Foundation in San Francisco. After picking up thousands of shotgun wads on San Francisco beaches, I wanted to raise awareness about this issue and certainly bring it to your attention. These are some of the wads that I've picked up in San Francisco or Sausalito or Point Reyes. You saw on the original map, we posted just the California part of our data collection, and it's prevalent everywhere. These wads are Aquatic Park, Ocean Beach, Baker Beach, and that last photo is from Stone Lagoon in Humboldt, where Mike represents. And as we're seeing, the ammunition manufacturers are aware of the problem. They're coming slowly to change their products. And as new products emerge, we see new problems, just like we did with the plastic straw. The ammunition manufacturers are using what they refer to as compostable materials, but they actually require a high heat facility. So you would need to shoot the shotgun wad right into an industrial facility for it to really break down. So that indicates that they're using PLA plastic as opposed to PHA plastic, which would break down in the natural environment. So we just want to encourage manufacturers to be more responsible, to adopt better products that will break down in the environment, such as PHA, and thank the Commission for listening to us today, and we hope to continue the dialogue with you. We have another speaker, Andrew Thomas. He's going to be on Zoom, that he can speak more to what's emerging in the marketplace. And we've also been speaking with the skeet clubs in the Bay Area and the hunting community here. So they're aware of the problem as well. So Andrew would be next.
Andrew is in as a panelist on Zoom. Andrew?
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew Thomas. First off, I want to thank the Commission for the opportunity to speak today. I'm the founder of EcoShot, and we make 100% biodegradable shotgun wads. So just wanted to share a little bit about the stuff that we're working on right now. I'm personally a lifelong waterfowl and upland hunter, and I've always been somewhat aware of the potential pollution issues with shooting shotguns and the plastic that it puts into the world, but not really thinking about it until about a couple of years ago when I started looking for a solution to the problem. And that's when I found a material that Anna referenced called PHA. The specific formulas, by the way, that we use are developed by a company in California there. PHA materials are pretty unique in that they have potential to create a lot of positive change for many of the products that ultimately find their way into our environment. And we're also finding that it does a pretty good job at making shotgun wads. I think one of the most important things about PHA is that it does actually fully biodegrade in any environment, including marine environments. The degradation rates are a little bit different depending on a lot of different environmental factors, but we have studies that show that our wads will degrade in a marine environment in somewhere between 8 and 18 months, which is way better than centuries or decades. The other cool thing is that this material is really dense, and if it does find its way into the water, it'll actually sink, which will increase the degradation rates, and it decreases potential for secondary wildlife interactions. And then it also helps prevent it from flushing out of the bays into the beaches. So hopefully Anna won't be able to take very many more of these pictures. Our plan right now is to get first production runs out in the field by the end of the year. And we're focused on primarily the most important factor, which is highest priority need, which is the hunting grade wads. Our hope is that this solution will reinforce the hunting community's commitment to conservation, as well as move the needle a little bit on how we all look at single-use plastics. We're all here for different reasons, but at the end of the day, I think the bigger goal is to create an opportunity for us to do something that we're clearly passionate about. Because
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Kirks, followed by Lauren Siegel, and then Pastor Terry Lamont Wilson. Susan?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, and members of the commission. Thank you for having your meeting in the North Bay area for July. I'm Susan Kirks, president of Madrone Audubon in Sonoma County, and a naturalist with specialty in the special status American badger. We've recently experienced record very hot temperatures, including on July 4th. Early in 2024, in February, Madrone Audubon began an advocacy campaign to replace July 4th fireworks with the drone light shows. We asked cities and communities and our Sonoma County government to lead the way, make the change. Fireworks are explosive and release chemicals and debris. Fireworks harm animals, wildlife, birds, and people with lung conditions and PTSD. In Sonoma County, Bodega Bay stopped fireworks several years ago, and several of our members a little further north on the coast proved the disturbance to active nesting birds by fireworks and affected prohibition there. The recent heat wave elevates the reality of climate change impacts and our need to make decisions and take actions to be less impactful and more supportive of the well-being of our planet. We're very hopeful that just one city in Sonoma County will change and host a drone light show on July 5th, 2024, leading the way for others to follow. And we hope our Marin County neighbors will join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Siegel, followed by Terry Wilson, and then Brian Rosen. Lauren?
Commissioners, good morning. My name is Lauren Siegel, and I live in Venice in the coastal zone. I wanted to share my frustrations with you. I have a garage that has plenty of space to turn into an ADU. Venice and all of Los Angeles has a housing shortage. I can add a one-bedroom apartment within the month, perhaps for a recent graduate, retired person, or someone relocating. Within 1 month, someone could be living there. I have already submitted my plans to building and safety. They've been signed off from every other department, except I need to get a coastal development permit. Every other department approves of my plan, yet I need to wait at least a year before I can get an approval from coastal. I'm asking for nothing unusual, no construction, no new structure, foundation, nothing. And the Coastal Commission will eventually approve my ADU, except I am supposed to wait a year at least, hire a consultant, spend over $50,000 on the approval process. Here in Venice, 90% of coastal development permit applications are to create an ADU. Yet the Coastal Commission insists on this delay and this extra money to be spent. For what reason, I ask? Again, I have already gotten sign-offs from every other department. I am reworking existing garage space, and here I sit, unable to house someone in a decent, affordable one-bedroom apartment. If I live less than 1 mile north in Santa Monica's coastal zone of Ocean Park, which used to be a part of Venice, exactly like Venice, Santa Monica does not have an approved land use plan, yet they have the right to build a small, affordable 80 units while I can't. I would not need to file for a CDP, wait a year, and spend $50,000 on permits and consultants. Where is the equity? Where is the fairness? If I lived in any other city in California, I wouldn't even need to go to this extra ridiculous step. When will you make it easier, faster, and cheaper to add additional affordable housing in Los Angeles?
Thank you. Next is Pastor Terry Wilson, followed by Brian Rosen, and then Susie Whitelaw.
Good morning. This is Pastor Terry Wilson, pastor of Good News Baptist Church, also president of Silver Line of Hope. I'm here with Groundswell this morning in support of the Magnolia Tank Farm development. Today, I'm asking to support the Magnolia Tank Farm.
Sir, That's an agendized item. So if you'd like to speak on that item, it'll be coming up in a couple hours, but this is general public comment, so not on items that are on the agenda today.
Brian Rosen, followed by Susie Whitelaw and Joe Wilson. Brian, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, this is Brian Rosen. Now, I wanted to comment on the surf project in Monterey County. I don't think that's on the agenda.
Yep, that's not on the agenda, so go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I worked hard to try to bring the train back to Monterey years ago, and I'm very disturbed by the surf project and how it would impact the restoration of rail service. There's an amazing railroad berm already in place. That's the railroad berm itself is mostly in very good condition. The tracks need to be replaced. I believe it would be very small environmental impact to bring back the rail. There's a wonderful loop that goes right into the heart of Fort Ord Dune State Park, where they have hand cars using right now. And that would allow people to get right into the heart of the state park with very little environmental impact, as opposed to the surf. They want to build a new stop that goes under the freeway and people would have to walk quite a ways. It'd be very easy for elderly, disabled, low-income people to get into the heart of the state park. Monterey Salinas Transit and TAMC own land they want to see developed. That's the big development center of Monterey County is Fort Ord, and I think that might explain why all the politicians seem pretty lockstep in support of rubber stamping the surf project, which I think I've checked it out and I haven't seen that kind of traffic. I've only counted 4 buses late. I've been on the buses. I haven't seen very many people on the buses, but there's 84,000 people up to that on the freeway every day. And I think the surf, we need carpooling, good program, bus and shoulder, despite MST's analysis, should be pretty feasible. A good carpool program, an extra lane could be done perhaps. It's only a few miles of bypassing the traffic. Why are we suddenly going to get a whole bunch of people out of their cars while we destroy the dune?
Thank you. Next is Susie Whitelaw, followed by Joe Wilson and Mia Bolton. Susie?
Hello, I'm Dr. Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches San Clemente. Our group has been addressing this commission every month for the last 2 years, and I believe now there's so much going on with the railroad in our area that there's some confusion, and I would like to clear that up. For example, last month, you saw this photograph from Del Mar, where the railroad is on the edge of a 100-foot-high crumbling cliff, and the railroad is planning to realign with a tunnel. This is not what it looks like in San Clemente, just north of there. Next slide, please. I fear that some commissioners will have this image, next slide, please, will have this image in their heads when they think of San Clemente, but here it's completely different. In San Clemente, the railroad was built right on the beach, on an embankment about 10 feet high, not on top of the bluff. There is a sandy beach in front of that embankment, and it is San Clemente State Beach, an extremely popular beach with a 190-space campground up on that bluff. Next slide, please. The railroad has already destroyed more than half a mile of our coastline, where waves now just crash against a wide rock seawall. Now, for no reason that we can discover, they want to pave over this extremely popular public beach with another 50-foot wide rock revetment, just like they did to the south. The left photo demonstrates that this revetment would cover almost all of the dry sandy beach remaining. The right photo is from yesterday at that exact same spot. If the railroad is allowed to proceed, all of those people would be on top of 10-ton sharp riprap boulders. You commissioners have not been briefed on this plan, and you may never be briefed on it because the railroad is asking the CEO to issue them a permit waiver, either as an emergency or routine maintenance. We are requesting that you ask staff to require a full coastal development permit with proper analysis of alternatives, including sand replenishment. Thank you.
Next is Joe Wilson, followed by Mia Bolton, and then Daryl Gale. Joe?
Thank you, and good morning. I'm Joe Wilson, also with Save Our Beaches San Clemente. And I'd like to let you know what we're doing to support your efforts to minimize or eliminate OCTA's addition of hard armoring riprap along our beaches to protect their tracks. When we learned of OCTA's initial plans to expand their rock revetment seawall in South San Clemente to protect the tracks from this upcoming winter's storms, we began a broad public education initiative in our region. This ongoing effort includes public meetings, collaboration with city leaders, newsletters, articles and publications, beach booths, social media blasts, and extensive networking. Our efforts had quite an impact and continue to do so. There are now literally thousands of citizens here who understand what disastrous impacts coastal hard armoring can bring, such as the recent and complete elimination of our southern beach at Cypress Shores. In addition, a sister organization, San Clemente, Bring Back Our Beaches, has garnered, as of this morning, 11,227 signatures on a petition opposing additional hard armoring in San Clemente. We know that your commission has been meeting with OCTA in recent months to refine concepts about remediation to protect their tracks here. OCTA has also added sand replenishment into the discussion, but without specifics. The most important salient point is this: OCTA should not add more than a minimal amount of rocks to their revetment, if any, and should instead provide and maintain sufficient sand replenishment to prevent the ocean from reaching those rocks and eradicating what little beach we have left. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mia Bolton, followed by Daryl Gale, and then Susan Kirks.
I think
Good
Susan
morning.
Kirk's already spoke today. Just.
Correct. Yes, sorry about that.
Not at all.
That was me. Mia?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mia. I live in Palo Alto and surf in Pacifica and Santa Cruz. I'm here today to share and celebrate something that happened recently on the coast and encourage the Commission to support more of these events. Last month, in partnership with Surfrider San Francisco, Queer Surf, an organization that creates opportunities for the LGBTQ community to connect to the ocean, hosted its second annual surf event called Switch at Lindamar Beach. I've been a surfer for a long time. I've been a surfer in California for more than a decade, and I can say I haven't seen or been part of a more inclusive and safe space for LGBTQ people like myself at the ocean than Switch. Making a safe coastal space for our community has nothing to do with wave conditions or equipment or surfing skill. Instead, it's the intention put into building something that is rooted in simple and clear values, such as everyone belongs at the beach and in the ocean. Everyone deserves to be here. Everyone is welcome at the coast. The result of this event was hundreds of people throughout the day who came from across California to participate and feel the power of being on the coast, in the ocean, and with queer community while they were doing it. This matters right now more than ever as we witness the rollback of queer rights and representation. As one small example, just this year, you likely know that Huntington Beach voted to prohibit flying the pride flag. What kind of message does this send to the queer community that loves to be along the coastline? I'm telling you about this today because I want to share what an impact this single event has made on LGBTQ surfers like me and ocean lovers across the state. And I want to encourage the Coastal Commission to find every opportunity to foster and support events that specifically and intentionally make the LGBTQIA folks and other marginalized groups feel welcome along our coastline. Thank you for your time.
Our final speaker is Daryl Gale, and then there are three that I'm unable to locate, so I'll call their names. Daryl? Daryl, I see that you're unmuted. You can go ahead and start. Daryl Gale, if you can hear me, I see that you're unmuted on a phone. Can you hear me? Nope. They muted themselves again. I will call the names of the missing folks and then maybe we'll circle back to Daryl. Mary Jane Schramm, Catherine Myers, Lorna Moffett. I'm seeing a couple hands raised in the Zoom. Daryl, I see that you're unmuted again. If you can hear me, you can.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you
There
hear
we go.
me?
Yes.
Okay. I had to push *6 3 times. I am still baffled, commissioners, why 4 years ago you told Edison it was okay for them to dump their giant canisters of nuclear waste on the beach at San Onofre near San Clemente, especially the beach the lady ahead of me was talking about. I was there in Chula Vista when you made this horrible decision without a backup plan. What have you done since? Have you even talked to Camp Pendleton and the city of San Clemente regarding moving the nuclear waste? Have you done anything other than ignore the sea level rise, soaking and corroding the bottoms of these nuclear canisters? We are waiting for you to do something. Deepadea and Dana Bochco are shown in the film SOS, deciding that we'll look for a place to put it. We're waiting for you to look for a place to put it. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to lower all hands and call these missing folks again. Mary Jane Schramm, Catherine Myers, Lorna Moffett. If you heard your name called, please raise your hand in the Zoom or approach the podium. Okay, seeing nothing.
Okay, thank you so much, Vail, and thank you to everyone that either came or called in or on Zoom for public comment. We really appreciate it. Now turn to the commission and ask if there are any questions or comments with regard to public comment. Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Director Huckleberry, I'm just wondering if you could speak to the ADU permitting issue that was raised in Venice Beach and how Venice maybe is different than other places along the coast.
I can speak just very high level. I have that as a note to myself to check into a little bit more. I don't know the specifics of this particular case. Obviously, as you know, LA is a dual jurisdiction. I don't know if where this particular permit would fit in. And so I don't have much information about that, but I did make a note to check into it. I don't understand why there would be necessarily a year-long process or the consultant. So I need to check in with Steve.
Okay.
Hudson.
Yeah, and I think it just generally towards providing clarity to the general public on CDP permitting in jurisdictions that have fully certified LCPs and those that don't, and the degree to which the commission is a facilitator or a barrier. Because I think I just don't want the impression to be left that it's that the commission is the barrier here on the ADU front, especially.
And I did note that District Director Hudson is online, and maybe I can ask him to respond a little more specifically, given this is his area. Okay, if that's okay, through the chair.
Yeah, thank you.
That'd be great, Mr. Hudson.
Okay, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. And I'd just like to second some of the comments that were just said and add a bit more detail. The speaker did not mention exactly which project she was speaking of, but our staff does believe that she was speaking about the city's dual permit process, not an application before our commission. So because the city of Los Angeles is unique, the Coastal Act was written where, although the city does not yet have a LCP, the city has the responsibility for issuing coastal development permits within their jurisdiction until they obtain an LCP. In certain areas, our dual permit jurisdiction, the commission also must issue a second coastal development permit. Typically, most ADUs are exempt, and our staff helps the public understand what types of ADUs are exempt. And if so, those are processed very quickly within typically a matter of weeks. By far and large, when applications come to us, we expedite those ADUs and can issue waivers, which we see in our Deputy Director report each month with a large number of these ADU projects. So when they don't result in any significant impacts, those ADU projects are waived, and that sort of process can be done typically in just a month or two. It's an expedited process. This idea of a year sounds like that may be her frustration perhaps of going through the city's process. We have spoken, and this would just be an issue of where something would not be exempt and requires a coastal development permit from the city. The city doesn't have the ability to issue waivers, but we have suggested to the city that certainly as part of their future LCP, but even now, as part of their current permit issuing practice, we would support any new changes to their permit processing ordinance that would allow them to process some sort of expedited permit for ADUs. That could be in the form of giving them the ability to add waivers or some sort of administrative coastal development permit, but that would need an amendment to their permit processing ordinance. And that ordinance has been certified by our commission. So I just wanted to add that additional context. Of course, we don't know the background of the project that the speaker was speaking to this morning, but by and large, ADU projects are being expedited to the maximum extent practicable.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Boy, there's a lot of exciting action here. You know, I thought it would be like falling off the ledges, but I guess we got other stuff going on. I have a question for you, Dr. Hucklebridge. It is early. Okay. Moving right along. On the San Clemente comment, could you just respond to that? Because I could just wait, I'm sure. No, not at all. Maybe you could just comment because for me personally, this is something that I'd like to see come to the commission.
I will, if through the chair, just respond that we are planning on a little bit more of an update tomorrow. We have our staff coming and prepared to give you a little bit more of a status update on where we are. We don't have a lot of specifics yet in terms of timing, but more detail tomorrow if that's acceptable.
Of course, that's great. Thanks, Dr. Hucklebridge. Commissioner Notoff?
Thank you. I did also want to add that we just adopted our new permit fee structure, and I was very glad to see that there is a reduced rate for affordable housing units and multi-units. So that is just consistent with the commission's encouragement of affordable housing in the coastal zone. I did also want to highlight the presentation that we heard from Surfrider about the shotgun wads. This is a problem that I haven't really heard that much about before. When I hear the comparison of certainly I'm very familiar with plastic pollution on our beaches and in our oceans. And it would be good, let's make sure that when we're hearing about plastic pollution, that it would be good to have something specific about this particular problem.
Through the chair, I just want to respond. I agree with you, and I have a note to myself to make sure we're connected with our marine debris program. And I know I did research in wetlands in the Central Valley and had it's not just the coast, but ran into shotgun wad pollution everywhere where I was, in a national park. So it's a problem in a lot of places.
And I just want to thank the public for bringing that to our attention.
Right, definitely. Thank you for those comments from both of you. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank the volunteers for raising that issue. It's an issue that I was unaware of, and obviously it's concerning given our task of coastal resource protection. Also, as a non-hunting person, I was quite surprised to learn that that's allowed in areas that are sensitive, that could be of sensitive habitat. So I would love to see also efforts, not just to put the responsibility on the producer, but also perhaps on reconsidering some of the areas where that type of activity is allowed. So thank you.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I want to thank, hold on a second. Well, all my notes popped away for a minute. I'll just go for it. I want to thank Anna and Surfrider for bringing the WAD issue to our attention. I actually was in Stone Lagoon this last weekend. Probably found 5 or 6 WADs there, and it is a hunting area. They are everywhere that you might think of there because they float. So there are different. Most people confuse them with shotgun shells, and the shell is basically what holds everything together and the pin hits the end of the shell and the shot goes out.
The wad is what holds the shot, which is the little BBs together, and then shoots out the end of the gun. And so the expectation of someone to be able to pick that up, unlike shotgun shells, the wads just shoot off into the environment. And so if every time you hear a shotgun go off, that's a piece of plastic shoot, which I can hear from my house often, because I live near where people hunt. And so every time there's a piece of plastic that shoots off into the environment. So even if we even think about it, where if I pick up those, which I did, those 5 or 6 wads, if I was driving down the road and I threw them out my window, I would get $1,000 fine, right? So there's a certain expectation that this is okay. We have actually in this state transitioned away from lead shot to steel shot. And then likewise, that was done in a process by, a transitional process that I think we could, if we were active on this, could make happen again in relation to this. The plastic is used because it's very malleable and flexible, and they can get a lot of different performances out of the shot. But nonetheless, before it was plastic, it was paper or cardboard or cloth, or they were natural products. They weren't always plastic because shotguns were around a lot longer than the wads and the shells were. So I think there is real opportunity in transitioning that material. I do believe it would probably require some legislation, because it was only the transition away from lead that happened through a legislative process and through a transitional process. So this is just one other way we can both preserve the tradition of hunting and its values in the landscape, but also work to help those folks who want to keep the environment clean to do that. But sometimes it just requires the industry to have a little extra help. So that's my comments on that. Thanks for letting me go on and on about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. And again, thanks to Surfrider for bringing this important issue to us. And it sounds like it's going to be a continuing discussion. I'd like to now go to item 6, Executive Director's Report. Dr. Huckleberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My published Executive Director Report can be found on the Commission's website, but I will spend a few minutes going over several of the items. So first up, last month, Commission staff and Coastal Commissioner Justin Cummings attended the groundbreaking ceremony for the Santa Cruz County North Coast Trail Rail Trail segment. The event was hosted by the Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission and included representatives of state parks, Coastal Conservancy, Bureau of Land Management, as well as members of the public. As you may recall, the North Coast Rail Trail project is a 7.5-mile multi-use ADA accessible bicycle and pedestrian trail extending along the railroad corridor from Wilder Ranch State Park in the south to Davenport in the north in unincorporated Santa Cruz County. The project is part of a larger Monterey Bay Sanctuary Scenic Trail network, which will create a 50-mile bicycle and pedestrian pathway along the coast of Santa Cruz County. And the Commission concurred with this project as part of a consistency certification in 2021. Next, a few announcements from our public education group. First, second, and third place winners were selected for this year's Climate Video Challenge, in which California middle and high school students submitted 3-minute videos in response to the following prompt: how is your community responding to the climate crisis? You can view the 3 winning videos on our website, and the link is also included in my attached report. The Boating Clean and Green program, in partnership with Bay Foundation, wrapped up the 2024 round of dock walker trainings. As a reminder, dock walkers inspire and educate boaters and other recreators to be safe and environmentally sound while boating in California. And they distribute California boater kits while visiting marinas, boat launch ramps, boat shows, and boating events. Over the past 6 months, the program held a total of 16 trainings with a mix of in-person, virtual, and hybrid formats, and a total of 219 volunteers participated. The Boating Clean and Green program has also released a new podcast episode, Boating Under the Influence. The effects of boating under the influence can be fatal and heartbreaking for all involved. And this episode features Rhonda Campbell, California Victim Services Manager, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and Deputy John Canepa with the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department. So please take a listen. You can find, again, the link on our website. And then next, I am pleased to announce that Brandon Quintana, the Commission's 2024 California Sea Grant Fellow, is featured in National Geographic's Celebrating LGBTQIA+ Communities collection. He talked about how his queer identity intersects with his professional work in marine conservation and advice on how to get involved into this intersectional work. You can read more at the links provided in my written report, and just want to send our congrats out to Brandon. Finally, I would like to provide a very brief budget update. We will have a more thorough update in next month or coming months from Madeline Cavalieri, but for now, on June 29th, the governor signed the state budget for fiscal year 2024, which started on July 1st. In this year's budget, the commission received several funding augmentations. First, the commission's 2024 budget includes a one-time augmentation of $6.8 million to be spent over 3 years for offshore wind. Second, for sea level rise planning, the commission received $2.1 million for fiscal year 2024 and $3.8 million for fiscal year 2025 and annually thereafter for the implementation of SB 272. This is funding to support 9 positions this year and 18 positions next year and thereafter. And that's for sea level rise planning and LCP updates. Finally, the commission's budget now includes $200,000 annually to fund 1 position for implementation of SB 423 related to housing. In addition to these funding augmentations, the commission's budget will also be impacted by the statewide budget cuts that will take effect this year. We won't know the amount of the cut to the commission's budget until later this summer or fall, but the signed budget bill includes 2 major cuts that will affect most departments. The first is a vacant position sweep, and the second is a 7.95 general fund reduction. Madeline Cavalieri will provide a more detailed briefing sometime in the next few months when we know more about the impact of the cuts specifically to the commission's budget. So, Madam Chair, that concludes my Executive Director's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Huckelbridge. First, I'll ask if there's any public comment on the Executive Director's report. Seeing none, turn to the Commission to ask if there are any Commissioner questions, comments. All right, seeing none, appreciate it. I know all of, there is one, Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm just gonna thank
Just yell.
the Commission for all their help and support with allowing us to move forward with the rail trail segment. I know that it was a bit of a challenge at first, and there were some things that had to get worked through, but this is definitely going to be a huge benefit to our community to help us reducing our carbon emissions and also providing people with greater access to the coast. And so just wanted to say thanks for all your support.
Great. Anyone else? All right, great. In that case, we're going to move on to the ledge report. Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. This is the legislative report for July 2024. Staff is not bringing you any bills this month to consider for a position, so I'll just be providing a brief update on the legislative session and the Commission's priority bills. June was a busy month in Sacramento. On the fiscal side of things, Director Huckelbridge already noted that the governor signed the budget bill and a package of trailer bills. Also related to the state budget, last Wednesday, the legislature passed and the Senate pro tem, who was acting on behalf of the governor, signed SB 867, better known as the climate bond. That measure authorizes $10 billion in bond funding to finance projects for safe drinking water, climate change resilience, extreme heat mitigation, biodiversity, sustainable agriculture, outdoor access, and clean air programs. Of the $10 billion in bond funds, $1.2 billion would be for coastal and ocean resiliency. This includes funding for the Coastal Conservancy, state parks, the Natural Resources Agency, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife for programs and projects designed to protect our lands, waters, resources, and communities on the coast and along San Francisco Bay from sea level rise and other climate impacts. The bond also includes $50 million to the State Water Board for projects to address water quality problems associated with the California-Mexico cross-border pollution crisis. The bond will appear on the November ballot, and if it's approved by the voters, the bond funding will be available by appropriation of the legislature. Moving on to policy bills, July 3rd was the deadline for legislative policy committees to pass bills. Bills that did not meet that deadline are no longer moving. The majority of bills listed in the legislative report have moved out of their policy committees and now sit in the Appropriations Committee of the Second House. There are just a few updates to share on the Commission's priority bills since last month. First, SB 951, Senator Wiener's bill regarding housing in the coastal zone was amended in the Assembly Housing Committee. The amendments would add language to the Coastal Act, establishing a process for local governments to submit their notices of final local permit actions to the Commission via email. Staff has no concern with this amendment. That bill is in the Assembly Appropriations Committee now. Moving on to SB 1077 by Senator Blakespear. That's the bill that would require the Commission to develop written guidance in coordination with HCD for local governments on how to amend their LCPs to facilitate the permitting of ADUs. The bill was amended in the Assembly Housing Committee to make July 1st, 2026 the deadline for the Commission to complete that guidance document. Staff believes that deadline provides a reasonable amount of time for the Commission to satisfy the requirements of the bill. That bill also sits in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Lastly, AB 2560 by Assemblymember Alvarez was significantly amended at the end of June. That bill would have exempted density bonus projects in most of the coastal zone from LCP and Coastal Act policies, and the Commission previously took an opposed position. The bill was heard in the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee on June 25th. During the hearing, Assemblymember Alvarez took amendments that had been proposed by the committee, and those amendments have two parts. First, the amendments remove the language from the bill that would have exempted most density bonus projects from the Coastal Act, and in its place, the amendments reinsert the existing requirement that density bonus projects harmonize density bonus law and the Coastal Act. The bill would word this harmonization requirement more clearly than it's currently worded in statute by saying that density bonus projects can take full advantage of the development incentives provided by density bonus law, but must do so in a way that doesn't result in significant impacts to coastal resources or public coastal access. This would provide more clarity to developers of density bonus projects on what harmonization means, and it tracks how many local governments in the coastal zone are already implementing the harmonization requirement currently in density bonus law. Second, the bill would now amend the Coastal Act to require any local government in the coastal zone who hasn't done so already to add a density bonus harmonization provision to its LCP. Local governments would have until July 2026 to amend their LCPs to add this provision, but the bill does not contain a penalty for local governments that do not meet that deadline. To make meeting that requirement as easy as possible for local governments and for the Commission, the bill establishes a pathway for the Commission to approve that LCP amendment administratively using the de minimis LCP amendment process. The bill would also remove the language in the Coastal Act that currently prohibits local governments from being required to have housing policies in their LCP, since that language would conflict with this new requirement to have a density bonus harmonization provision. Taken together, these amendments would provide a clear yet flexible standard for how developers harmonize density bonus law in the Coastal Act, and then would ensure that standard is baked directly into LCPs to clarify the permitting process. This new approach still advances the author's goal of making it easier to construct density bonus projects in the coastal zone, but it does so without creating a Coastal Act exemption. For these reasons, the amendments resolve the Commission's previously identified concerns with the bill, allowing the Commission to remove its opposition. During the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee hearing, Assemblymember Alvarez stated that he would continue to evaluate the bill in its new amended form and then decide whether to continue to move the bill further this session. As it stands, the bill is currently in the Senate Appropriations Committee. Looking ahead, the legislature adjourned for its summer recess on July 3rd. On August 5th, it'll reconvene, and then it'll have 1 month to pass bills before the session ends at the end of August. And with that, Chair Hart, unless there are any questions, that concludes the legislative report.
Thanks so much, Mr. Drake, and thank you and Ms. Christie and everyone that worked on all of those bills. On behalf of the Commission, we just want to thank you. It was an amazing job and a lot of work. Thank you very much. There any public comment on the ledge report?
No public comment for this item.
All right, turning to the Commission, Commissioner Geary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all your work. Obviously very happy to hear about the $50 million bond money that would go to the U.S.-Mexico border. Can you elaborate a little bit on the specifics? Can that go to fund infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure projects, or is it more towards TMDL development, that type of thing?
The wording of the bond provision on the cross-boundary pollution crisis is fairly general, but what it does speak to is that the money would be available for water board loans and grant programs for infrastructure projects related to addressing water quality issues associated with the pollution crisis. So that's the level of specificity that the bond measure provides.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Commissioner Cummings.
Just quick, cheers to you all for all your hard work on protecting the Coastal Act against some of these bills that were coming through. And just want to, I know we were all following it really closely and really had our fingers crossed and we're nervous about what was going to happen, but it's great to see that we were able to come to a compromise that seems like it's going to work for us to continue to advance housing and also protect, the Coastal Commission's ability to evaluate projects that are going into the coastal zone. So just want to thank you all for your hard work.
All right, seeing no other commissioner questions, we're going to move on to the next item, item 6D, Interagency Agreement for Implementing the California Coastal Zone Management Program's Inflation Reduction Act Cooperative Agreement for Non-Competitive Capacity Building Award. It's a mouthful. Who
Very
will
much
be
a mouthful. Yes,
handling that?
item 60 will be presented by Ashley Reineman, who is on Zoom.
Okay, Ashley, you probably don't need to repeat the title of that one.
I know, right? Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 60 seeks the Commission's authorization to enter into an interagency agreement with BCDC. And we're passing through a portion of the award you just said, Chair Hart, the newly awarded federal cooperative agreement for non-competitive capacity building under the Inflation Reduction Act. As you know, California's coastal management program is administered by 3 state agencies, the Coastal Commission, BCDC, and the Coastal Conservancy. And the Commission is the primary recipient of all federal funds, and then we pass through the other 2 agencies' shares to them by means of an interagency agreement. So on August 16th, 2022, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, known as IRA, into law. The historic legislation provides funding to a broad range of federal agencies to address clean energy, climate mitigation and resilience, agriculture, and conservation-related investment programs. The law included $3.3 billion to NOAA in support of its efforts to build a climate-ready nation. NOAA has allocated $2.6 billion of those dollars to support climate-ready coasts and communities, including making both competitive and non-competitive funding opportunities available exclusively to the nation's state coastal zone management programs. So for those non-competitive funds, which is what we're talking about today, NOAA allocated approximately $20 million to the state CZM programs nationwide. Non-competitive funds may be used for a variety of purposes to address resilience. In 2023, our program in California applied for and received the maximum amount of non-competitive funds allocated to the state, a total of $875,000 to be spent over a period of 5 years to bolster our program's ability to build climate resilience. The Coastal Commission's portion of the award will support our staff capacity to review engineering and geology plans for adequacy and consistency with the Coastal Act, and in particular, the adequacy of those projects, permit applications, and plan designs in the face of rising sea levels. BCDC's pass-through portion of the funds will go toward community capacity building in frontline communities related to coastal resilience. The Coastal Conservancy will not receive pass-through dollars from this non-competitive award, as the Conservancy and BCDC will share yet another NOAA CZM non-competitive funding stream from the bipartisan infrastructure law. So in this way, all 3 of our agencies will still receive the same amount of money shared across the multiple non-competitive funding streams being made available nationwide to the CZM programs. So our program will receive a total of $875,000 over the course of 5 years, and the funds will be distributed as follows. BCDC will receive $262,500, and the Coastal Commission will retain the remaining $612,500. The executive directors have agreed on this distribution. So today I seek your approval of the interagency agreement. The motion of the approval can be found on page 1 of the staff report. Madam Chair, this concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Ashley. Any public comment? None. Come back to the commission for any comments and a motion, please. Anybody?
Happy to move.
All right, Commissioner Nodoff.
Second.
Yeah, I believe you have to read the motion. Yep, it's on page 1. You see it?
I know, hold on, I'm getting it. I don't know. No, I
Okay.
got knocked off the
All right.
web.
I
Somebody
know
else
there's
needs to
something
read it.
up.
I'll make the motion.
Why don't we have Commissioner Rice? Go ahead and make the motion and then we'll take a second for Commissioner Lone.
I move that the commission authorize the executive director to enter into an interagency agreement to pass through a total of $262,500 of federal funds to the San Francisco Bay Conservation Development Commission for the purpose of implementing the IRA Capacity Building Award over the course of the 5-year award. Asking for a yes vote.
All right, Commissioner Loneberg. All right, so we have a motion and a second, and we have no one on Zoom. I think our first vote needs to be a roll call, and then after that, we can go to a consensus. Finally, learning the rules, Vanessa.
Commissioner Curie,
Yes.
Acuity, yes. Commissioner Bochco,
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg,
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nodoff,
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thank you. We'll now move to item 6E LCP Grant Program.
And this item will be presented by Shahar Amate, who is on Zoom as well.
Okay. Mr. Amate.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm here to present an LCP local
Wait a
assistant.
minute, is that California? Because if it is, I'd like to know where. Just kidding. I'm giving you a hard time about your backdrop.
Oh, gotcha. Yes, it is
Yeah.
California. Yes, it's McQuay Falls in Big Sur. All right, so good morning. I'm here to present an LCP local assistance grant application from the city of San Clemente for your consideration, and staff is recommending approval. The city proposes to do an in-depth sea level rise adaptation and resilience planning, including full LCP certification and a targeted LCP amendment. Next slide, please. First, to give a little background on the LCP program, grant program, our program has been running for the past 10 years and has awarded $19.6 million to 45 jurisdictions, some of which have received multiple grants. The program supports local governments in developing or updating LCPs pursuant to the Coastal Act, with a special emphasis on addressing impacts from climate change and sea level rise. Over the years, we've seen our grantees complete a variety of sea level rise vulnerability assessments, other technical studies, adaptation plans, public outreach and engagement, and LCP policy development. Most recently, the Budget Act of 2021 appropriated $31 million to the Coastal Commission, both to award to local governments as grants and to support Coastal Commission staff administering the program and working with local governments. This was our biggest infusion of funding yet, and we have seen a similar acceleration in grant applications. We have about $11 million left to award between now and June of 2026. So we're encouraging our local government partners to apply. Next slide, please. In October of 2021, the Commission updated the priorities and valuation criteria for the grant program to better reflect the current state of coastal resiliency planning and to ensure efficient use of the funds. Eligible grantees include local governments responsible for developing and amending LCPs. Eligible projects are those that assess, plan for, and adapt to the impacts of climate change and sea level rise, and which contain an LCP planning component. The program prioritizes technical studies and outreach, environmental justice, adaptation planning at various scales, and work on LCPs. Next slide, please. The Commission has made a series of adjustments to the application process over time to streamline it and make it even more accessible to local governments. In October of 2021, the Commission adopted program updates to allow the Executive Director to award grants up to $100,000 on a rolling basis. And in November of 2022, the commission raised that cap to $500,000 per grant. To date, the executive director has awarded a total of $4.2 million in rolling grants for 14 different projects. Recipients of these grants are listed on this slide. Descriptions of each of the awarded grants are included in the monthly executive director's reports and have also been included in the staff report for this item. Most recently, in May 2023, the commission decided to allow all grant applications to be submitted on a rolling basis rather than doing additional periodic competitive grant rounds. Now, all grant applications can be submitted and awarded on a rolling basis, which makes timing more convenient and effective for local governments, and the executive director can make awards of $500,000 or less, while grants higher than $500,000 still require approval from the commission. Next slide, please. Today, we have a grant application that fits into the latter category, a proposal from the City of San Clemente for $1.5 million, which staff is recommending for approval. The city proposes to complete a sand source investigation to support the development of a regional scale, nature-based beach restoration program. The city is also intending to complete a draft implementation plan and submit it to the commission for certification. Finally, the city plans to undertake a targeted LUP amendment that would reflect the results of the sand source investigation and also ongoing efforts on the completion of the IEP. The city will involve a wide range of stakeholders and incorporate social vulnerability and environmental justice considerations throughout the project. Next slide, please. More specifically, the City of San Clemente is proposing a sand source investigation for the South Orange County area that includes characterization of offshore candidate sand receiver sites, identification investigation of these candidate sand borough sites, including geophysical surveys and sediment sampling, and preparation of a final report that also includes results from the city's analysis of landside sand borough sites undertaken per their sand compatibility and opportunistic use program, or known as SCOOP. Separately, the city is also proposing to complete and submit their IP for certification, which will lead to full LCP certification. This will also include completion of a parking transportation demand study and a coastal bluff / canyon geologic analysis. Lastly, the city will complete an LUP amendment that incorporates the results from the sand source investigation and will include policies for beach restoration and shoreline adaptation in the city's coastal zone. If the IP is certified by the commission prior to this LUP amendment, then the city will also commit to an IP amendment to ensure that the LUP update is harmonized with this new IP. Throughout the project, the city will also incorporate a series of stakeholder and community engagement opportunities and events. Next slide, please. Staff believes that the proposed project is consistent with the program priorities and evaluation criteria adopted by the commission. It not only addresses climate change and environmental justice, including by building off of past work, but it also has high public benefit through the development of phased approaches for sea level rise adaptation. The City of San Clemente's LUP was updated in 2018, but the city does not have a certified IP and therefore a fully certified LCP, which makes this work important and needed. Staff believes it has a high likelihood of success due to the solid foundation it will build upon and the consensus around the need for it. If awarded, the work would launch as soon as possible and conclude in 2026 with a submittal of the sand source investigation report, the IP, and the targeted LUP amendment. Next slide, please. In conclusion, commission staff recommends awarding an LCP local assistance grant to the City of San Clemente for $1.5 million. The motion and resolution are on page 4 of the staff report, and staff is recommending a yes vote. And commission is available for questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Otay. All right, no public comment on this according to Vail. Therefore, I'll turn to the commission and ask if there are any questions or comments or a motion on this item, motion page 4. All right, Commissioner Bochco. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Commissioner Eckerly.
Yeah, thank you so
I'm
much
sorry.
for that and for that presentation. I was just curious whether, I mean, the sand component of this is really interesting, and whether there's an opportunity when the results come back for us to hear kind of what we learned from this.
Certainly, I think it'll be part of, hopefully, a certification process for an LCP that'll come down, that will be a part of it. But I think there's a lot of interest in understanding the results of that study for a number of reasons, even beyond the LCP. So I think certainly we will incorporate that when we have into some type of commission briefing or presentation in some way, shape, or form. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Dr. Huckelbridge, how long, or Mr. Ramate, how long do you anticipate the LCP update will take? Like, when do you think that this could be complete? Because I know there's so much interest in the sand replenishment.
So if I heard Mr. Amate correctly, I believe it's due to be finished in 2026. Is that correct, Shahar?
Yes, that's correct.
But in the meantime, we'll be hearing proposals from the city or other entities regarding.
Right. I mean, there is ongoing work with
Marin.
OCTA, and that's in part why the sand replenishment larger study is important, because we know this is going to be ongoing for many years. So I think this is important kind of foundational work for future discussions. But in the interim, we are going to be having continual conversations, I think, about San Clemente and other beach replenishment projects as well.
Right. Okay. Thanks very much. All right, Commissioner Bochco.
Yes, ma'am. I move that the commission award $1.5 million and yeah, that's right. $1,500,000 in a local assistance grant to the city of San Clemente, and authorize the executive director or their designee to enter into a grant agreement with the grantee for allocation of these funds, and to make any amendments thereto, subject to the requirements and conditions set forth in this staff recommendation. And I'm asking for a yes vote.
Okay. Who was the second? Commissioner
Second.
Wilson? All right, we have a motion, a second. All right. Is there any opposition to a consensus vote approving this motion? All right, seeing none, the motion is approved. The item is approved, and we'll move on to the next item, which is item F, with regard to fees charged by the
And this
commission.
item is informational and will be presented by Claire Wilkins, who
you.
is also on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. Regarding item 6F, fee increases, every year the Commission adjusts permit and other application fees for inflation. Regulation Section 13055 contains the schedule of fees. As the regulation describes, fees are increased each year according to the California Consumer Price Index. This fiscal year, the year-to-year increase is about 3.8%. The new fees are published in application forms by July 1st, when the fees take effect. In the same rulemaking, the figure for what defines a major public works project or major energy facility is also adjusted for inflation. That change takes effect on approval. Staff submits the proposed amendments to the Office of Administrative Law, which for the past several years has accepted these changes as non-substantive. No commission action is required, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, commissioners, any questions or comments with regard to this? This was informational, I believe, so. Oh, I'm sorry.
I did just want to
Nada.
re-emphasize that I was glad to see the sliding scale for affordable housing and multi-unit. So glad to see the commission carrying that policy forward.
Great. Any other comments? Okay, great. Seeing none, we'll now move to the consent calendar. There are, I believe, a couple items on consent. Mr. Schwang.
Thank you, Chair Hart. So item 8 is for applications moved from regular calendar to consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. We've got 2 items from San Diego County. Item 13C, that's the City of San Diego's LCP amendment on their Housing Action Package 2.0 LCP time extension. That's moved to consent. And then item 13D, which is the City of San Diego's LCP amendment on the Saturn Boulevard rezone. On that matter, I do want to note There's correspondence and an addenda on that rezone in which one individual raises issues with the possible use of the site for agriculture instead of the proposed increased residential density. Staff notes that while the site is currently zoned for residential agriculture use, the site hasn't been used for agriculture for at least 20 years, and the site is small and surrounded by residential uses and a school, and the site is not identified as prime ag land, unlike larger parcels nearby that are in agricultural use. So these comments do not result in any change to the staff's analysis of the proposal, and we continue to recommend approval as submitted. I also do want to note that this zoning change will allow up to 18 single-family residences accompanied by 36 accessory dwelling units. So bringing 54 new residential units to this area. So staff recommends these matters get moved to consent and approved per the staff recommendations.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Schwing. Public comment?
Just those available for questions.
All right, return to the commission for any comments or motion on this will be item 8, the consent
I'm
calendar.
happy to move.
Okay, Commissioner Gill.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Any other comments by anyone? All right, is there any opposition to unanimous approval of this item? Seeing none, the consent calendar is approved. I believe there's no enforcement report. So I think what we'll do is we'll do the item 10 DDR, then we'll take a break, and then we'll move forward with item 11A, the Magnolia Tank Farm item. Mr. Schwing?
Thank you. So item 10 is Deputy Director's report for South Coast District, Orange County. The report contains 3 waivers for routine projects in San Clemente and Laguna Beach, including a couple of ADUs. No known opposition. So we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers in the report.
All right, do any commissioners object? All right, seeing none, the commission concurs. Before we take a break on the Magnolia, and then we're going to move on to the Magnolia Tank Farm item, I just wanted to let everyone know, both here in the room, down in Huntington Beach, where we have a remote location and people on Zoom, that currently we have over 70, I believe, speakers on this item. So first of all, I'd ask that people organize themselves to the extent possible if you're in a group. And I also want folks to realize that we are not going to be hearing public comment on this till this evening. I am going to leave approximately 2 hours for public comment on this. To the extent that your comments have already been said or repetitive of what others have said, I think the commission would very much appreciate you just indicating that that's the case and letting it go at that. And that way we can hear from everyone. We can hear from all the various opinions on this item, and we very much look forward to hearing those. So on that, it's almost 10:30 now. We'll come back at 10:40 and we'll begin with that item. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Sorry, yes. Oh, there was. Oh, I thought there wasn't one. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll go back to item 10 then. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Luckily, we didn't really close out that item. Yeah.
Tony Alexander
How'd you go now?
identified themselves as speaking in the room on item 10.
There's someone in the room?
They signed up as in person
Okay.
here.
I just want to apologize to you, sir. I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware there was a
I think
speaker.
I'm going to be speaking on item 11 for the Magnolia.
Oh, you're actually on item 11. Okay.
So I think so it might.
Oh, good. That
Thank you.
makes me feel better. All right. So there are no speakers. Okay, great. So in that case, we are going to move forward. I just found out someone has to move their car. So we're going to be back at 10:45. 10:45 for Magnolia Tank Farm, item 11A. Thanks. Okay, everybody, if all the commissioners could return, that would be great. Commissioners? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. We need a couple commissioners to establish a quorum. All right, commissioners. Here they are. All right, great. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm into exact times today and it's 10:45. So I'd really like to start. One thing I'd like to initially clarify, I guess I was speaking a little off the cuff and I apologize when I said we are not going to do public comment till this evening. What I meant by that is we will not be continuing public comment into the evening. We will be hearing public comment as soon as this item is presented and we hear from the applicant. We'll proceed in the normal way. I really apologize for any confusion, exactly, with that remark. And I think everybody's probably pretty clear on what I was talking about right now. So, all right, on that note, we're going to go to item 11A, the Magnolia Tank Farm local coastal program amendment, and we'll go to staff, Mr. Schwang, or Ms.
Thank you, Chair Hart. So that does take us to item 11A. There is a commission staff PowerPoint presentation.
Before we do that,
Oh.
can we go over to Javier for the translation? Chair Hart, if it's all right with you, I'd like to pass it over to Javier to do a little bit of an intro on the translation services that will be available.
Okay, that'd be great. So let me read what Mr. Padi gave me. With regard to interpretation, today we're going to be providing simultaneous and consecutive Spanish interpretation for item W11A Magnolia Tank Farm Local Coastal Program Amendment. For this reason, I ask that everyone who is participating today not to speak too fast so our interpreters can be more accurate. Now I'm going to ask our Spanish interpretation team to welcome the public in Spanish and make a brief announcement about interpretation services. And we're going to pull up a slide on Spanish interpretation. So if we can wait just a second for that. Javier, that would be great.
Great.
All right, here we are, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Javier Padilla Reyes, and I manage the Spanish and Environmental Justice programs. I will begin in Spanish, followed by English. Hola, buenos días y bienvenidos a la audiencia de la Comisión Costera de California. Hoy tendremos servicio de interpretación únicamente para el punto W11A, la solicitud de enmienda al programa costero local para el proyecto Magnolia Tank Farm. Tenemos dos opciones para escuchar y participar en esta reunión en español. Si asiste a la reunión en persona en San Rafael o la reunión remota en Huntington Beach, puede escuchar la traducción en español con unos audífonos especiales o auriculares. Los audífonos los puede encontrar en la mesa fuera de la sala de reuniones en San Rafael, o si está en Huntington Beach, hable con nuestro personal para obtenerlos. Si planea escuchar solo desde su casa, lo más simple es ver la audiencia en español usando el enlace que ve en su pantalla. Este enlace le llevará a CalSpan en español. Ahora, si va a comentar y necesita acceso por Zoom, necesitará descargar la aplicación y la plataforma de Zoom, acceder al enlace que recibió en su correo al registrarse para comentar y seleccionar el canal en español. La imagen que ve aquí muestra el icono de interpretación que aparecerá en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Oprime el botón del icono y elija español, y luego ponga en silencio el audio original. Si tiene preguntas, consulte con un miembro del personal. Si está en casa tratando de escuchar, puede enviar un correo electrónico a spanishprogram@coastal.ca.gov. Finalmente, si necesita interpretación para su comentario público, dispondrá del doble del tiempo habitual. Recuerde dejar tiempo para el intérprete que está en Huntington Beach y hable claramente. Muchas gracias. Now I will say it in English. So this is the first time we've done a remote hearing with interpretation and offered as many options in this remote way. So we have two options for listening and participating in the meeting in Spanish. So if you're attending the meeting in person in San Rafael or the remote hearing in Huntington Beach, you can listen to the Spanish translation with special headphones. If you need these headphones, go outside of the table in the meeting room here, or in Huntington Beach, you can talk to our staff. And if you plan to listen only from home, you can watch the hearing in Spanish using the link to CalSpan shown on this slide, or if you sign up to speak and have a Zoom link, follow the instructions on screen and select Spanish audio channel. So if you have questions, please email SpanishProgram@coastal.ca.gov. Finally, if you need interpretation for your public comment, you will have double the usual time, so please remember to allow time for the interpreter and speak clearly and slowly. Muchas gracias, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Javier. Really appreciate it, and I look forward to your interpreting today. All right, on that note, we'll return back to Mr. Schwang and for whoever will be making the presentation on this item.
Thank you, Chair Hart, and that will be me to start. So that does take us to item 11A, if we can bring up the staff PowerPoint. Thanks very much. So the LCP amendment before you today is the City of Huntington Beach is a request for certification of the Magnolia Tank Farm specific plan and changes to their land use plan to support the specific plan. With this amendment, the land use designation at the 29-acre site located in the southerly coastal area of the city would be changed from public, which allows facilities such as public utilities and infrastructure, schools, libraries, and similar types of uses, to 19 acres for medium density residential, 4.4 acres for commercial visitor, 2.8 acres for open space parks, and 2.8 acres for open space conservation. The zoning at the site would be changed from public, semi-public to zones that incorporate the Magnolia Tank Farm specific plan. The current land use designations addressed the previous use of the site as a fuel tank farm that supported the nearby power plant. And the proposed plan would allow up to 250 medium density residential units, a 215-room hotel, of which 40 rooms are to be lower cost, and a little under 7 acres of parks and open space. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this amendment came before this commission last July. Staff's recommendation was to deny the proposed plan based on concerns the land use change would expose new development to hazards and contribute to risks to the surrounding areas. For instance, would elevating the site lead to more significant flooding in surrounding areas? Further, there was a significant question as to whether the site could be used for infrastructure that would help the community adapt to coastal hazards, such as floodwater storage or storm drain pumps to improve the conveyance of floodwaters. Next slide, please. Additionally, there were concerns raised about whether the adjacent Ascon State Superfund site, located just north of the site, could adversely affect the Magnolia Tank Farm site and future residents. The Ascon site is a now closed landfill that received drilling waste from oil production and later industrial waste and construction debris. A remediation of that site is occurring under the jurisdiction of the Department of Toxic Substances Control. The commission subsequently continued the hearing, and the city later withdrew the amendment in order to allow time to prepare the studies necessary to answer the questions about hazards and future use of the site. As you will hear more about, the commission staff engineer worked with the city and property owner to identify the information that the study would need to address and appropriate methods to be applied in developing the study. The city then submitted the same LCP amendment it had originally adopted, along with the new technical study. Meanwhile, commission technical staff met with DTSC staff to better understand the relationship between ASCON and the MTF sites and DTSC's position that risks at ASCON are contained to that site. After discussions with DTSC staff, commission staff felt that there was not evidence to support that the development of the MTF site or changes from future sea level rise would change the containment conditions at the adjacent ASCON site in ways that created Coastal Act issues for the LCP amendment. So now I'll turn the presentation over to commission technical staff for discussion regarding the hazards. And then I'll return with discussion of the remainder of the LCPA. I'm sorry, first, but Jeremy Smith, the commission's coastal engineer, and Karen Vu, our environmental scientist in the statewide planning unit, will address questions related to the hazards.
Thanks, Carl. Good morning, commissioners. Next slide, please. Today, I'll be walking through a brief overview of the hazards context for the site, as well as summarizing some of the findings from a recent study that followed up on concerns from last year's hearing. To start, much of Southeast Huntington Beach, including the MTF site, was formerly wetlands that were drained or filled in for development. You can see the MTF site noted in this map of historic wetlands in the area on the slide above. Next slide, please. The MTF site also sits within the historic floodplain of the Santa Ana River, which has caused devastating flooding during periods of intense rainfall. Since these major flood events, the Santa Ana River and smaller historic tributaries have been significantly altered by flood control infrastructure, including the creation of flood control channels and major flood control dams upstream. Next slide, please. As with many other parts developed on historic wetlands, much of Southeast Huntington Beach is also extremely low-lying, with vast areas at elevations lower than today's king tide elevation, shown in red on the map above. However, the area does not currently flood during extreme tides because of a system of walls lining county flood control channels, which protect the area from being flooded by extreme ocean water levels and storm flows. Next slide, please. These flood control channels, shown here, were created during the subdivision and development of Huntington Beach. The MTF site sits adjacent to the Huntington Beach Channel and due west of the Talbert Channel, which join together an outlet to the Pacific Ocean. Both channels are owned and operated by OC Flood, a division within Orange County Public Works. The photo in the bottom left shows what the flood control channel walls looked like before the recently completed repairs and replacement by OC Flood. Next slide, please. The flood channel walls keep ocean and storm flow waters out of the area, but the city's drainage infrastructure drains and pumps rainfall that would otherwise be impounded within the flood walls. The city owns and operates a series of pumps within the area which collect stormwater that drains through the city's stormwater infrastructure and pump it over or through the flood walls and into the flood control channels, where it drains to the ocean. The city's stormwater system, as with many local drainage systems, uses city streets as temporary flood storage and conveyance systems when rainfall is greater than the pumps or stormwater pipes capacities can handle. Next slide, please. A year ago, at the July 2023 hearing, staff expressed concerns about the proposed land use change regarding hazards. The first was the low-lying nature of the larger Southeast Huntington Beach area and its potential to be exposed to serious flooding with the effects of climate change. The second, related concern, was uncertainty regarding the ability of the county and city flood control systems to handle and be able to adapt to increased rainfall and higher sea levels caused by climate change. The third was the change of land use and zoning at the site from public to residential and commercial. These changes would both preclude the site's use for adaptation to coastal hazards and potentially put people closer to or within areas susceptible to flooding. Next slide, please. Following the July 2023 hearing and the Commission's continuance, staff immediately started working with the city and the property owner on clarifying these questions of concern and identifying what kind of study would address those questions in an efficient and robust way. The Shop-Off team funded a study focused on the effects of climate change to flood control systems in Southeast Huntington Beach. The report was focused on identifying rainstorms, or the report was focused on identifying how the larger county and city flood control systems would respond to more intense rainstorms and higher sea levels in the future, as well as evaluating potential adaptation options to reduce flood risk and their associated trade-offs. The report is one of the first of its kind to consider at this level of detail how both higher sea levels and more intense storms will impact the performance of flood control systems. The study also synthesized information from both county and city reports, which aids both agencies' understandings of how their respective infrastructure functions as a whole, and has laid the groundwork for future adaptation planning and projects. Next slide, please. The report identified that the flood control channels are expected to continue to provide flood reduction benefits even with sea level rise and increased pumping of stormwater into the channels. A major tipping point for the flood control channels will be during extreme ocean storm surge when sea level rise exceeds 4 feet. This level of sea level rise isn't expected to occur until toward the end of this century or beyond, after the flood walls will need to be replaced based on their engineered lifetime. At that time, additional sea level rise can be considered and incorporated into flood wall design. Next slide, please. The study's assessment of the city's drainage infrastructure is groundbreaking in its consideration of both sea level rise and increased intensity of rainfall, both of which compound hazards in low-lying communities. The study found that pump stations would lose around 15% of their current capacity on average due to higher ocean water levels, which, along with a 30% increase in the intensity of today's 100-year rainfall event, would lead to increased flooding in Southeast Huntington Beach. The study also found that the existing stormwater infrastructure in this area would not meet the city's recently updated performance standards, which limits of allowable flooding no more than one foot above sidewalks. However, overall flooding from stormwater backing up within the current system of pipes and pumps is not expected to reach levels of high concern. The flooding is generally expected to stay within streets with very little flooding of buildings, even considering the effects of climate change. Additionally, the study identified potential options and meeting performance standards considering the effects of climate change and assessed their rough costs and trade-offs. Next slide, please. The study also evaluated the potential use of the MTF site for flood reduction benefits. I worked with the team to identify an alternative that would provide the most likely flood reduction benefits, which would be converting the site to an overflow flood storage basin. The consultants evaluated its benefits during a 100-year storm event with 6.7 feet of sea level rise, and the results demonstrated that the alternative would provide negligible benefits. Likewise, the consultants evaluated the MTF site's potential benefits for reducing flooding inland of the flood walls from backed up stormwater. The MTF site sits at the upstream end of the catchment area, think watershed, of this part of the city, and so for it to be able to be used as something like a wetland or park that could store peak runoff, water from further inland would have to be pumped back upstream to be stored on the site. Staff agreed that its potential benefits for use in the city's drainage system would be minimal compared to alternatives like utilizing vacant or parklands elsewhere in the city. All in all, the study provided the information staff identified in our 2023 staff report and greatly informed staff's ability to analyze the proposed land use change within the hazards-related policies of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. I'll now pass it off to Karen, who will speak about staff's suggested modifications related to coastal hazards.
Thanks, Jeremy. While the 2024 sea level rise study predicts that expected hazard risks can largely be mitigated, the fact remains that the proposed LCP amendment does not ensure that risks in this high flood hazard area is minimized, nor that the proposed new development will continue to be served with adequate public services as flooding and sea level rise worsens over time. As a result, staff have made a number of suggested modifications to the specific plan to ensure that the land use decision and the subsequent development will minimize risks both at the site and to the surrounding area. To address hazard risks to the entire Southeast Huntington Beach area, a suggested modification that requires the development of a financing mechanism, such as a special assessment district, community facilities district, or a climate resilience district, has been added to the specific plan. This suggested modification would require the property owner or developer, in coordination with the city, to create and implement a financing mechanism that would fund the Magnolia Tank Farm site's fair share of the cost to implement any necessary adaptation measures in the future. A financing mechanism provides a flexible tool for channeling benefits that accrue to landowners and their tenants into funding for sea level rise resilient infrastructure, such as flood and storm protection services or maintenance of roads and open space. It would help ensure that these costs will be spread to all properties that receive direct benefit from these improvements. Importantly, the suggested modification includes language that exempts the affordable housing units from any assessments collected through the financing mechanism, allowing these units to retain their affordability without increasing or exacerbating financial burdens to the occupants. As outlined in the 2024 study, estimated totals to improve the existing flood control channel walls and the stormwater infrastructure in this area to address anticipated sea level rise and climate change hazards will likely be costly. Creating a financing mechanism could supplement those costs. Next slide, please. To address hazard risks at the Magnolia Tank Farm site, a suggested modification was added to the specific plan that requires the implementation of specific adaptation measures at the time of project construction. The adaptation measures include raising the overall ground elevation of the interior portion of the site to address groundwater hazards, raising the building pads above the elevation of the roads on the interior portion of the site to protect residential and commercial properties from flooding, and installation of tide gates at each outlet of the Huntington Beach channel to prevent flows in the channel from entering the storm drain system at the Magnolia tank farm site. In addition to these measures, the city is required to develop an adaptation plan within 10 years of certification of this LCP amendment, as well as a timeline for implementing the measures identified in the adaptation plan. The plan shall identify priority adaptation strategies, such as installation of a new storm drain system that can capture runoff from a 100-year storm event, and the potential for maintaining or expanding the coastal conservation zone or open space buffer area adjacent to the Huntington Beach channel to accommodate future wetland migration or floodway improvements. Lastly, the specific plan contains a suggested modification to include risk disclosures and assumption of risks for all occupants on site. This will ensure that renters, lessees, and property owners will be on notice regarding the hazardous nature of the site and surrounding area to flooding, groundwater rise, and tsunami hazards. Next slide, please. In summary, Southeast Huntington Beach remains a low-lying area with a history of flooding that will be increasingly reliant on a network of built infrastructure to minimize damaging flood hazards. However, staff has concluded that the Commission now has adequate information to assess a land use change at the Magnolia tank farm site. The suggested modifications that require continued application of the best available science and advanced adaptation planning will help ensure public safety and encourage responsible development. The proposed LCP amendment, as modified, would be consistent with the hazards policies of the Coastal Act and the city's LCP. Further, this LCP amendment will lay the groundwork for much-needed adaptation planning in the southeast area of Huntington Beach. Next slide, please. I will now pass it back to Carl to discuss the rest of the suggested modifications.
Thank you. So as you've heard, your technical staff, along with the city and landowner, have invested significant time and resources to address the key land use questions. At the same time, district and statewide staff have been working with the city and landowner to address deficiencies in the original plan and to incorporate various enhancements the city and landowner have agreed to. To make the improvements to the plan, suggested modifications have been developed to bring the specific plan into conformance with the Coastal Act and the LCP amendment, and to incorporate the various elements offered by the city and the property owner. Affordable housing was a topic of considerable discussion at the last hearing, although on-site affordable housing was not included in the original plan approved by the city. That plan only requires payment of an in lieu fee. The city and property owner are now offering to provide on-site affordable housing, some of which would be available to employees of the future on-site hotel. As reflected in the suggested modifications, a minimum of 20% of the 250 residential units at the site must be affordable. And of that 20%, a minimum of 50% will be offered to qualifying employees of the on-site hotel on a first right of refusal basis. The affordable units will remain deed-restricted affordable units at the MTF site for a minimum of 75 years. The city's proposal to require a substantial portion of the total units be affordable and made available to employees aligns with many Coastal Act policies, including Section 30604, which requires the Commission to encourage housing opportunities for persons of low and moderate income, and other Coastal Act policies, such as those relating to public access, visitor serving uses, and minimization of vehicle miles traveled. The changes regarding affordable housing on the site are included in the recommended suggested modifications to the land use plan and the specific plan, and are primarily found in Exhibit 15 under Section 3.8 of that plan. Next slide, please. So as approved by the city, the specific plan included a hotel with 215 rooms, including 175 market rate rooms and 40 lower cost. However, that proposal was not consistent with Coastal Act policies protecting lower cost overnight accommodations. The new proposal reflected in the suggested modifications is for at least 25% of the hotel units to be lower cost, meaning a total of 54 lower cost rooms provided on site instead of 40. And the city and developer have also agreed to modify the method by which they determine the lower cost rate to be changed such that those rates would be truly lower cost in both the local and statewide contexts. And again, those changes can be found in Exhibit 14 and 15 of to the staff report. Next slide, please. So another significant change from the prior proposal is the increase in public park area from 2.8 acres to 4 acres. This increased park area will be located along the flood control channel and Magnolia Marsh, extending from the visitor serving commercial on-site hotel area to the northern property line. This means the expanded park will be located such that there will be public scenic views toward the ocean of the marsh. The hotel site will also offer retail, dining, and other publicly accessible areas. As another enhancement, a public trail will run from Magnolia Street through the commercial visitor hotel area and Marsh Park to the northern property line, allowing unobstructed public scenic views of the marsh along the property's entire marsh frontage. There will also be a 70-foot wide conservation buffer between the hotel site and Marsh Park and the flood control channel to ensure the development will be set back adequately for the protection of Magnolia Marsh ESHA. And the suggested modifications contain various requirements regarding the trail width, uses in the conservation and park areas, including measures to protect the marsh from adverse lighting effects. Next slide, please. And there are a variety of other notable coastal access and recreational enhancements that are part of the agreed upon changes to the plan. These include an outreach program provided as a partnership between the hotel operator and the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy to offer marsh tours and interpretive programs. These tours and programs will be available to the general public with outreach specifically directed to disadvantaged communities. Provisions for public parking, pedestrian, and bicycle use on the MTF site's interior loop road is also included, and a prohibition on any gated or guarded entry or preferential parking districts or other means of discouraging public access at the site. And last, there's expanded public parking along Magnolia Street and Hamilton Avenue. And with regard to this public street parking, staff is recommending people be able to park for at least 5 hours between 6 and 10 p.m. and at least 3 hours from 10 to 6. These parking spaces are within walking distance of the beach, and the current time limitation of no more than 2 hours adversely impacts public beach access. So these on-site street spaces could also be used to support the access to the public amenities on the MTF site. Next slide, please. So the city is generally in support of the staff recommendation, although they may have comments about the timing of the parking on Magnolia Street, and the property owner is in agreement with the staff recommendation. So I would note that there is a staff report addendum with changes with responses to issues that weren't previously addressed in the staff report, but there were no changes to the suggested modifications or the staff recommendation. So staff is recommending approval of the LCP amendment only if modified as suggested. The motions to adopt the staff rec begin on page 9 of the staff report, and that concludes the staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Swing, Mr. Smith, Ms. Vu. Really appreciate all your hard work on this. I'm now going to turn to the commission and ask for ex partes. So let's just start with Commissioner. Can you just let me know if you have one? Commissioner Geary? You need a minute? Okay. Commissioner Cummings, are you ready to go?
bringing it up right now as well. But I do have it.
Can I ask council while you're doing that, to what extent are commissioners required to, read the content of the ex parte? Can you just review that? Because we have new commissioners. I think it's helpful.
Sure, they need to provide a complete description of the communication.
Regardless of when it was.
So no, sorry, I thought you were asking about the content. So if the ex parte happened within the last 7 days, then it must be disclosed on the mic here at the hearing. If it was more than 7 days ago and they submitted the form on time, then it does not need to be disclosed on the mic right now because it is already in the record in writing.
And so in that case, all of the content is on file and does not need to be read into the record. So it's
Correct.
only those that have occurred within the last 7 days.
That's correct.
So if that makes sense to the commissioners, I think it's helpful.
What about 7 days on the dot?
Then you
Goes-
should disclose here now.
Okay. So 7 days ago was the 3rd. So that gives you July 3rd. So that gives you a little perspective. All righty. Commissioner Cummings.
Okay. I have 2 ex partes that are on file. One was with Assemblymember Gail Pellerin. The other one was with Steve Castaneda, Andrew Gonzalez, and Manny Pinero. And then I did have an ex parte yesterday morning, and I'm happy to read that. And so yesterday morning via Zoom, I had an ex parte with Susan Jordan from California Coastal Protection Network, Charming Evelyn, Sierra Club Water Committee co-chair, and Laura Walsh, surf rider. Susan and Jordan informed me that she had sent over 2 documents regarding the Magnolia Tank Farm, which was a letter from the Department of Toxic Substances Control Board and a study conducted by Integral Consulting. She informed me about the history of the surrounding the developer beginning to lobby this project in 2019, that they spent about $220,000 on lobbying. The LCP amendment is the first document that is being reviewed to allow the project to move forward. At the initial meeting, the city and developer talked about many benefits, but these were not included in the agreement. As a result, the city could potentially do whatever they wanted to with the funding for the benefits. The city resubmitted the exact same LCP amendment with the addition of the sea level rise study in February of 2024. Coastal staff had to add the benefits to the LCP amendment so that they would be codified in the agreement. While they appreciate the suggested modifications, their group does not think the benefits go far enough. The major concern is the fact that they are building housing next to a Superfund site, and they can't believe that putting housing next to a Superfund site would be considered. The group would like to see the site fully remediated before there's any construction. They also informed me that there hadn't been a sea level rise vulnerability study conducted, and that there won't be a study conducted until after the remediation work is done. There's also been no analysis of PFAS at the Ascon or Magnolia Tank Farm sites. Currently, the minimum setback from Ascon is 15 feet, but they think it should be 100 feet. While she does not think the project should be approved, the modifications would help. Charming Evelyn spoke about how to qualify for affordable housing. You would need to make about 75,000. That means that many of the low-income hotel workers will be competing for the housing with higher income earners. She expressed that the housing should be for very low-income people. They truly want to help support those workers. She also highlighted that the developer's intent will be to sell the housing and had concerns about how the affordability will be enforced. Huntington Beach is also putting forward a ballot measure that would have members of the public vote on these kinds of projects and questions why it's moving forward when there's an initiative that will be going before the people. She also highlighted that the wastewater treatment plant and power plant exude harmful chemicals in addition to the Ascon containment issues. One of the major issues of concern as well is the fact that the groundwater is contaminated and that over time the water can potentially move, especially given that the site will experience sea level rise. She expressed that if the developer truly wanted to provide affordable housing for hotel workers, they should make some of their other properties available and build affordable housing in a safer environment. Susan Jordan again highlighted that their experts identified at the perimeter of the Ascon Superfund site that the clay layer is almost absent, which would make the adjacent area more susceptible to contamination should the groundwater mobilize. Currently, the groundwater is moving north, but that is the result of pumping in the flood zone. Historically, the flow is towards the ocean. And while the groundwater can't be used for drinking, there are other concerns that can be mobilized as a result of sea level rise through flooding. Charming Evelyn highlighted that Pit F goes beyond the aquifer. If the site were a wetland, it would buffer against flooding from storms and the impacts of sea level rise. If the project is to move forward, it should only do so after testing and site remediation. Silty clays can also become liquefied. As a result, it should be required to have a hard foundation. Currently, there are air monitors distributed throughout the community to monitor air quality, which suggests that there's concern about toxic chemicals contaminating the air in the community. Overall, the modifications they would like to see include affordable housing be in perpetuity, 100-foot setback from the ASCON site. Affordable housing needs to be interspersed amongst other housing. A need for annual monitoring reports and construction and approval of CDP should only occur after the ASCON site has been fully remediated. And that concludes my ex parte.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an ex parte on July 3rd at 2 p.m. with Ann Moore, Rick Bates, representing Unite Here, Ed Munford, the developer, Danielle Wilson from Unite Here, myself, and my assistant Rand Faruco. We went over a presentation that Mr. Munford shared with us, ranging from basically an overview of the project that addressed the impacts of sea level rise, affordable housing program details, the Aspen Superfund site, the park usage, the trails, the interpretive signage that they're planning on putting. So basically an overview of the entire project. Unite Here, Danielle Wilson also had comments about how supportive they are of this project, especially around the affordable housing elements of the project and how important housing in the coastal zone is for workers as they are unable to afford to live at the coast. And then on July 9th at 1:05 p.m., I also received a phone call from Carol Kim from the San Diego Building Trades. She mentioned she was calling in reference to the Magnolia Tank Farm project. She said how great of a collaboration the building trades and the service worker union Unite Here have been working together in Orange County, which is not usually the case. They're in alignment in support of this project. She also mentioned how this project will bring much needed jobs, both construction jobs and for service industry workers as well, and asked that I support the project. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right. Anyone else here on my left? All right. Commissioner Cummings?
Yeah, I forgot I did have a ex parte on the 2nd. It was from Manny Pinero around 2:30 p.m. via phone, and he just said that he was calling on behalf of, as a representative of the Monterey Bay Building Construction Trades Council, he was calling on behalf of his counterparts in Southern California, relaying a message that they asked that I support the staff recommendation. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, I'll turn to my right then and start with Commissioner Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an ex parte on July 3rd at 1:30 p.m. via Zoom with Shop Off Realty Investments. On the call, myself, obviously, Stephen Logan, Ed Mountford, Susan McCabe, and Ann Blemker. And we spoke about this project and the proposed revisions. We went over the 3 main issues of concern identified by commissioners. Particularly, we talked about the proposed affordable housing program. I asked some questions about the terms and length of the restrictions. We talked about the potential, as my colleagues have said, potential impacts of being next to the OSCON site, and particularly how hard they worked with commission staff and that they are in agreement with the suggested modifications. It was a short meeting. And then yesterday, very briefly, I spoke via phone with Susan Jordan. And similar to my colleagues, we talked about her concern about the proximity to the OSCON site, doesn't support the project, but agrees that the modifications are an improvement, and particularly supports the proposed modifications that were sent in, and that the site needed to be remediated before building began. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just want to clarify that normally I do not take ex partes. It is listed as such on the website. But I decided on this one, since it is an important project and complicated, that I would do so. So the first one I had was with Susan Jordan on July 3rd at 3 o'clock for 45 minutes. And it was substantially what Commissioner Cummings said, in fact, almost verbatim, and also what's in their letter that is now on file. So I won't go through that one. And then on July 8th at 2 p.m., I had about a 20 to 30-minute call with Ann Blemker, David Nish, Ed Mountfort, and they were very complimentary of staff's work on this, in particular, Mr. Smith. They thought he had done such a fantastic job and really helped everybody to get on board for what needed to be done. Let's see, they went over the 3 issues of sea level rise, affordable housing, the amount and placement of it, because that was what was of greatest concern during our hearing a year ago. I asked a couple of questions. I said, has the remediation plan proven effective over the lifetime of building use on any other sites that they knew of? I asked for an example, and I was particularly referring to that membrane over the clay, because I know when you put a membrane under your grass to keep the weeds out, they break. And they didn't actually have an example, but they were going to check with DTSC and see if there were some that could be cited. I asked which way would the toxins be pushed by the flow of the groundwater, and they said it would flow up towards the high school, not towards the tank farm. So I hope Huntington Beach is checking the high school. And I said, do the conditions of remediation and monitoring run with the land? And they said, absolutely. Then my third and final ex parte was on, I don't know, I think it was the next day, June, maybe July 9th. I'm gonna write it down. Sorry, it was about 3 p.m. It was very short. It was only about 10 minutes. It was instigated by Mr. Vargas, Mr. Mark Vargas, who said he was a consultant to United Here. On the call, Denny Zane, Danielle Wilson, Francis Engler, and Christina Navarro, all from United Here. I explained to them that I had already read the staff report. I'd already had ex parte with the applicant, so I asked that they just stick to their issues. What's his name? Mr. Engler kind of took over the call. He insisted on talking about the Ocean Avenue project in Santa Monica and how that was some kind of model for this one. And I kept asking him, please, to refer only to Huntington Beach. Santa Monica was concluded already and was not, in my mind, similar, since the employees were not given any chance to live on that property. He refused to talk about anything but Santa Monica, as far as I could tell, so I terminated the communication. So it was only about a 10-minute call. And that concludes my ex partes.
Thank you, Commissioner Bochco. All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, let's see. I received a call from Jeff Honarlock of Operating Engineers number 3, July 8th, which I guess was yesterday, 3:21 p.m. He said, amongst other things we talked about, but he said he wanted to talk about this issue. I said I don't take ex partes for the North Coast, and that ended that conversation.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Except for the North Coast, excuse me, only the North Coast.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Bochco, your mic's on, just so you know. Your mic's still on. Just so you know, I just saw the light. All right, as for myself, I did have 3 ex partes. 2 of them were outside the 7-day period with Unite Here as a group, as well as with the applicant as a group. However, I did have 1 ex parte with Ms. Jordan representing California Coastal Protection Alliance. With regard to that, it's essentially very similar to the very complete description that Commissioner Cummings gave, that there were 3 primary issues: ASCON, sea level rise, and environmental justice. And there were a number of things discussed that are identical to Commissioner Cummings. And I would say that the takeaway was their very strong recommendation that remediation occur prior to breaking ground or construction on the site. So those are mine. They are all on file. And on that note, seeing no others, I'm going to open the public hearing at this time. Could I ask how many speakers we do have here and on Zoom and in Huntington Beach?
Okay, in the room here, we have 17. In Huntington Beach, we have 19. And on Zoom, 43.
Okay, doke. So as I mentioned earlier, we do, and it's now, yeah. Did someone say something? I'm sorry. Okay, so we have a number of speakers. So what we're going to do is we'll start with the speakers here in the room. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll start with a council member who I understand is wanting to speak to us from Huntington Beach. Is that correct?
Jennifer Villaseñor.
Council member Villaseñor.
I don't know if they're a council member, but that's the only person from Huntington Beach who is.
Is there?
Oh,
any
okay.
from-
Okay, Casey McKeon, it looks like is the council member. And they're being moved in as a panelist now. from
Okay,
Zoom.
so we'll hear from the council member, then I'll discuss with you how I want to proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Casey McKeon. I'm a city council member for Huntington Beach. But more importantly, I'm a resident of Southeast Huntington Beach. And speak to you today both as a council member and a private citizen. I actually live very close to the Magnolia Tank Farms property, and I want to express my agreement with the staff report's recommendation to not approve the Magnolia Tank Farms Local Coastal Program Amendment request for reasons outlined in the staff report. I mentioned this earlier at the previous meeting, but this area already floods every rainy season. It will only be exacerbated if an elevated development is constructed here. And most importantly, I just simply cannot fathom rezoning this property to allow a more resident-heavy use, with its location being adjacent to the ASCON Superfund contaminated site, which will never be fully remediated, and adjacent to an industrial power plant, let alone adjacent to the precious wetlands. And most importantly, the question is not if, ASCON can hurt the tank farm project, but rather, can this tank farm development disrupt ASCON and contribute to an uncontrolled hazardous material release? The ASCON waste is still below ground with 2 active wells and 1 capped. And there's already been hazardous releases in the past that occurred in 2003, with another event in 2019 classified as an odor or gases release that put the community basically upside down. It was pretty horrific, with some of that odor going actually over to the high school pool and a film on top of the water. And so I just would be curious where the analysis is that the tank farms development excavation will not disrupt ASCON, especially with the southerly water flow. And then also, like, who's going to fund the pump stations and the infrastructure to mitigate the flooding? As I mentioned before, and the city does not have this in our budget. So I'm curious how all this infrastructure is going to be funded and paid for. And lastly, just our community in this has already endured so many challenges in this part of our city. And in my opinion, this local coastal program amendment request as written will only compound those challenges. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, council member. So were you speaking on your own behalf or in your role as a city council member, or both?
I'd say both, but I say more as a private resident and private citizen living there. But I have concerns as a council member, of course, with everything I read. So I think to answer your question, I'd say both.
All right. And will you be available throughout the hearing? Because there might be questions from commissioners
Sure.
later in the day. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. So are there any other public officials that wish to speak? All right. So the way I want to approach this is we have 2 groups that are essentially in person, 17 here and 19 in Huntington Beach. And among those groups, how many do we have that are Spanish speaking?
10, at least 10.
In Huntington Beach or here?
Both. So we've got about 6 here Looks like four, at least four in Huntington Beach, depending on how
Okay,
the thing goes. And then there's, looks like one, two on Zoom.
all right. So why don't we proceed? We'll begin with the Spanish people the folks that speak Spanish here. For those folks, because the time is doubled, I'm going to start out with 1 minute and 1 minute for interpretation. So we'll begin with the Spanish speakers here in the room. Yes.
Chair Hart, before we do move to public comment, we should offer an opportunity for the city and the applicant
Oh,
to
of
present.
course. Thank you so much for that. I'm so focused on the number of public commenters. I didn't open it up for our formal presentations. All right. So we're going to start with the local government applicant, which is going to be the city. And I understand that they're going to be presenting with the applicant, Shopov. And how much, when you come up, I'm hearing that you would like 10 minutes. So maybe you, for your initial presentation, but you could let me know. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Coastal Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Villaseñor. I am the Director of Community Development for the city. As you know, the city
Ms.
approved.
Villaseñor, before you start, can I ask how much time do you want for the group presentation initially?
About
10 minutes, and then
yeah.
you're going to reserve 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Sure.
And that's for yourselves, the city and the applicant.
Correct.
Okay, great. So 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Go
So,
ahead.
as you know, the city approved the Magnolia Tank Farm LCP amendment in January of 2021, and we're happy to be in front of the commission today for consideration. First, I want to thank the commission for all of the work and thoughtful consideration each of you put into this project, as well as the work you put in and month out for the coast of California. When Magnolia Tank Farm LCP was before the commission a year ago, we took with us clear direction regarding issues the commission wanted to address in order to approve a project at Magnolia Tank Farm. Within a week, the city's team, the city's applicant, Shopov, and your commission staff got to work. Under the leadership of Executive Director Dr. Kate Hucklebridge and Deputy Director Carl Schwing, and the work of the commission staff, Jeremy Smith, Karen Vu, Brittany Cozzolino, Aubrey Yost, and of course Meg Vaughn, who we've enjoyed working with for many years. We believe all of the issues have been addressed, and I wanted to thank the staff for the tremendous amount of work they put in, and Dr. Hucklebridge again for keeping the project moving and really showing excellent leadership on this project and leading the way. The staff presentation, I think, did a great job of covering everything. And so I just wanted to let you know that myself and Ricky Ramos, our planning manager, who led this project on the city side and has been working on this project since 2017, are here to address any questions the commission have for the city. Lastly, I'll just quickly highlight the affordable housing piece, since it's really a significant part of the project and could really serve, if this project is approved, as a model for future affordable housing projects in the coastal zone, which, as we all know, is very difficult to produce due to high land costs, construction costs, and the availability of land due to environmental considerations such as coastal hazards. Back in July, the commission was looking for strong affordable housing assurances in the LCP. And what many people don't know is that the city has a very robust affordable housing program. We've actually had inclusionary housing policies in place for over 25 years. And as a result, the city proudly has a portfolio of over several thousand affordable housing units in the city, which is one of the top affordable housing programs in the county of Orange. And we're quite proud of that fact. We're quite experienced with both writing affordable housing policy and as well as on the implementation side. So we were happy that the Coastal Commission staff let us work very closely with them in crafting the language. And you'll see that the affordable housing language in the specific plan, we feel confident it will achieve the affordable housing goals the commission envisioned for this project last July when we got that direction. With that, that concludes the city's comments. And again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Villaseñor. My name is Stephen Logan with Shop Off Realty Investments. Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners for having us here today. First, I'd like to start off and thank staff for all their hard work over the past year. When we came to this commission about a year ago in July, and we had a presentation, and from that presentation, we left with three clear direction on things that we needed to study, which was adequately and very significantly addressed in the staff report, with sea level rise and flooding within the southeastern Huntington Beach, the Ascon site adjacent to the property, and the viability of housing and lodging at Magnolia Tank Farm site, and the details of the affordable housing on site and how that would be beneficial not only for the city of Huntington Beach, but also for the workers at the lodging. The hard and intense work by the commission staff in partnership with ShopOff and the city of Huntington Beach outlines these items very succinctly and accurately in the staff report in which ShopOff Realty Investments supports today. We have experts here today to answer questions on the commission may have regarding sea level rise. John McCarthy with Q3 Consulting and David Canyon with Anchor QEA to discuss sea level rise and the flooding analysis completed. Mauricio Escobar with Rue Environmental Engineering to address questions with ASCON and the viability of housing on the site. And Alexa Washburn, who's a partner with ours on National Core, to discuss the affordable housing on site and any issues or questions that might arise and how that housing is going to be implemented in the future once it's established. And so this project not only addresses the growing needs for housing in the state, but also addresses the need for housing in the urban coastal areas. I'd also like to thank our supporters with the building trades and Unite Here for supporting us through this effort to get us to today. You know, the economic benefits Mr. Shopoff will discuss in a second are also beneficial not only for the city, but the county and for the state. In partnership with the city of Huntington Beach and staff, we are in full support of the staff recommendations and modifications sent for you today, and thank you very much for considering.
Thanks, Mr. Logan.
Continue with brevity here. Thank you, Chair Hart and fellow commissioners. I'm Bill Shopoff, President and CEO of Shopoff Realty Investments. I just want to thank all of those that have been involved in this project to date, but especially the Coastal Commission staff, who I know spent timeless and thorough effort in reviewing this project. I just want to point out a couple things. I know they've been talked about, but I'm super proud of what I think is a really innovative project component, which is the affordable housing and linking that to employment. I think that's a strong precedent, and hopefully others will follow it. I'm not sure anybody else has done that in the coastal zone, and I'm very proud to be a part of that. Also, the affordable lodging, which is something that we came forward with initially, and now we've moved from 40 units to 25% of the lodging. There's significant economic benefits there in the report. I'm not going to go into great detail on that, but we are again providing valuable housing to coastal Orange County, both at market rate and affordable. There'll be hundreds of millions of dollars for the workforce in building 250 homes and apartments, as well as the 215 key hotel, as well as ample open space. We are in agreement with the staff recommendation for approval with the conditions set forth, and I, as well as the other consultants, will be here available for any questions or rebuttal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shopoff. All right, so we've heard now from the city and the applicant. There's now a group of opponents to the project that I am going to ask to step forward and ask who will be leading that and what is the time that you like. Who do you have listed, Bill, for that?
We have Ray Heimstra, Laura Walsh, Charming Evelyn, and Susan Jordan. Looks like Laura is the only one in the room here and the rest are on Zoom. So I'll.
Okay, so that's fine. So Laura, do you want to outline how you want to proceed?
Yeah, Ray is going to speak and Charming, and then I'll come up and then Susan Jordan, but we're all the same PowerPoint.
All right, and so you're asking for 20 minutes total?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Ray Heimstra.
Good morning, commissioners. My name, I'm waiting for my presentation to come up.
Give us just a minute to bring it up.
All right. Great. Next slide, please. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Ray Heimstra, and I'm the Associate Director of Orange County Coastkeeper. I'll start off by speaking about the multiple risks that this project faces and why these issues make this location the wrong place for this project. Coastkeeper is not opposed to housing or development in general. In fact, this is the first time in our 25-year history that we've opposed a development in its entirety. As you've heard me say before, this project is proposed to be built in a flood zone, subject to sea level rise on an earthquake fault next to a toxic waste dump. While good engineers can overcome problems, the combination of issues facing this project make the risks too high. There's still a lot of uncertainty regarding the risks at this site and the cost to mitigate them. The existing residential area was built before we knew the risks. We should not make that mistake again. Next slide, please. Let's start with what we know. The surrounding neighborhood are subject to flooding. Examples of that flooding during a normal storm are shown in the photos on this slide. The top photo with the dog on the surfboard is Magnolia Street right in front of the project site. The floodwater is over the curb and past the 6-foot sidewalk. The bottom photo is of the tank farm site, and you can see that it holds a lot of water. In fact, they had to quit storing vehicles on most of the site due to water depth. Building on this site will put that water into the adjacent neighborhood, raising the risk of structural damage. A 2018 study estimated it would take $76 million in improvements to the area to address existing flooding. Add on the tank farm project along with sea level rise, and the 2024 Q3 study commissioned by the developer estimates another $170 million will be needed for pump station upgrades. That adds up to $246 million. That's without the flood wall upgrades that also going to be needed to protect the project. The staff recommendation suggests adding an assessment district to the project to pay for their fair share of protection. If enacted, the city will likely include all homes in the area, not just the project homes. Assuming 3,000 homes are included, each home would need to pay a $330 assessment every month for 20 years to raise the needed funds. That's not going to happen. Next slide, please. The Ascon toxic waste dump is another unknown risk. The site is unremediated and will never be fully cleaned up, just capped. That leaves it vulnerable to both sea level rise and earthquake impacts. There's been no pumping study to show that the chemicals from Ascon will not seep into the groundwater, and no guarantee that current groundwater flows will remain the way they are, as pumping in the area will likely change. No sea level rise study will be done until the capping is done. There may also be risks from chemicals on the site we aren't even aware of yet. Not long ago, the PFAS family of chemicals were thought to be harmless. Now we know they're very dangerous. Neither the Ascon tank farm site or the Magnolia have been tested for PFAS, and who knows what other unknown threats are there. The capping of the Ascon site has been a disaster, with the project on hold since 2019, and mobile air testing stations set up in local neighborhoods. The proposed conditions of deed warnings and methane protection of homes are just more evidence of the uncertainty and the risks. Next slide, please. There are many good reasons to oppose this project. The main thing is that we need to focus on not approving any construction until Ascon is fully done. And then we need to look at the site as a wetland, not just a detention basin. That was not looked at all. Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker in the group.
I believe that's Charming Evelyn, who's also in as a Zoom panelist.
Might actually be me first, if that's okay. We can
Sure.
Go to the next slide.
Just don't want to use up your time in between.
Yeah. We go to the next slide, please. Yeah. I'm Laura with Surfrider. There's just no way to justify this project from a scientific perspective. It gets sea level rise adaptation wrong, and it gets it wrong to such an extreme degree. It's completely shocking that we're talking about building here. We're talking about developing a site that actively floods today. We're talking about avoiding that flood risk by turning the project site into an island, which will actively flood the surrounding residential areas. And most significantly, we're talking about that displaced water potentially being full of toxic waste when it enters people's homes and garages. Next slide, please. This site floods today, and it will flood tomorrow. Storms, of course, are increasing in intensity, and flooding in this kind of low-lying area is only going to get worse. The project is proposing to side-skirt hazards that everybody agrees exist in building on this area by turning itself into an island, in turn throwing the entire surrounding community that's sitting within the toxic triangle under the bus. This project will reduce the permeability of the area, displacing water, and will also add pressure to local drainage systems. It will contribute to flooding of surrounding sites which remain low-lying, and access and services to those sites will be at risk. The LCP requires new development to be accessible and serviceable with utilities, so this is contrary to the LCP. Next slide, please. I want to also point out that even given the acknowledged hazards, the staff report's sea level rise projections are underestimates. The modeling used does not account for the fact that under higher sea level rise scenarios, the ASCON and MTF sites will become islands, making floodwaters around them deeper. It also doesn't account for the potential for the nearby Talbot Channel mouth to be closed, which could affect stormwater damage and cause compounding flooding. Next slide, please. Of course, the word that should chill everybody's spines today is groundwater. The site lies over a tidally influenced aquifer within historic wetlands, and the staff report already estimates current groundwater depths to be either emergent or very shallow. This is illustrated in the staff report as groundwater depths that read as negative, meaning they are above sea level. More sea level rise will cause groundwater to increase in elevation, daylighting at the site, and inundation. Groundwater emergence could remobilize known toxins, some of which Ray talked about at the ASCON plant. And the applicant states that a clay or silt layer will be confining at ASCON, but this has not been truly assessed in light of sea level rise, and it's reasonable to assume toxins can transfer across aquifers. What's most frustrating about this project is that the coastal hazard risks to the entire area are already desperately obvious. This area of Huntington Beach will need expensive upgrades to the complicated system of channels and drainage infrastructure they already have to stay safe. And instead of focusing on those upgrades and taking advantage of a land opportunity to increase adaptive capacity, this project dramatically adds to the burden before the financing is really there. This is burden that, if great enough, will unleash toxins in residential communities. Therefore, we find this unacceptable. Charming's up. Thank you.
Looks like it's going to be Susan.
Susan,
Or
Charming, Evelyn, and then Susan Jordan.
Okey-doke. Ms. Evelyn?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you're on.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Charming Evelyn for Sierra Club. I chair the Water Committee and Vice Chair of the Environmental and Social Justice Committee. For the record, I want to say we all support affordable housing. Next slide, please. We all believe people should be able to live close to where they work, not have 2-hour commutes. Sierra Club and myself, we have supported Unite Hair Local 11 at LA City Council, and we have supported and campaigned for Measure ULA and won as well. Being supportive of unions and affordable housing is not in doubt here today. When contacted by Unite Hair Local 11 about this project, I said we cannot support you in this project as it would not be beneficial to the health of your workers, and I explained why. This development would be within the toxic triangle zone of an unremediated California Superfund site, the AES power plant, and the Orange County sewage recycling facility. Workers would be continuously bombarded with exposure to cancer-causing chemicals in the air, soil, and water. Sierra Club cannot support placing families in a cancer cluster that could affect future generations. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at some of the airborne contaminants from the toxic triangle. From ASCON, we have noxious sulfuric fumes and particulate matter that require 24/7 air monitors in schools, parks, and the neighborhoods. DTSC has put the off-site cancer risk at 99%. Special filters are required to combat air pollution in perpetuity, even after remediation. The community constantly complains of physical symptoms resulting from the remediation work and orders, so DTSC had to halt remediation work in 2019 after receiving violations from the South Coast Air Quality Management District. Power plants emit carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, methane, mercury, and other pollutants, again, cancer-causing. Sewage treatment plants generate hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and volatile organic compounds. Compounds such as formaldehyde and toluene and tetrachloroethylene, all again are cancer-causing, and these are also emitted. Next slide, please. Let's talk about soil and groundwater contaminants from the ASCON site. And let's remember that dust is the top layer of soil. DTSC failed the community of Exide. and we cannot afford for them to make the same mistake here. Contamination migration of Exide has spread between 1.7 to 5 miles from ground zero. And DTSC has not performed an off-site analysis as yet. They are waiting for remediation to be completed. We cannot let that happen with the Magnolia Tank Farm site. Signs are currently posted warning residents and visitors about dust and soil pollution. The soil contains arsenic, chromium, copper, lead, mercury, nickel, and all of these are actually in the staff report as well. Pit F contained non-oil field waste described as thick, sticky, black to brown, and odorous. This waste matter has impacted underlying native soils, including groundwater saturated soils underneath the fine-grained silty clay layer beneath the site. DTSC claims that the contaminated water cannot migrate because of the silty clay. However, it is obvious that the water has migrated because water will always find a path to move in any direction, especially if you add in outside factors as groundwater pumping, sea level rise, seawater intrusion, and earth movement. And all of these natural phenomena outside of earthquakes, and we are in an earthquake zone. We are also in a tsunami zone in that area. The groundwater, like the soil, contains cancer-causing compounds such as benzene and its derivatives, triethylene benzene, dichlorobenzene, ethyl benzene, isopropyl benzene. Water and soil contaminants do not seek permission to travel, and all risks to human life and future health must be taken into consideration. Adding a 10 to 15-foot setback is totally ridiculous. Contaminated dust, particles have no boundaries. Next slide, please. Under the specific plan, the developer was not required to build any affordable housing. Yet, the specific plan requires 10% affordable housing or pay an in-lieu fee to meet the housing obligation. Kind of defeats the purpose, don't you think?
Charming, one sec. Do we have the next slide or is that?
Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
The specific plan does not include a provision for rental housing and specifies that all residential units on the site would be for sale only. Neither the specific plan or the city's development agreement stipulates affordable rental units be set aside for the hotel's unionized workforce. 6 projects offer open space and recreational benefits described, but only 4 are at the discretion of the city and not guaranteed to materialize. I then leave commissioners with a few questions. Why doesn't the developer offer low-income and affordable housing at one of his other projects, such as the proposed Bolsa Pacific at Westminster? Why is the city of Huntington Beach asking for a zoning change for this project, while at the same time proposing a charter amendment that would require a public vote on projects of these types that are environmentally sensitive or in environmentally sensitive areas? The City of Huntington Beach Charter Section 803 bans the city from implementing or enforcing any price controls on sales or rental of real property. What would enforcement look like? Who pays for this enforcement? Why should the commission approve this project when the city of Huntington Beach has opposed so many other truly affordable options? Example, Beach Boulevard Integer Corridor Project. Is it because this is for people of color, low-income workers? Is it because historically it is acceptable to place people of color in harm's way? We really must take a closer look at this because this stinks of racism and segregation and redlining. And we cannot afford to say we support a project that puts people of color and low-income people in harm's way. Susan is next. Thank you.
Go ahead, Susan.
Can you hear me? I just want to make sure before I start talking.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm not used to testifying remotely. Commissioners, Susan Jordan, California Coastal Protection Network. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. To start, there's many reasons to reject this. To start, it's in an area and on a parcel that is already experiencing the impacts of sea level rise. Not in the future, but now. Most every time there is an intense rainfall or storms, it's impacted. And we know it's only going to get worse over time, but how quickly is unknown. What is known is that once built, there will be major costs borne to protect this development, but we don't exactly know who's going to bear those costs. Next slide. And if that's not argument enough, this housing is going to be built directly next to an unremediated California Superfund site. No matter how hard I try, it is this singular idea that I cannot get past, that anyone in this day and age would think it acceptable to deliberately build housing next to an unremediated toxic waste dump, where the minimum setback from the nearest house is proposed to be just 15 feet, probably the distance between where you're sitting and the podium. And as you can see, the two parcels are separated by a chain link fence. I say no to anyone having an unremediated toxic site next to their backyard. That's the kind of bad decision-making that we have spent years trying to stop. We should not be allowing it to happen here. Next slide. Nor am I confident that the devastating contamination at the Ascon site is going to stay put on the Ascon site and not migrate to other locations, including the MTF site, regardless of what DTS says, especially since they did not conduct a sea level rise vulnerability assessment for the Ascon site or the MTF site before they signed off on an unrestricted residential development for the latter. And as for the housing, why is it only for 75 years? Where will it be placed? Clustered in one area, closest to the Superfund site? Next slide. We applaud staff's efforts to present you with suggested modifications that will translate the developer's much promoted benefits into legally enforceable requirements. But we don't believe these modifications go far enough. And while we oppose the approval of this LCP amendment, we felt it was critical to provide additional modifications for your consideration, and you should have each received a copy of them this morning. Next slide. At the top of the list has to be the requirement that no construction of the homes begin before the remedial work at the Ascon Superfund site is completed and verified. We believe there are enough questions about the viability of the clay silt layer that it's supposed to be a key impediment to the future spread of contaminants to justify that requirement. But it could also be a voluntary commitment made by the developer and the city in the best interest of future residents. Notification of the potential dangers is nice, but it's not enough. And given that DTSC plans to restart and complete the remedial work in the summer or fall of 2026, this timeline seems reasonable. Next slide. Require that the construction of the housing be delayed until DTSC has conducted sea level rise vulnerability assessments to better understand the impact that foreseeable climate change hazards will have or may have already had on the MTF and Ascon sites. Next slide. And when it comes to the affordable housing on site, which we applaud, if only this project was in a different location, we would like to see it deed restricted in perpetuity, not limited to 75 years, dispersed throughout the property, not clustered in one area, in close proximity to the Superfund site, with minimum setbacks of 100 feet or more, which I still feel is entirely unacceptable. The clarity on this is really important because, as the developer stated at the July 2023 hearing, he does not intend to hold on to the residential portion of this site. He stated that he did not consider himself a long-term owner of that portion of the project. That is why it's absolutely essential that these things pin down and that we're not exposing people to what we know is unremediated toxins. We're not living in that day and age anymore. This is the future we're talking about and people's health. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jordan. Does that conclude that group?
It does. Thank you
Okay.
very much for having us and allowing us to testify.
Very much appreciated, and the commission was handed out the document. Is that also online or available to the public in any way? Okay, is it possible to do that during the lunch break so that the public can see that? That we could upload that?
We'll see if we can figure that out.
Okay, that would be great. Thanks very much. And just to let everyone know what my intention is, we're going to now move to public comment. We're going to take 25 minutes. We're going to take a break for 45 minutes, beginning at 12:30, and then we're going to resume at 1:15. So right now, as I said earlier, we're going to begin with folks in this room that are Spanish speaking. So we will have our interpreter here and ask them to come forward at this time.
I believe our interpreter is in Huntington Beach and will be
Oh, I-
participating via Zoom.
Oh,
right?
is that?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Padilla Reyes is not going to interpret here? Oh, it will all be through the interpreter in Huntington Beach. Okay, so why don't we proceed? Could you please call the first four speakers and then we'll continue to call them.
Can you explain that, please?
So, Unite here, who who has a lot of the Spanish speakers, they respectfully requested that if you could please have them present in English, just 2 speakers, and then the rest will follow. Will all be Spanish speakers.
All right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so that will be opening with Danielle Wilson
Yes.
and Juan Muñoz Guevara, followed by Jimena Bacolima and Teresa Garcia.
Given the number of speakers on this item, which is approximately 80, we will be having 1 minute per speaker. So please begin.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Chair Hart and honorable commissioners. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here. We stand here before you proudly representing a coalition of over 67,000 hotel and food service workers, environmental justice organizations such as the Climate Action Campaign and Climate Resolve, faith and housing justice organizations, and over 25 state legislators. On behalf of this robust coalition, we fully support the staff recommendation and urge you to adopt it today. We want to thank staff for their hard work. In particular, we want to recognize Environmental Justice Manager Javier Padilla Reyes for the EJ section of the staff report because it truly reflects the voices of working people as advocates for the coast. The proposed LCPA is a model for environmental justice in the coastal zone. I'm so sorry, we're doing a presentation. I just realized Juan and I are doing a presentation. So we
Let's
did,
pause the
yeah,
for a
I'm so
minute.
sorry.
You know, Ms. Wilson, given your extensive involvement and work on this item, I'm going to give you more time for your presentation because I see it as
Appreciate it.
part of the proponents.
I just realized it wasn't up.
So,
Sorry.
what we're going to do is we're going to start with 2 minutes. We'll pull up your presentation and there are 2 speakers then.
Yeah, it's 2 of us. I'm
Okay.
almost done with my piece and then Juan will.
All right,
present the
so
second piece.
we have your presentation now. And
Thank you.
can proceed. And we're going to start at 2 minutes at this time for both speakers.
Thank you so much. The proposed LCPA is a model for environmental justice in the coastal zone. The staff report states that the Commission's EJ policy, quote, underscores the necessity of integrating the perspectives and concerns of historically marginalized communities into the review process, unquote. These communities are not theoretical. They are our members. From Evelyn, who worked at the airport and commuted 118 miles to and from work each day, to Leticia, who works at the Glendale Hilton and the W Hollywood and sleeps in her car in between shifts, to Walter, who works at the Chateau Marmont and lives in Palmdale, where it is currently 104 degrees as I address you this morning. Thank you. Next slide.
I urge you to consider
Please state your name.
Oh, sure. Juan Muñoz Guevara with Unite Here. We urge you to consider the potential harm that would be caused if you reject this LCPA. A vote for this project transforms an inaccessible tank farm into over 4 acres of parks and coastal conservation. A vote against this project results in an empty tank farm that no one can recreate upon. A vote for this project creates a full-service hotel and on-site lower-cost accommodations to create access for all. A vote against this project blocks visitors from accessing the coast. A vote for this project creates housing for hotel workers who, for the first time in their lives, would be able to walk to their jobs and live steps away from the ocean. A vote against this project blocks workers from having that opportunity. A vote for this project creates a model for sea level rise mitigation. As the staff report admits, leaving the site as is would do nothing to address sea level rise. By voting for the LCPA, we reduce one of the root causes of climate change, namely the GHG emissions generated by people like our members who have no other option but to commute to and from work every day, often in single occupancy vehicles. This is an environmental justice framework, and it is the Commission's responsibility as stewards of the coast to scale this model up and reproduce it as quickly as possible. And we'll now hear from some of our members and advocates throughout to highlight what is truly at stake with the decision before you today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, so we are, those folks following you in need of Spanish interpretation. All right. Padilla is going to manage that, it sounds like.
We have Jimena Bacolima, Teresa Garcia, Senorino Gomez, and Telma Gomez.
Buenos días.
Could you ponerla eso? Bajo.
Buenos días,
Perfecto.
honorable presidente y comisionados
Good
costeros.
morning to all. My name is Jimena Bacolira, and I am a housekeeper at Asherton Park, Anaheim. I represent the congregation that unite in local loans. I work from Hawaiian Gardens, where the very high cost of living is, and I have a room.
Mi esposo tiene 2 trabajos y nuestros hijos tuvieron que mudarse a Ecuador para recibir una educación de bajo costo. Estos sacrificios subrayan la urgencia de iniciativas como el proyecto Magnolia Tank Farm.
Okay.
Programas como estos
The programs that come from this are essential. They offer workers like myself the opportunity to live closer to work. It reduces my long and also permits a very, very nice time together. It just doesn't give us like the workers an opportunity, but also it also gives us access to, and you know, for a security and so like together. No, do you have a minute? Vamos.
We're gonna have 1 minute for the speaker, 1 minute for the interpreter, please.
Just did simultaneous. I'm not sure.
Yep. Can you hear me in Huntington Beach with our interpreter?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can, but we didn't.
Okay. Are you able to interpret? Okay, why don't we proceed with you interpreting until we get that straightened out?
Okay.
So
Huntington
1
Beach,
minute
we're
for
gonna
the
have
interpreter.
Javier translate this until we can get that figured out. Thank you.
Actually, we have it.
Oops, looks like it got set up here.
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Oh,
A
that-
minute.
We actually work simultaneous on Zoom. We don't have their information here to feed it through the podium.
All right, Mr. Padilla, how do you want to proceed? Could you interpret her?
Yeah, I can
notes?
interpret this
Okay,
one.
so let me just say, going forward, if this is possible for the folks in Huntington Beach, we
Si es posible, entonces, necesitamos, usted tiene que interpretar. Usted puede hacerlo de ahí donde está. Y yo no sé el nombre de la persona en Huntington Beach.
Is it possible for them to actually send us what they have written, just like the folks at Huntington Beach, so we can stand at the podium?
Para poder,
We're gonna need their statement.
vamos a ocupar lo que están diciendo las personas. Espera un momentito.
Interpret the people that are here by Mr. Padilla, and then everyone could hear it both on Zoom and here.
So,
Is there a reason?
so yeah, so first off, I'm not like
Pero las personas que sí tienen, yo puedo hacer la interpretación. Si usted está allá, usted lo puede hacer. Si puede hacerlo, fuera mejor, fuera más fácil para mí. Ahorita puedo hacer yo Y usted se puede arreglar y arreglar todo allí lo que tiene que hacer. ¿Está bien con usted? El problema es, si usted, es que la persona que va a decir tiene que ser muy breve para poder interpretar. Mi preferencia es, y voy a hacerlo a Luis. Si aceptan el señor Padilla para que el señor Padilla haga la interpretación ahí. Él lo puede hacer aquí. Así lo vamos a hacer así. Si no tienen las cosas que están escritas, así tiene que va, así es como va a ser, así es como va a tener que hacer. Yes. Todos ahorita sí están en la misma página. Ok, muy bien. Buenos días. Me llamo Jimena Macolina y yo soy una trabajadora en el parque de Sheraton. Yo trabajo muy cansado como en Hawaiian Gardens, donde está todo muy caro. Mi esposo trabaja 2 trabajos y nuestros hijos se tuvieron que ir a Ecuador para seguir sus estudios. Esos sacrificios han hecho, pero esos son problemas como estos son pocos y sí ofrecen a las personas que trabajan mucho, las personas que trabajan cerca de su casa y que manejan mucho para poder pasar tiempo juntos con sus familias. Estos proyectos no solamente les da la habilidad para trabajar cerca, pero sí les pido que por favor de los ayuden a estas personas. Gracias. Muchas gracias. La otra persona. Teresa García, Dalma Gómez y Estado Cristianos.
Buenos días, honorable presidentes, comisionados costeros. Mi nombre es Teresa García.
My name is Teresa. I have 18 years in the industry. I am a member, a proud member of Local 11. I live in Anaheim for so many years until the landlords have raised the rent so much that I had to move. Now I live next to an apartment near the airport in Irvine, in a mobile park in Irvine, where I am exposed to too much contamination of air as all. But overall, this is what I'm able to do. The project Magnolia tax, it offers it offers units that are low cost, and it would be very great for the workers at the hotels. They would have access to the clean air.
Good morning.
And coastal commissioners. My name is Teresa Garcia and I am housekeeper at Sheraton Park in Anaheim with 18 years experience.
Trabajo 18 años.
I am a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I lived in Anaheim for many years until rents became so high that I had no choice but to move away. Now I live near Irvine Airport and the 405 and 22 freeway interchange in a mobile home park in a small trailer where I'm exposed to far more air contaminants than ever before. However, it's the most affordable option for me. This project offers units of affordable housing with half of those units designated for hotel workers. This would drastically improve my living circumstances, have access to clean air, it would improve, and I would also have the opportunity to live within walking distance of my job at this luxury property where workers tend to earn higher wages. Please approve the project. It's rare and it will create opportunities for working families to live.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Sonorino Gomez, and then Telma Gomez and Estanislao Cristantos.
And that completes the Spanish speaking.
We'll have one more in this room after,
Okay.
and then there's 4 in Huntington Beach.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Senorino Gómez. Soy un miembro de la organización United Here Local 11. Proporcionaría viviendas de bajos costos para la fuerza laboral en el lugar para personas como yo que hemos vivido en el condado de Orange por 30 años.
I've lived in, if I lived close to beer nearby, I would be able to walk to work for the first time in my life. And I would not have so tired, and I would be able to have great evenings in the beach afterwards. After my job is over, I would be able to do so much activities, recreational activities, be free with my children.
Good morning, honorable mayor and commissioners. My name is.
Yeah, my name is Senorino Gomez. I'm and I am a worker. And I am a public areas worker at Sheraton Park, where I have worked for 6 years. I'm a proud member of Unite Here. This project would provide on-site lower cost workforce housing for people who like me, who have lived in Orange County for 30 years. If I lived and worked here, I could walk to work for the first time in my life and not be too tired to enjoy sunsets after my shift. Yeah, even if I live far away and worked here, I could enjoy more outdoor recreational activities with my kids, and I often think about how this would have positively impacted their upbringing if I could walk to work. Even if I live farther away and I work here, I would have transit passes to get me to and from work. This would be life-changing for me. Please approve the project.
Telma Gomez, Estanislao Cristantos, and Ana Sara Banales will complete our folks
Buenas
here.
tardes, mi nombre es Telma Gómez, trabajo en Sheraton Park de Anaheim. Honorable presidente y comisionados costeros, soy empleada de lavandería en Sheraton local. Me siento orgullosa de pertenecer a United Here local 11 durante más de 6 años. Mis compañeros de trabajo y yo estamos aquí para pedirle que aprueben el proyecto Magnolia Tank Farm. Necesitamos la oportunidad.
I need the opportunity for this opportunity to have access in Huntington Beach where it's so expensive that are the people. I would like to be near the coast, and this would help us so much. People like me that we're trying so hard to pay the cost to go to the beaches. And it actually limit the time that I go for recreational activities and to be unstressed. We have so much issues working so far. This type of project we would live close by.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Telma Gomez, and I am a laundry attendant at Sheraton Park, Anaheim, and proud member of Unite Here for over 6 years. My coworkers and I are here to ask you to approve the Magnolia Tank Farm project. We need the opportunities this proposal offers to increase coastal access in Huntington Beach, where it is expensive for working families to live and visit. Being close to the coast would help people like myself who struggle to afford the costs associated with going to the beach, which limits how much time we can spend recreationally to unwind and distress. And additionally, we struggle to afford to live near our jobs. A project like this would give us the opportunity to live here near where we work or easily and cost effectively navigate public transit. Please support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you.
Next is Estanislao Cristantos, followed by Ana Sara Banales, and then we'll go to Huntington Beach, beginning with Andrea Vancini.
We forgot one. There was one more person.
What's their name?
Ana
Sara?
Yes.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Sara Banales.
Hi, my name is Ana Sara. I live in Anaheim. I just lost my son. I had a little bit of time. I'm really trying to get out of my stress situation. There's not so much spaces where I live, and I don't have the access and to save and to do recreational things. This would reduce my cost of, when I think of the impact that something like this project in my type of life, I'm always walking towards the beach. It would help me always going to the park and just opening my window. I would feel the breeze for the ocean. It would just keep in comparison to now that I have now, where I cannot even turn on the air conditioning during the night because my bill is very high. The project Manola would change my life tremendously. If I had the opportunity to live there, please approve this.
Good morning, honorable chair. My name is Rafael, and I am a housekeeper at Sheraton Park and a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. Recently, I lost my baby and reflected on how little time I have to de-stress and rest because I can barely keep up with the cost of living. There aren't many green spaces near where I live, and I don't have the means to set time aside or money for recreational activities since it would cut into my living expenses. When I think about the impact a project like Magnolia Tank Farm would have on my quality of life, I imagine opening my door and walking to the ocean to unwind, visiting the proposed park, or even just opening my window to feel the coastal breeze cool my home during these intense heat waves. Compared to my current circumstances where I can't even turn on the AC overnight because my electricity and gas bills are so expensive, the Magnolia Tank Farm project would truly reshape my quality of life if I had an opportunity to live here. Please approve the Magnolia Tank Farm project.
I have an Estanislao Cristantos signed up for here.
Okay, is that person not here?
They're on Zoom. Okay, I'll move them to the Zoom list then.
Okay, so anyone else here?
No, just Huntington.
All
Beach
right,
next.
so what we're gonna do, I know I said we would break at 12:30, but I'm going to allow I want to complete the Spanish speaking public comment section. So we're gonna go ahead and go to Huntington Beach with the same approach, please.
Okay, where we start with Andrea Vancini, followed by Saturnino Beltran, Andrea Martinez, and then Elvia Espinosa.
Buenos días, honradamente, presidente y comisionados.
I've been working with Sheraton Hotel for 7 years. I am. This project would really help me a lot. I have lived 2 places. This project Magnolia would help me, and I would be closer to my home. I would be closer to my job, spend more time with my son, help my husband. It would reduce my cost. I would save money. This opportunity, and this would be great, and I'll be more present with my daughter. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair of the Commission. And I have been a banquet server at the Sheraton Hotel for 7 years. I'm also a proud member of United Here Local 11 as an immigrant from El Salvador who understands the challenges of separation from loved ones. My own mother had to move away for a better life. This project holds significant promise for me. For the past 6 years, I have rented in 2 different areas in Anaheim. The Magnolia Tank Farm project represents a beacon of positive change. The possibility of being closer to my workplace would allow me more time with my son and husband, reduce my communal costs, and potentially enable me to rent one of the houses within the project, saving both money and valuable time. This opportunity is not just about convenience. It's about being present for my son and providing him with better life opportunities. Please support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you.
Thank you. Saturnino Beltran.
Sí, muy buenos días, honorable presidente y comisionados.
Yes, hello, good morning to all. My name is Chan. I have been working in the Disneyland Resort for 26 years. I am also a member of this, like a single father that has taken care of his 5 kids. This project in Huntington Beach would help me for the residents that are trying to get, they would help them not just to go to the beach, but for the schools and the parks. And also a better quality of life. Living close to a place that is low cost. And I wish all my kids and for myself, and also the project would be great. It would help in the Wilmington. Please support us in Magnolia Creek Farms, please.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Saturnino Beltran. I currently work as a basic chef at Disneyland Resort for 26 years. I am also an active member of United Local 11. As a single father raising 5 children, I recognize the value of accessible education, which the Magnolia Tank Farm project in Huntington Beach could provide. Residents of this development would enjoy not only the proximity to the beach, schools, and parks, but also enhanced quality of life. Living within walking distance of both work opportunities and coastal amenities, it is an experience I wish for my children and myself. Additionally, the Magnolia Tank Farm project would create a vibrant community that enhances the overall appeal of Huntington Beach. Please support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Martinez and then Elvia Espinosa.
Buenos días, honorables presidentes y comisionados costeros.
Good morning to all. My name is Andrea Martinez, Olivia Espinosa.
Un minuto, por favor. Necesita mover la máquina. Gracias.
During the time I have lived in Santa Ana, working so hard, I've been doing it for 8 years. I have an 8-year-old, and it's been really hard for me to go and come back from work. This type of project of Magnolia State Farm, it would advance for me into my community and for single people, and also give the opportunity to live closer to your home, and to spend quality time with your family, because in terms economically, it amounts exclusively.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Coastal Commission. My name is Martinez. I've been a housekeeper at the Pacific H Hotel for 9 years. I'm also a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. Throughout my tenure at the hotel, I have resided in Santa Ana, enduring lengthy commutes for 8 years, sacrificing precious time with my 8-year-old son, who primarily sees me during breaks from my commute and work. A project like the Magnolia Tank Farm development could significantly advance our coastal communities by providing families like mine the opportunity to live closer to the workplaces and spend more quality time together. Moreover, I strongly support this project because it aims to integrate diverse socioeconomic groups, fostering a more inclusive community. It demonstrates that people from varying backgrounds can reside in areas traditionally inhabited by the affluent, offering equal access to essential amenities such as employment and housing and our coastal California coast.
Elvia Espinosa.
Buenas tardes, honorable presidente y comisionados costeros.
Mi nombre es Elvia Espinosa y he sido mesera de banquetes en el Costa Mesa Hilton por 30 años. También soy una miembro de Local 11. Soy una madre soltera de un hijo de 30 años, a quien crié en Santana. A pesar de nuestra proximidad a Huntington Beach, la falta de estacionamiento y acceso a la costa puede ser costosa y cuando salgo del trabajo estoy demasiado cansada para relajarme y disfrutar de nuestras áreas costeras. Muchas veces me imagino cómo habría sido la oportunidad de vivir cerca de la costa cuando criaba a mi hijo. Creo que las escuelas y el medio ambiente habrían marcado una diferencia significativa en su educación. Ahora, si mi hijo tuviera esta oportunidad, estaría muy feliz sabiendo que un proyecto como este beneficiaría su salud física y mental. Y me brindaría un espacio para pasar tiempo con él mientras intenta hacer una vida por sí mismo. Por favor, apoye el proyecto. Gracias.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Elvia Espinosa, and I have been a banquet server at the Costa Mesa Hilton for 30 years. I'm also a proud member of the Unite Here Local 11. I'm a single mother of a 30-year-old son whom I've raised in Santa Ana. Despite our proximity to Huntington Beach, the lack of parking and coastal access can be costly, and by the time I'm off work, I'm too tired to relax and enjoy the nearby coastal areas. I often imagine the opportunity to live near the coast would have been like raising my son. I believe that the schools and the environment would have made a meaningful difference in his upbringing. Now, if my son had this opportunity, I would be so happy knowing that a project like this would benefit his mental and physical health and provide a space for me to spend time with him as he tries to make a life for himself. These kinds of projects significantly change people's lives. Furthermore, developing the Magnolia Tank Farm would enhance our community's overall quality of life by promoting more accessible and affordable coastal living. Please support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude Huntington Beach?
It does, yes.
Okay.
We have 3 speakers on Zoom. I am unable to locate 2 of them, but I can call their names and see if they'll raise their hands.
You know, my inclination is to have the Zoom participants, we'll begin after lunch with the Zoom participants because Mr. Padilla will be here. He will be here to interpret. So those are Spanish speaking folks, but they're on Zoom.
Correct.
Right now, you just have one?
That I'm able to see.
Okay, why don't we have the one person and then we're going to break for lunch.
Okay, I have Abril Gutierrez. Oh, where did she go? Okay, there she is. Abril, you should be able to unmute. I'm not sure if maybe Javier or Celine in Huntington Beach, if you can tell Abril on Zoom to unmute and begin, please.
But I can't.
Javier, do you want to? Okay.
Celine, can you tell Abril to start? She's unmuted.
Okay, Abril, ¿puede empezar, por favor?
Por favor, puede comenzar a hablar.
Is she somewhere?
She's on Zoom, she's unmuted.
Abril sí está en Zoom y está en silencio, o sea, su micrófono está silenciado. Por favor, oprima ese botón para poder hablar.
Okay, we're not hearing from her, it sounds like.
She's muting and unmuting, so
Okay,
I
why
feel
don't
like
we
she can
take
hear
that
us,
up?
but
We'll take that up after lunch,
Okay.
and then perhaps we can communicate with her in the meantime. All right, folks, so once again, I want to emphasize to everyone that is on Zoom that wants to testify this afternoon, we've heard a theme this morning. If that's what you'd like to speak about, and you feel that your point has already been made, then you could either just very quickly indicate that you agree with those speakers or assume that the public comment so far has covered those points. So when we get back, we'll look forward to hearing from the remaining speakers in public comment, and then we'll proceed with the hearing. So right now it's about 12:40. So why don't we come back at about, well, just for purposes of make it easy, we'll come back at 1:30 and continue the hearing. Thank you. All right, folks, we have a quorum. We're back. We're continuing with the hearing on the Magnolia Tank Farm. We have a couple issues with the Spanish speakers on Zoom. So we're going to proceed, Vale, if you can, we'll proceed with the non-Spanish speakers. So the first person, and it's all Zoom going forward
No, we have several in-person speakers
in Huntington Beach?
and
or-
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, why don't we start with Huntington Beach in person?
Okay.
If they're ready. Yes.
Okay, Huntington Beach. I
Hold
hope
on. Oh, excuse me, I totally forgot. Seems to be the theme today. Commissioner Uranga has an ex parte that he needs to report. Just one sec.
Thank you, Chair. I wish I would have been this morning, but I couldn't find it. So I found it later. And I did have an ex parte back on June 7th with, who was it with? I just had it right now. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. With Steve Aldivia, Dave Nish, and my team of staff. And we talked about the Magnolia Tank Program. This was back in June 7th of this year. There was no recommendation as yet. The staff report had been done. So it was unfortunately an oversight on my part, but it is now on file. Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to continue with public comment, beginning with folks in person in Huntington Beach.
Correct. We have a remainder of 15 in-person speakers in Huntington Beach.
Okay, so everyone will have 1 minute. I'd like to call 4 names, and hopefully people will just step up one after the other. And none of these are Spanish speaking, correct?
Correct.
All right, perfect. So let's proceed.
Okay, so our first 4 speakers are
Yeah.
Ruby Uchitil, Lily Schneekluth, Stevana Evans, and Adam Wood. If you heard your name, you don't have to speak in that order. You can just come to the podium and speak. If someone on camera could like indicate to me, because I can't see from here, if you see people approaching, any staff.
Can you please repeat those 4 names for the people in the audience here?
Yes, we have Ruby Uchitil, Lily Schneekluth, Stevana Evans, Adam Wood.
Okay. None of those people are currently in the room. They are checking outside. But if you could come back to those 4 names and do the next 4.
Okay,
Sure.
we're going to start here. Let's start
Okay.
in this room.
Okay. So here we have Kyle Swearens, Mark Mulliner, David Cannon, Tony Alexander.
Great,
And
folks, if you can just line up one after another and everyone will have 1 minute.
if you heard your name, you can approach.
And please state your name.
Hello, Mark Mulliner, State Building Trades. I'm here representing 480,000 members, construction and service members throughout California. I was here 6 months ago. I want to give you guys a compliment. 6 months ago, we were at the 11-hour meeting, the longest meeting I'd probably been at in a couple of years. And your consistency with wanting to have developers and have mixed use, low income housing as part of the developments. And here I am 6 months later, and the staff is recommending this as for approval, this project. And I've got to say, from the State Building Trades point of view, this is an excellent project. It's a PLA project. It's going to bring lots of youth in from the local community, and it's going to help build careers. And I just want to say, it's an honor to be here today. And I just want to say thank you. I hope that you will concur with your staff and approve this. Thank you.
Kyle Swearens, David Cannon, Tony Alexander in the room. Andrew Gonzalez. Oh,
I'm
there we
David
go.
Gannon. I'm with Anchor QEA representing Shop-Off. I'm one of the consultants that worked on the sea level rise. So I didn't have a presentation, but I'm signed up in case there's questions. So I'm available.
Can you
to answer.
just state your name one more time, please?
David Cannon.
David Cannon. And Mr.
Yes.
Cannon, who are you with? I mean, I know you're working
The
for
firm is
Shop-Off.
Anchor QEA, yes, Anchor QEA. And
Anchor
we did the
QEA.
sea level rise vulnerability assessment work.
All right, and you're available for questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tony Alexander, Kyle Swearens, Andrew Gonzalez, Alexa Washburn.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Gonzalez with the Los Angeles and Orange County Building Construction Trades Council, representing over 150,000 men and women of the building construction trades. You know, we have a very unique opportunity here today to approve a very unique project that encompasses many of the desires and actually that checks a lot of the boxes that the Coastal Commission has here to provide for housing along the coast, coastal access, and low-income opportunities for people to be around the coastline. Not to mention a very unique project that actually offers low-income and hotel workers the right of first refusal for units at this site. And that's kind of a very unique aspect of this project. I think it was really great. And on top of that, like my colleague Mark said, working under a community workforce agreement, a project labor agreement, we're going to ensure high quality wages, workers are treated fairly, and that the local community gets the benefit from these jobs. We'll take local workers, and instead of having to drive 3 and 4 hours to get to a job site, they'll be able to work on jobs right here close to home, providing training opportunities and pre-apprenticeship opportunities. Thank you so much. Please accept the staff's recommendation.
Excuse me, Kyle Swearens, Tony Alexander, Alexa Washburn, Cynthia Gomez.
All right, are any of those folks here? Please come forward, and it doesn't matter again about order, just.
Well, good afternoon, Honorable Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Alexa Washburn. I'm Chief Development Officer with National Community Renaissance, a nonprofit community development organization specializing in building and managing high-quality affordable housing paired with best practice supportive services. For over 30 years, we've developed more than 10,000 units that are affordable, safe, beautiful apartments that are affordable to over 30,000 residents, making us the third largest nonprofit affordable housing developer in the nation. We are proud to be Shop-Off's affordable housing developer partner at Magnolia Tank Farm. We are not only the developer, but we will also be the builder and the property manager of the affordable apartment home community. A National Corps agreement with Shop-Off, which was executed last year, requires that we provide a minimum 20% of the units at Magnolia Tank Farm as affordable. And in fact, 50% of those 20% affordable units will be available to the qualifying income local workforce, right, at the hotel.
Thank you. Could I get your name again? I have a feeling we might have some questions.
Yes, I am available for questions. My name's Alexa Washburn with National
Alexa
Community
Washburn,
Renaissance.
And you would be the developer of the affordable housing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Washburn.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll have probably questions of you, but we'll do them after. Thank you.
Cynthia Gomez.
There you go. I was about to ask if you had called Cynthia Gomez. I
Oh,
apologize. I
there you go.
apologize.
Perfect timing.
I thought that everyone in Huntington Beach was going to be called. So, so yes, thank you. So my name is Cynthia Gomez and I represent Unite Here Local 2 in San Francisco. And we are asking your support for this project. Sorry, I have to pull up my comments. I was just rushing in from outside. Again, I thought my turn wasn't happening yet. Do you mind if I take just a minute to find the speech?
Why don't you step back? We'll see if there's anyone else in the room.
We have two more on the list, Dan McCulloch and Chris Palomo.
Okay,
All right,
thank you. If
Are
you
they
can-
here?
Dan
Okay.
McCulloch, Chris Palomo, Kyle Swearens, Tony Alexander.
Okay, did you happen to find your comments?
They are here, yes. Sorry, I didn't want to waste any.
No, go ahead.
Have someone else come?
There's no one here in the room.
Oh,
Kyle Swearens, Tony Alexander, Dan McCulloch, Chris Palomo.
okay.
I'm not
Why don't
seeing
you
them.
complete your comment?
All right, thank you. Sorry for the inauspicious beginning. So yes, my name is Cynthia Gomez. I'm here representing Unite Here Local 2. In the Bay Area, we represent about 15,000 hotel and service workers, including San Francisco, San Mateo, Sonoma counties, and Alameda counties. And we are urging you to support the proposed LCPA, the Local Coastal Program Amendment, that would support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. My timer is not going. Sorry.
It's okay. You still have about 30 seconds.
So this is a model project for the California coast because it provides 4 things: housing, green space, transportation, and good jobs. And these are things that working class people desperately need access to. Hotel housekeepers, dishwashers, bellmen, and cooks are faced with hours-long commutes because they can't afford to live near their jobs at luxury resorts. This project not only proposes 250 units of housing at, with 51 lower cost units, but it's going to earmark a percentage of those units for the workers who will service guests next door at the Eco Lodge. This is exactly the kind of development we need in coastal California, and working families should be able to benefit from it now. We urge you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. All right. Unless Huntington Beach is absolutely ready to go, I want to go to Zoom.
Okay. I've reached out to some of the staff there, but they haven't responded to me
Okay,
yet, so I
let's-
think they might still be getting their
Let's go to Zoom
stuff
then,
together.
Bill.
Okay. We are gonna start with Nancy Buchos. Oops. Followed by Doug Mangione, followed by Thomas Castro. Let me just make sure they're all in. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, sorry, jumping around a little bit.
Okay, Nancy, you should be able to unmute. If you can hear me, please begin.
Now, okay. Looks like
Can you
someone-
hear
There
me?
she is. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Nancy Buchos. I've spoken before in opposition to the Magnolia Tank Farm, and today I do it again. I live in Southeast Huntington Beach next to the Ascon Chemical Landfill and the tank farm property, and I oppose the rezoning for numerous reasons. Many have been spoken today, but I'm so upset. It's really hard for me to get my thoughts here, but I want to share with you guys that the Ascon remediation is not getting enough attention. You haven't done enough research. I've been in 120 hours of meetings with DTSC as a resident, and they don't know when they're going to start. You don't know what it did to my community. There have been health repercussions that still exist to this day. We cannot ignore it. We cannot minimize it. The cart is ahead of the horse. We need to stop. We need to pause, give the Ascon remediation a chance to finish, and then do whatever you want to do with next door. Thank you.
Doug Mangione?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't have a video. I don't know why that propped up. My name is Doug Mangione, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 2,400 skilled and trained men and women of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in Orange County. The men and women of IBWOC support the staff recommendation. The Magnolia Tank Farm project will enhance this property and will bring California's renowned coastal experience to citizens with both long-term and vacation residents. The project will also provide local construction jobs with family sustainable wages and benefits and good permanent jobs for hotel workers. Thank you for your opportunity to speak this, and we concur with the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Next is Tomas Castro, followed by Dr. Michael Hogan and Ada Briseño.
And after that, we'll go back to Huntington Beach, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tomas Castro. I'm an advocate with Climate Action Campaign, a climate equity organization local to Orange County. And we want to express our support for the Magnolia Tank Farm project, just like we did a year ago. The Magnolia Tank Farm represents a clear opportunity to create affordable housing in a region that has historically excluded low-income and people of color. Historically, workers have had to commute long distances just to reach their jobs, which increases their emissions from vehicle miles traveled and puts a strain on them. Unfortunately, most of Southern California is designed with this car-centric infrastructure that forces people to drive and separates jobs from adequate housing. This project is an example of how communities can address our state's dire housing shortage while fighting the climate crisis, creating job opportunities close to affordable housing without the needs for hours-long commutes. Please approve this project so communities can begin to utilize this development law. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Michael Hogan? Oh, here we go. Okay, Dr. Hogan, I think you should be able to unmute and begin. If you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. Honorable commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Michael Hogan. I've lived in Southeast Huntington Beach for 50 years. And I am here today to request denial of the Magnolia Tank Farm project because it is such a hazardous site. Thank you very much. Others have given all the reasons, Nancy Buchos, Ray Heimstra, Charming Evelyn, and Susan Jordan, just to name a few. So thank you for your attention to this.
Okay, we have Ada Briseño, and then we'll bounce back to Huntington Beach for a little
Is
bit.
she gonna be with us on this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mangione needs to be muted.
Cool.
Ada?
Hi, thank you. Honorable Chair Hart and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Ada Briseño and I'm co-president of Unite Here Local 11. I just came in to say a couple of words of caution before the commission deliberates. First and foremost, I want to recognize how incredibly rare it is for our people, folks like our members, to testify in front of a body like this in both Spanish and English. They not only took the time away from their work and families, but they spent time preparing for their comments and delivering extremely personal stories in front of you today. So I'm very proud of them. I also cannot be silent about how offensive it is to hear people speak for our members because they think they know us better. Our members have been testifying in front of our commission for over a year to tell you that they want to live here, that they want to change their lives and the lives of their children. So the choice before you today is, do you believe these workers when they tell you that the best thing for them is to live here? Or are you listening to them, to someone else speak on their behalf? Thank you.
If I could just briefly respond to that, I just have to say that for the commission to say that someone takes offense to something that I have no idea what it is that they're talking about, I just have to take exception to that on behalf of the commission for what it's worth. Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, I'm told that the next three speakers are ready to go in Huntington Beach.
All right.
So we have Ruby Uchitil, Lily Schneegluth, and Steve Vanna Evans, I believe. In no particular order, you can approach if you heard your name.
Stevana Evans. Good morning, or afternoon now, members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Stevana Evans, representing Groundswell for Water and Housing Justice, a coalition of labor, civil rights, and social justice organizations. I'm here to express my strong support for the Magnolia Tank Farm project. This project is a critical step forward for Huntington Beach, especially in addressing our pressing need for low-income housing. With the inclusion of affordable housing units, the Magnolia Tank Farm project will significantly help our community meet its mandated low-income housing numbers, providing much-needed homes for many hardworking families and individuals. Moreover, the project promises to bring a host of great-paying jobs for our area. This economic boost is not just about numbers. It's about providing sustainable livelihoods for our residents, enhancing their quality of life, and contributing to the overall prosperity of Huntington Beach. Magnolia Tank Farm has a wall-to-wall project labor agreement and has the unanimous support of building and construction trades and social justice organizations. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we have Elizabeth Hansberg. Is that who's next?
That's who's next. Elizabeth Hansberg with People for Housing, also speaking on behalf of WAVE, Women for American Values and Ethics, who was here this morning but wasn't able to stay. The Magnolia Tank Farm is a creative and collaborative housing solution that addresses critically needed housing inventory for a dedicated workforce that supports our local economy for the families who are the fabric of our Orange County community. And I'd also like to point out to you that the people from whom you are hearing that are opposed to this project are people who have secure housing. There are people who already live here. The people that you're hearing from who are in favor of this project are people who are seeking better opportunities. And we should not confuse the fact that there are always trade-offs. In fact, our own legislature just recently had to decide whether they were going to borrow bond money for affordable housing or for climate change. We're always weighing these issues against each other. There is no perfect solution, but this project has all the right supporters and you should move it forward. And so we ask you to find in favor of the staff recommendation for local coastal amendment plan. Thank you.
Okay, next on my list I have Richard Armendariz, Cedric Farmer, and Paris Donahoe.
Chair, members of the commission, my name is Richard Armendariz. I'm a retired state of California administrative law judge. We've already heard about the Newport Inglewood fault and the fact that it's going to be built right above it. And you also have heard about the Ascon toxic dump. So the motto of the hotel is going to be something like, come and get cancer with us. As far as affordable housing is concerned, your staff can verify that the average medium house in Orange County is valued at $1.1 million. And even if 20% of the houses are reserved for hotel employees, this would not be affordable housing. Deny the zoning variance. Thank you very much.
Cedric Farmer, Paris Donahoe, Luis Ailman, Dennis Lorton.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Cedric Former, and I'm a senior lead organizer at Groundswell for Water and Housing Justice. Groundswell is a coalition of labor, civil rights, and civil justice advocates. So I'm here today to advocate on behalf of the Magnolia Tank Farm project because it just makes sense. You have folks who live at a distance from where they're working. It makes sense for them to live, work, and play with access to the beach right where they're at. They can add to the economy. They can enjoy the beaches. And because the housing is very expensive all around California. So for the state mandate to build more affordable housing, the Magnolia Tank Farm project provides that and more. It meets the mandate for the workforce and for low and very low income residents. So again, we ask that you support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you, Commission.
Paris Donahoe, Luis Ailman, Dennis Lorton. Nancy Larimer.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Hart and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Paris Donahoe. I work at Chapman's Fish Interfaith Center here in Orange County, and I represent Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, known as CLU. Our mission is rooted in a powerful movement of people of faith in Southern California working to create an economy that benefits everyone and not just the people at the top. Supporting the Magnolia Tank Farm project in Huntington Beach is a step toward realizing this vision. This project addresses essential community needs, providing access to clean air, a clean open coast, and open spaces, necessities for all working people. It offers a unique opportunity for low-income families to live in healthier environments and enjoy coastal amenities that are often out of reach for these families. By backing this project, we promote environmental justice and ensure that marginalized communities have equitable access to resources that support their well-being. The Magnolia Tank Farm project not only meets housing needs, but also fosters a sustainable and inclusive future for all residents. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, Luis Ailman, Dennis Lorton, Nancy Larimer, Amory Hazen.
And folks, again, I would just reiterate that if you've heard other folks comment on things that you are about to say, you can just simply say, I agree with all of the comments that have been made in support of the project or otherwise.
Okay, if you heard your name, you can approach.
Hi, my name's Dennis Lorton, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I'm third generation. Not too many people can say that. Most of the people that moved in here moved in the 60s and the 70s. I was extremely poor, and if I was born now, I wouldn't have the opportunity to live here. It's so expensive. I agree with these folks. This is a great project. I've been in construction basically my entire life. This covers so many bases. I don't think I've ever seen a project that's covered so many bases between labor, lower income housing, and all the different things. I can't even believe I'm on the same side with everybody. That's amazing. This is an awesome project, and it needs to be pushed through. Like I say, most of the people that are representing that live here, they've probably only been here. They moved into Huntington Beach maybe 20, 30 years ago. They're denying the opportunity of others to have the same opportunities they have.
Thank you.
Next
Okay,
is-
folks in Huntington Beach, if there's going to be clapping, I hate to tell you, but we'll probably go to Zoom. So try not to clap. It doesn't really matter. We can't really you know, it just interrupts the flow and we're trying to move through a lot of people. So let's just move to the next speaker. If you feel that you want to comment to the group down there, you can raise your hands like this. You can indicate that way your support.
Okay, Luis Ailman, Aleman, Nancy Larimer, Amory Hazen, and Matt Haynes. After that, Cricket Jamet and Estefani Castaneda. Those are my last speakers in Huntington Beach. So if you heard your name, please approach.
You want to call the name again, Bill? Ah, here we go. Okay. Oops. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking today in opposition to item 11A. I truly believe this project will have a negative environmental impact. Its proximity to the dump harms the project, and its proximity to the coast harms the coast. Simply put, it is not the right location for a housing development. Let's finish the remediation job. Once again, I urge a no vote on item 11A. Thank you.
Matt Haynes, Cricket Jamet, Estefani Castaneda. Please start with your name.
Hi there. My name is Matt Haynes. I'm with Orange County OC Mecca. We're the multi-ethnic collaborative of community agencies. Quick note at the top, a man named Tony Alexander was here. He did want to speak. He was up with you guys. We support this project because Orange County is in a housing crisis, right? And this is just bringing more and more affordable housing to Orange County. Our collaborative represents 9 different community-based organizations here in Orange County that serve diverse communities, different languages, all that great stuff. And we definitely all support this project. We believe, like one of the gentlemen said earlier, you're denying a lot of people the same opportunity that others had in the past by blocking housing. We know that this jurisdiction in particular is very much known for blocking housing. So we're happy to see that there's so much support behind this project. It really seems like it's pretty ubiquitous. So OC Mecca supports this project, and would love to see you guys vote yes. Thank you.
Estefani Castaneda.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Hart and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Estefani Castaneda, and I'm an organizer with Unite Here Local 11 and a school board member for CVUHSD, speaking on my own behalf. As a school board member for the past 6 years, I have witnessed a devastating loss of enrollment in our schools, largely due to our state's housing crisis. Families can no longer afford rent in areas far from homes along our coast. In my district, families live amidst the fumes of the Los Angeles airport and the heavily trafficked 405 and 105 freeways, the environmental pollutants that continuously contaminate the air our students breathe. In my community, our environmental needs are often overlooked, and we lack equitable access to the processes that determine how land projects will impact our health. This project before you is groundbreaking. It not only meets the needs of underserved communities, but also provides a unique opportunity to bring lower income families to green coastal spaces they might not have otherwise experienced. This proposed LCPA seeks to adapt to rising sea levels and meaningfully address the consequences of climate change. I urge you to consider the impacts of failing to act on this opportunity to bring our most vulnerable workers into intentionally curated communities where they can not only live comfortably, but thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like that's the last of our speakers in Huntington Beach, so I'm going to move to Zoom now.
Okay, I wonder if Javier, if the Spanish speakers are ready or you need a little more time.
Yeah, probably do that, yeah.
Are they ready?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can find them.
You know what, Vel, why don't we begin with the other speakers? Is it possible to tell them without?
I have one Spanish speaker ready to go
Okay,
right now. Abril
perfect.
Gutierrez.
Okay, let's move forward then with, is it Ms. Gutierrez?
I believe so. Abril.
Okay.
Sí, buenas tardes. Gracias por la oportunidad.
Abril, disculpa un momento. Before you start this, Abril is, we are gonna need simultaneous interpretation for Abril.
That's fine.
And so we have Celine, who's gonna come up to the podium right now. And so he's coming up right
I
now.
thought you meant he was going to be here and I was like, how is that possible?
Okay. For my next act.
All right, go ahead. How are you going to proceed?
So Celine is gonna come up to the podium and Abril, por favor, hable lentamente y pare después de cada oración. Celine va a traducir simultáneamente, o sea que cuando usted pare de decir esa oración, Celine va a traducir y luego va a seguir y luego así vamos a continuar.
Okay.
We're gonna do simultaneous
Right,
for
I
her.
got it. I
Got it.
think it's fine. We'll just proceed.
Mi nombre,
Abril, ¿puedes bajar tu volumen de tu computadora, por favor? Porque hay como un tipo de retroalimentación.
Okay.
¿está
Turn
mejor?
your mic off then. Yeah, thanks. Okay, we're ready.
Ok, mi nombre es Abril Gutiérrez. Vivo en la ciudad
Hello,
de
my name
Yorba
is
Linda,
April
California.
Gutierrez.
Vivo en la ciudad de Yorba Linda, California, en la comunidad de
Vivo en
Oakers Terrace.
So why don't we let her speak for, a few lines, then stop, then continue. Not line by line though, okay? Could you tell
I
her
need
that,
her to
Simone?
speak a little clearer.
Okay,
Ok, vivo en la
Abril,
ciudad
¿le
¿sí?
puedes bajar a tu volumen un poquito? Porque te repito que hay como un tipo de eco.
Claro.
O tendrás otro aparato que tiene un micrófono o algo así que esté prendido. Sí, por
Sí,
favor.
permíteme.
Ok, gracias.
okay.
Ok,
Let's
continúa.
continue.
¿Listo? ¿Escucha mejor?
Sí, mejor. Gracias.
Ok. Bien, mi nombre es Abril Gutiérrez. Vivo en la ciudad de Yorba Linda, California, en la comunidad de Oakers Terrace.
¿En cuál comunidad?
Oakers Terrace.
No entiendo. Hello, my name is Abril Gutierrez. I live in Yorba Linda. I couldn't hear the community.
Oakers Terrace
Okay,
Community.
that's not really important. Why don't we move into the,
Ok.
her comments?
Vivimos aquí por más de 7 años, mi esposo, mi hija y de 8 años, y apoyamos este programa de construcción.
We've been living here for more than 7 years. Myself, my husband, my daughter, and we support this project.
Porque National Corps ha provisto este lugar para muchas familias con vivienda a un costo más razonable.
¿Me lo puede repetir otra vez? Un
Pues
poco más claro.
National Corps ha provisto este lugar para muchas familias
National Court has approved this project for many families
a un costo más razonable y esto ha cambiado nuestras vidas.
at a reasonable cost, and that has changed, that has made great changes for our families.
Vivimos en un lugar seguro para el desarrollo de nuestra familia.
We live in a secure area for the development of our family.
Nos han provisto de muchos programas de apoyo y siempre están buscando nuevas herramientas.
We have received support from many different projects, and we're using the tools in order to improve.
Vivimos en un área cerca de buenas escuelas
We live in an area located close to good schools,
y recibimos apoyo especialmente en la edad de preescolar para nuestra hija.
and we receive lots of support, especially for preschool for our daughter.
Estamos muy cerca de nuestra área de trabajo, parques seguros, hospitales.
Simone?
We are close to work, parks, and hospitals.
Simone, if she is out of time, could you ask her how many more comments she
Ya
has?
se le ha terminado, se le ha acabado su tiempo. ¿Cuánto más es su comentario?
Tenemos que medio minuto más.
Okay.
Okay.
She's got about another 30 seconds.
Okay, can you ask her to quickly continue?
¿Puede repetirlo, puede decirlo rápidamente, por favor?
No tenemos duda que esta comunidad sigue siendo una respuesta a nuestras oraciones.
This community is actually an answer to our prayers.
Pues es un lugar seguro para desarrollarnos como familia.
This is a safe area for us to develop as a family.
Agradecemos sinceramente a todos por continuar buscando proveer y hacer bien para otras personas.
We sincerely appreciate all your efforts in helping families like ours improve and do well for ourselves.
Okay, thank you. That will conclude her comments. All right.
Gracias.
We have one final Spanish speaking participant who we do have a script for.
Oh,
so
excellent.
I think it will be a bit easier.
Will that be Simone?
No,
That will be.
Estanislao Cristantos, who
Okay.
is on Zoom here. And I believe that Celine has
The script.
their script.
Okay,
Yes, correct.
let's move forward.
Okay, Estanislao? Apaga, oh, perfect, okay. Estanislao?
Favor de prender su micrófono, Stanislao. Si está en el teléfono, puede presionar la estrella 6 para promoverlo.
I'm fine with Celine reading the comments if that's acceptable.
¿Aló?
Ah, there he is.
Buenas tardes.
Hola.
Buenas
¿Estás
tardes.
Estanislao?
Sí,
Ok.
muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es el señor Stanislao Santos. Yo estoy trabajando en el Saturn Anaheim por 41 años y he trabajado servicio de habitaciones durante 41 años y soy un miembro orgulloso de la Unión 41 Local 11. Paso la mayor parte de mi tiempo viajando durante largos periodos de tiempo y durante los últimos 3 años, debido a la falta de viviendas de bajos recursos, me moví a la ciudad de Blvd por la comunidad. Tenido así, el proyecto de Magnolia Huntington Beach es crucial para trabajadores como yo que soportamos les permito una vivienda de bajos recursos cerca de mi lugar de trabajo. Mejorar mi calidad de vida como padre de 6 hijos.
Okay, let's have the interpretation, please.
Sure. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Stanislao Cristiano, and I have been a room service worker at Sheraton Park for 41 years, and I am a proud member of the Unite Local here, 11. I spend most of my time commuting for long periods of time. Over and over the last 3 years, I've had to commute from Bakersfield to Anaheim due to the lack of affordability housing in my community. The Magnolia Tank Farm project in Huntington Beach is crucial for workers like me who endure long commutes. Affordable housing is closer to my workplace, would significantly improve my quality of life. And as a father of a 6 and 2 younger children that are 16 and 14, a project like this would allow me more time to rest and spend with my family. Reducing the commute times would also alleviate the financial burden of transportation costs, given that my commute is over 6 hours long route trip and 139 miles from one way. Supporting this project would ensure that working people like me have the opportunity to live near their jobs in healthy environments, promoting both personal well-being. I urge you to please support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you.
Okay, we have 20 remaining Zoom speakers,
Okay.
not including the ones I can't find. And so we'll just start with Mary Baratich, Richard Svodoba, Enrique Huerta, and Lily McLaughlin.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's proceed.
Mary, I have tried to promote you, but it's not working, so we're just going to let you unmute, and we won't be able to see you, but please unmute yourself and begin. Mary Baratich.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yes. My name is Mary Jo Veritas. I've lived in Huntington Beach for 41 years. I'm speaking against item 11A. People are not aware of the health and safety negative issues for this development, such as the low-lying areas is subject to flooding, sea level rise, and tsunamis. During the Santa Ana winds, toxic fumes and particles will blow across this land from the Ascon toxic waste dump right into the homes and hotel. Not a healthy situation. When the two other older AES facilities were torn down in the next future, there would be serious air qualities from the asbestos being released and blowing towards the Magnolia Tank Farm property due to the prevailing ocean winds, and this would cause mesothelioma. Additionally, hazard methane gas is emitting up through the soil from the past oil tanks that were there. Finally, this project will cause endangerment to our environmentally sensitive habitat area in the Magnolia Marsh. Please do not approve this LCP amendment for item 11A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Richard Svadoba.
Yeah, I'm a resident at 42 years. I've lived, my house backs to Magnolia, so I'm very close to the property. To me, I oppose this measure. I think, first of all, we just have to think about common sense, putting people in a position where there's a toxic dump, Edison power plant, the potential for continued disruption of and pollution of the wetlands. And so I oppose it primarily for most of the reasons that have already been stated. I also like to ask the question of when people start getting sick who are living there, who's going to be liable for that? Is that going to be the city? Is that the Coastal Commission? The last point I'd like to make is just relative to street parking, which really hasn't been brought up before. I mean, before they changed the parking restrictions on Magnolia, homeless people lived in their cars along that street all night, and there were a lot of drugs, and that'll spill over into the neighborhoods that I live in. So
Thank you. Next is Enrique Huerta, followed by Lily McLaughlin, and then Jamie Von Essen. Enrique?
Hi, Enrique Huerta, Legislative Director at Climate Resolve. We're a nonprofit organization collaborating to make California more livable and prosperous in the face of climate change. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Magnolia Tank Farm project. 3 days ago, the Copernicus Climate Change Service reported that over the past 12 months, global temperature averages exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius, a scientific target that kept climate change at a manageable level. The extent to which current and future generations will experience a hotter and chaotic world depends on choices we make today. The Magnolia Tank Farm is a model compact coastal development that checks off all the boxes for sustainable and equitable development. I respectfully ask that you vote aye on the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you, Chair Hart and members of the Commission.
Thank you, Lily McLaughlin, Jamie Von Essen, and then Dawn Kennedy. Lily?
Hi, I'm speaking as a concerned community member and urge the Commission to deny the LCP amendment. I agree with previous speakers such as Ray Heimstra and Charming Evelyn, and I wanted to briefly reiterate the environmental justice concerns with potentially placing 50 affordable housing units right along the Ascon Superfund site with only 15 feet of separation. In addition to the toxins from this site entering groundwater, soil, and air, other environmental concerns include the nearby power plant and sewage treatment plant that are at fault for the area's high percentile of toxic releases. If the project goes through with the affordable housing recommendations, lower income communities who are often more vulnerable to environmental hazards would be living in an enormously toxic area. I urge that the construction of the homes only begins after full remediation of the Superfund site occurs. I also just wanted to highlight that this development will increase reliance on infrastructure, adding to the millions of dollars of backlog in sea level rise mitigation projects that already exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Von Essen, Dawn Kennedy, Katie Wagner. Jamie?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Jamie Von Essen, and I've been a service worker my entire life, including many years here in Orange County. I'm a former member of Unite Here Local 11 and have been a Huntington Beach resident for many years. I live very close to the Magnolia Tank Farm, and I believe the site is a major eyesore. A project like this would greatly benefit the community. The convenience and amenities offered by this project make it a valuable addition to our city. The opportunity to work in a luxury hotel so near to my home is incredibly rare and would allow me to spend more time with my children, especially my youngest teenager. I also believe people deserve the opportunity not to have to commute long distances. I know coworkers who have had to take naps in their cars between shifts due to exhausting commutes. This project would change their lives by also providing much needed affordable housing. Please support the Magnolia Tank Farm project. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Kennedy, and then Katie Wagner and Stephanie Hansen. Don, you're on mute. There you go. Nope, can't hear you. I see that you're on a phone and a computer. I cannot hear you. If you're on a computer with a microphone, that might be more effective.
We go to the next speaker and
Yeah,
come back.
we'll go to Katie Wagner, followed by Stephanie Hansen, and then maybe we can loop back to Dawn after the next few speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As I listen to comments from the hotel workers, affordability is definitely an issue, but this housing won't actually be affordable. Affordable rent near the site is listed for $4,070 per month. It would need to be at minimum this high to allow the new owner to cover the monthly space lease of $3,394 plus monthly mortgage payments and property taxes, etc. Hotel workers make on average $2,300 to $4,800 per month. We can't expect these prices to get any better when the Mobile Home Advisory Board was dissolved in October by the city of Huntington Beach. Should the commission approve the LCPA, you must require that the affordable and low rentals be dispersed within the development and not clustered along the boundary of the unremediated Ascon Superfund site. Require that the construction of the development only commences after the remedial work at the Ascon Superfund as the Ascon Superfund site has concluded. Thank you.
Okay. Stephanie Hansen. You should be able to unmute and begin, Stephanie Hansen. Okay, not sure if Stephanie can hear me. We can come back to that too. John O'Neill is next. John O'Neill. John is in as a panelist.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon. My name is John O'Neill. I'm speaking to you today in all my elected and appointed capacities. As a lifelong resident of Garden Grove, since 2016, I've been serving as the council member for the city of Garden Grove and mayor pro tem. I'm currently the chair of the Orange County Fire Authority. I currently chair the Orange County Development Processing and Review Committee, and I'm also the proud president of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in Orange County, Local 441. Thank you for letting me speak on item 11A. I strongly support this project, the required zoning changes that are needed to move this project forward. This property is currently underserved and utilized for public use in its current state. I've been in the building industry for 40 years in Orange County. This project will make the necessary remediation of this property to become once again useful. A yes vote on this item will move this project forward and enhance the local area in all areas of public use, housing and otherwise, where we all live, work, and play. Thank you very much for your time.
Next is Daniel Gaman, followed by Mark Dixon, and then Wesley Chung. Daniel?
Hi, my name is Daniel Gaiman. I'm an architect, a principal here in Orange County working on housing. I'm also an adjunct professor in the Master Real Estate Development Program at USC. I have no net new testimony to add to what you've heard today, but I do want to suggest that I enthusiastically support this project, and I want to commend the commission and staff, and especially the stamina of all of you to hear all this testimony and the stick-with-itness of the Shopov company for continuing to pursue this for all of these years. I wish us all a very successful, accommodating, and healthful project for the city of Huntington Beach. Thank you very much.
All right, Bill, how many more speakers do we have?
We have 13.
Okay, so we're going to conclude public comment at 2:45, folks. So we'll try to go as rapidly as possible, but at 2:45, we're going to conclude public comment on this item.
Okay, I see a Dixon Team Bravehearts. Is that Mark Dixon? If so, you can unmute yourself. You're able to do so now. You are next on the list. Okay, not seeing an unmute. We're gonna move to Wesley Chung. Wesley, you should be able to also unmute, and then we'll go back to Don Kennedy and Stephanie Hansen. Wesley?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Wesley Chung and I'm a concerned citizen, and I oppose staff recommendation for the Magnolia tank farm under current conditions because the Superfund site is not remediated yet. But if you do everything in your power to remediate it, this development would be an opportunity to do that. And it looks like that the workers themselves want to trade their living conditions and health, which are not great in the first place, for some economic mobility and much better physical mobility due to reduced commute and better outdoor recreation. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. So please remediate the place before building anything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Don Kennedy, I think. Looks like he's back. Don? You are
Mark
still
Dixon is,
muted. Oh, there we go. That's better. It's just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, Don, can you try talking again? No, you're on mute. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. It looks like you're unmuted on my end, but I'm not sure if it's an audio issue on your device. I'm so sorry. I will move on to Stephanie Hansen.
Mark Dixon unmuted.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dixon. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the commission, thank you for convening this meeting today. I'm here today to call for some honesty. A lot has been said by today about affordable housing. Shopoff says there'll be 400 permanent jobs created by this project. 50 of the 250 homes are designated affordable. 25 of those homes on a first come, first served basis will be available to the hotel and restaurant workers without anyone really knowing what is considered affordable down here. The median sold house price in Huntington Beach is $1.3 million, according to today's Realtor.com report. In what world can a hotel or restaurant worker afford a home in that range? I thank you for your time and hope you consider a no vote on this issue.
Thank you. Next is Griselda Terporten, followed by Fidel Barron, and then Linda Armstrong. Griselda?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Griselda. I'm a dedicated staff member at National Corps. I'm here in support of the staff recommendation for Magnolia Tank Farm, which will provide affordable housing for workers in coastal regions, which supports local economies by ensuring the essential workers are provided with housing such as teachers, healthcare workers, transportation workers, hospitality workers, etc. Additionally, building affordable housing in Huntington Beach presents a unique opportunity to not only address the housing shortage, but also to integrate green building materials to further the state's energy environmental goals and to set the trend to switch to environmental friendly development locally. Similarly, affordable housing near employment center reduces the very, very, very long commutes we have here in Southern California, which will decrease traffic congestion and lower greenhouse emissions. Therefore, let's move forward with this development. Thank you.
Fidel Barron, Linda Armstrong, Cynthia Mejia. Fidel, you should be able to unmute and begin. Fidel Barron. Fidel is not unmuting, so we will move to Linda Armstrong. Linda, you should be able to unmute as well. Please begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Okay, my name is Linda Armstrong, and I've been I've been living in National Core community for, I'll say like 7 or 8 years. And I believe that they do a safe check and a very good environmental concern for what all those people are talking about in there. You know, everybody's coming up with problems and challenges to the solution, but nobody's giving any solution to the challenges that they're offering. National Core has done all the research, and I believe that the community should be built. Because nobody knows better than me what it's like to be homeless. I was homeless for 29 years, and I also commuted back and forth to Los Angeles, to the Valley, as a matter of fact, to get to work. That's how far and how hard it is. So I'm with National Core on this, build a community. It'll be a safe environment, especially with those people living on top of one another, because you know COVID-19 is still surfacing. So health is the very most important issue.
Thank you. Next is Cynthia Mejia, followed by Stephanie Hansen, and then John Villa. Cynthia?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Cynthia Mejia, and I'm here on behalf of National Core, the affordable partner on the project. As a developer who builds and operates deed-restricted affordable housing, we not only experience the land use, policy, and cost impediments to producing more housing on a regular basis, but we also hear the same statements time and time again. We support more housing, just not here. The need for workforce and affordable housing in Orange County cannot be overstated and has been elevated through the moving testimonies we've heard today. Moving this project forward would allow our organization to showcase the award-winning and high-quality nature of National Core's design, construction, and operational standards, which will undeniably serve as a model of workforce housing along the coast. We remain steadfast in our commitment to advancing housing policy goals and urge you to make the morally sound decision today and move staff recommendation forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Stephanie Hansen has called in on a phone. Stephanie, you should be able to unmute and please begin. Stephanie Hansen.
Hello.
Yes, please begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Stephanie Hansen. I'm a resident in Southeast Huntington Beach. I'm here to respectfully ask for a no vote on the land use change for Magnolia Tank Farm. In regards to the Ascon site and tank farm, separated only by a chain link fence, you know, Ascon consists of 5 lagoons and 8 chemical pits. The baseline health risk assessment for Ascon did not include all the chemical waste pits. And the site was an open dumping ground with hazardous waste dumped illegally and has now been sitting there for 86 years. The DCSC does not have all historical records on what was dumped there illegally. There are a lot of unknowns, and the soil is toxic. How far reaching is the plume under Ascon after sitting in an unlined earthen bottom landfill for all these years? The silt and clay layer is thin or absent and missing in parts of the Ascon site. Groundwater contamination and groundwater depth is shallow, getting more shallow towards the tank farm site. The tank farm EIR states.
Thank you. Next is John Villa, followed by Angie Flores, and then Brian Krupp. John?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is John Villa. I'm the Executive Director for the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy. We're a nonprofit that owns 190 acres of property, consisting of 127 acres restored wetlands. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my board and myself and supporting staff's recommendation for the approval of the Magnolia Tank Farm. As I stated in last year's meeting, the question is what is going to be built on this site, not if. Under their current zoning, we already know that they can build a variety of things on there, everything from a utility yard to distribution warehouses. We feel that the approach that Shop Off is using to try to put in the housing, the hotel, and the other things they want to do is better in line for what the city has and will work excellently with us in providing access to our marshes, to the local folks that want to go onto the Shop Off property, then go onto our Magnolia marshes. And we currently work with a number of facilities. So again, I support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Flores. followed by Brian Krupp, and then Adam Elliott. Angie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. On behalf of the 5,000 active members of Local 105 Sheet Metal Workers, I am here to express my strong support for the MTF project proposed for Huntington Beach. The MTF project is a transformative reuse of a former fuel tank site that will bring numerous economic and community benefits to the city of Huntington Beach and its coast. One of the most critical advantages of the MTF project is its significant contribution to addressing the housing crisis in California. The project will deliver 250 new homes on land previously used for oil storage tanks, aligning with Governor Newsom's regional housing needs assessment. The effort is a crucial step toward meeting Orange County mandate to build the 180,000 new housing units, with the city of Huntington Beach specifically required to provide the 13,000 units by 2029. We are in strong support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brian Krupp, followed by Adam Elliott, and then Leslie Purcell. Brian?
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Brian Krupp. On behalf of 1,067 members of Plumbers and Steamfitters Local Union 582, I'm speaking to express my strong support for the Magnolia Tank Farm project proposed for Huntington Beach. The Magnolia Tank Farm project will create thousands of local jobs. The construction phase alone is expected to generate approximately 2,000 union construction jobs. The project labor agreement will also prioritize local hire, which will benefit the local economy while reducing vehicle emissions from workers traveling long distances. Once completed, the project will continue to provide ongoing benefits, including 391 permanent jobs, 18 million in annual labor income, and 47 million in economic output. The sustained and sustainable economic activity will significantly bolster the local economy and enhance the quality of life for residents. We strongly urge for your support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Elliott, please begin. And then we have Leslie Purcell and Nancy Okada. Adam? You are muted. If you could unmute. Okay, I can move on to Leslie. Leslie Purcell, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I would like to reiterate a few things. The setbacks are insufficient from a Superfund site that has not been remediated. This needs to be changed if there's going to be development. And it's not safe to have housing that close to such a site. There's also old oil wells. There's an exhibit, pages 319 and 320 from the Huntington Beach Fire Department, saying that CalJam and City of Huntington Beach advise against building structures over abandoned oil wells, and that the property owners will be responsible for mitigating any future hazardous conditions. This is not a safe place without proper remediation for people to be living. Monitoring methane and hydrogen sulfide, that's similar to what's gone on at Playa Vista in LA. And there's litigation there. So thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Okada, I see that you've called in on a phone.
Hi, yes, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. Nancy Okada, speaking as an individual. Yes, commissioners, we do need housing and equity. These workers definitely need relief in their lives. But in order to live closer to work, these workers are willing to risk health impacts and potential environmental disasters. We can do better. We can provide affordable, safe housing that does not put people in such a toxic area. Why is it okay to build housing on top of a toxic waste dump? Is it because it will house low-income workers who are the backbone of the hospitality industry? What happens in the event of an earthquake, flooding, and the most obvious, sea level rise? Approving this project sets the stage for a Hollywood disaster film featuring a toxic soup bubbling up around the proposed development. Would you move into housing on top of a capped toxic mound in a tsunami zone? Don't allow society's most vulnerable support workers to live on top of toxic. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shirley Nixon, and then it appears that there is one speaker in Huntington Beach that was in the restroom when we called their name, so they would like to speak. And Dom Kennedy still has his hand raised, so I could try
Okay.
them again.
So are we finished with Zoom essentially?
No, we have one more, Shirley Nixon, and then
And then we'll do the one person in Huntington Beach, and then that'll conclude public comment unless there's someone that.
there's that one person, Don Kennedy, whose audio wasn't working. They have their hand raised.
Okay,
I can
that's
try
fine.
that one last time.
All right, let's try to wrap
Okay.
it up.
Shirley Nixon, you should be able to unmute.
There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Nixon. I've lived in California for 2 years. I oppose the landmark, the amendment, the land use amendment. My comments today come from a personal perspective as a native of Michigan and having spent most of my life as a landlocked Midwesterner who grew up singing of an America that stretched from sea to shining sea and loving those oceans even though I'd never seen them. It is your duty to protect and enhance the Pacific coast, not just for those fortunate enough to live nearby, but also, and more importantly, for present and future generations of Americans. The request to amend the local coastal program for the tank farm cannot be modified ever in any way to transform it into something that complies with your mission and duties. The site has been so degraded, it needs to be and deserves to be restored and nothing else. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Huntington Beach, do you have Luis Aleman ready to speak? Hello? You're muted. Maybe you want to turn the mic on?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Luis Salaman. I'm here on behalf of the Orange County Labor Federation, representing over 250,000 members and 97 affiliated unions. Strongly urge you to support the Magnolia Tank Farms project. This is a project where a developer has met hand in hand with community and labor to ensure that it is a win-win for everybody. As a reminder, Huntington Beach is behind on its housing numbers by a lot. And if the Coastal Commission denies this project, it will contribute further to California's housing shortage. You can see that there's a room full of workers calling in person and virtually in support of this project. We encourage the Coastal Commission to support making sure that the Coastal Commission in California stays public by allowing working class families access to it and not making it so that working class families can only think about going to the coast, but actually be able to afford it. We strongly support this project. We encourage you to move this forward, and we encourage you to protect California's coastline, approve this project, and make sure that California workers have a place where they can afford to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there are a number of hands raised in the Zoom, which I'm assuming are people that we've been unable to locate because they don't match.
How
their
many
names.
are there? Because we've got 5 more minutes, so.
There are 6 hands raised in the Zoom, and as far as names I was unable to call, there's about 10.
Okay, well, we're going to move forward with the people that are ready to go, and we're going to conclude at 2:45 regardless.
Okay, Don Kennedy has unmuted, and then I have Joshua Medrano after him. Don?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so Don Kennedy, I've been in Huntington Beach since 1962. I'm also running for city council. I do want to commend the Coastal Commission for their courageous vote on the no on the desal plan. We need another no on this. Another speaker said this is a very unique development. Of course it's unique, because who in their right mind is going to build on a toxic cesspool? You're putting the people right in the bullseye of toxicity. Now, as Ms. Villa Senior said from the Huntington Beach Building Department, Huntington Beach leads the way with affordable housing. So to say that we are blocking the opportunity for people to come here is a false statement. I understand people want to live here and work here, but people have worked their lives to get here, and it's just the way it is. There is hotels in Huntington Beach. So if you want to work and live in Huntington Beach, we have affordable housing. There's hotels that are operational right now. So if you have not applied at those, that's the opportunity. So does the Coastal Commission want to go down in history as the board that approved putting people in the bullseye of cancerous?
Thank you. Next is Joshua Medrano, who is in as a panelist. Joshua, you should be able to unmute and begin. I see that you have your hand raised. You're ready to go.
I am. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Commission. This has been quite the day. I am sure you are ready to all go home. I am Joshua Medrano, the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, representing close to 16,000 individuals within San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. And we stand in solidarity with all of our brothers and sisters that have previously spoken, from the state building trades all the way down to the local LAOC building trades. We want to echo the approval of this project. Not often do you get all these sides to meet together and agree on something that'll bring nothing but much needed relief to the community. So I urge all of you, please be a part of history, be a part of helping this local community thrive and move forward with this project. Thank you so much for your time. Take care.
Next, we have Wendy Bucknam and Fidel Barron. Wendy, I believe that you're in as a panelist.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't change the name. I'm at my work, so I'm calling from there very quickly. I serve on SCAG and I served on the RENA subcommittee, so I've been very involved in the RENA allocation process. I just want to reiterate that I am supportive of this project, and I do see this as an opportunity to clean up that site, which is good for the environment, good for housing, and very good for Huntington Beach. And as a city, I know that these are challenges that we're trying to do to meet our RENA allocations. Thank you so much for allowing me to comment.
Okay, this is going to be the last speaker.
Okay, Lisa Swan, I'm sorry. I lost my place here. Fidel Barron, I see that you're in. Please unmute. If Fidel is not available, we do have one more after him.
Okay, let's have the other next speaker, please.
Okay, I see Lisa Swanson with their hand raised. Lisa?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Lisa Swanson. I'm a longtime resident within a mile of the project site. I fully concur with the comments presented by the opposition regarding hazards, and I want to present two examples why the nice sounding amendments are not to be believed. First, affordable housing. Just look a few miles down the road to Pacific City, right behind three major hotels. Pacific City has extremely pricey rental units, so the set-aside affordable units are a great deal, but not at all affordable, even for a tiny studio. The net impact of Pacific City has been a huge increase in space rent at the adjacent mobile home park and displacement of many seniors and other low-income occupants. Second, when the new AES power plant was constructed several years ago, residents were promised that the old eyesore power plant would be demolished, yet it still sits there years later. We were promised millions in mitigation to fund improvements to Edison Park, beautification of Hamilton Street, and now these same items show up on the projects list. Please vote no on this.
All right, thank you. All right, this will conclude this portion of public comment. I just wanted to express my great appreciation for everyone, both in Huntington Beach here and on Zoom, that took the time to participate today. It's absolutely invaluable to all of us to hear your perspectives. I'm going to continue now with the applicant and the city who have reserved rebuttal time, and I don't know if you'd like to use it or not, but if you would, please come forward, and you have 10 minutes. And folks on the commission, we're going to approach this as we'll allow them their time for rebuttal. We're going to hear again from staff. We'll close the public hearing. Everyone will be available for questions, and I anticipate that there will be a lot of questions on this. So that's the way we'll proceed if everyone agrees. All right, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yep, you're on.
Good afternoon, Stephen Logan. Mauricio Escobar is going to discuss a little bit about ASCON and their study.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mauricio Escobar. I'm a professional geologist. I work for a company called Rue Associates, and I've been involved with the Magnolia Tank Farm project since 2017, 2018 timeframe. I'm going to talk about four topics that I heard some discussion about today. I'm going to hit it at a high level, and then I'm happy to share specifics to the extent that the commissioners would like to hear. First of all, I want to begin with the process that someone like myself goes through when it comes to evaluating Magnolia Tank Farm. We look at the history of the site, we look at the uses, we look at what chemicals may have been used and in what quantities, over what periods of time, what agencies may have had jurisdiction, et cetera. So we want to get a complete history of the site in order to have a good idea of what we want to be concerned about. With Magnolia Tank Farm, there were 3 oil wells drilled in the 1950s. Before that, it was open space, it was agricultural. After the 3 wells were drilled, the 3 big tanks, 25 million gallon above ground tanks, were put in support of the generating station across the channel. The reason for these tanks was for backup power generation. Originally, it was the actual fuel used for the generation itself, and then later it became backup when they started using natural gas. The one thing to highlight is that first of all, crude oil is a staple of Huntington Beach and Southern California, and so it's not unique to this site. But certainly, somebody mentioned methane, somebody mentioned hydrogen sulfide. Those are natural byproducts. They're not only on this site, but probably throughout the city itself. And the city itself has some very specific ordinances to deal with methane, hydrogen sulfide, and also petroleum and soils. I'll touch on that a little bit later. When it comes to the actual tanks themselves, what they held was something called bunker C. And if you had a pail here, a bucket of bunker C, it's very viscous. It takes actual heating to move it around. And so if you're going to put it on the ground, it's not going to go very far. You're going to smell it. It's going to smell like somebody just put asphalt down in the street. But certainly it's not going to dissolve. It's not going to volatilize very much. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to be where it is. As part of the purchase of the property by Shop-Off in 2016, 2017, the tanks were removed. All of the piping was above ground, and all of the supporting infrastructure, that being the heaters and everything that moved the materials around, were also above ground. Those were removed. There was some residual contamination in the topsoil with DTSC as an oversight agency, which began in 1996. That material was removed. There was something like 10,000. I have the specifics here. Something like, I want to say 10,000 yards or tons removed at that time. And then later, through confirmation sampling, it was discovered there was some residual contamination left, and there was a second removal in 2021. Again, I have all the dates here specifically. I can cite them later. With those 2 removal actions, with groundwater sampling, with soil vapor sampling, with hundreds of soil samples that were collected throughout the property, a risk assessment was performed not only for workers, but for future residents. And with all of that information in mind, the Department of Toxics, who will comprise of a project manager, a supervisor, a risk assessor, an engineer, so they're very thorough. They reviewed all the documentation and determined that the site itself, the Magnolia Tank Farm, is fit for open use, essentially residential. It could be a hospital, it could be a school, whatever it takes, because of the condition of the soil in the site itself. So that, I just want to make sure that that's clear. The site itself is clean. As far as the other concerns that have been raised, they're all reasonable concerns. If I'm a resident, if I'm a neighbor, I'm thinking about ASCON, the fact that they were putting materials in there that were toxic back in the 1950s and for a very long time. The way that we assess the possibility of having those toxic chemicals affect somebody is through the possibility of some kind of contacts. And so the easiest example would be if you have a drinking water well and you're pumping the water and it's got contaminants, of course you have some kind of an exposure. Right here, we have groundwater that goes from the ocean inland. So it goes through the Magnolia Tank Farm, through ASCON, and this is based on data that's been collected back to the 1980s. So the gradient hasn't changed, and the direction of groundwater flow hasn't changed. We also have very fine grained sediments. If you've been in a marsh or in a wetland, it's always very mucky, real fine grained silt. And a study was done in 2007 by Geosyntec, who's the consultant for the landfill. And the seepage velocity, essentially how quickly groundwater will move across the central portion of the ASCON site, is estimated to be about 5 to 10 feet per year. So it's not moving very far. It's not going anywhere. And that's just for water. If you have a contaminant, you're going to have some sort of a retardation factor to where the contaminants don't move as fast as the contamination itself, as the water itself, excuse me. So that's all to say that the That's all to say that the contamination moving from ASCON offsite, whether it be down gradient or cross gradient, it's been thought about, it's been considered. That's not happening. There's been lots of data generated just this year, last year, the year before, of perimeter groundwater wells that show no contamination. There's been soil vapor samples collected. They don't show contamination around the perimeters. And somebody mentioned earlier that there's been sampling for air along the perimeter and offsite. That's only to have sentinel wells and to have data that speaks to the fact that there's no exposure to people beyond the boundaries of the landfill itself. I think I'm out of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you. While we're hearing from you, could you, because I know, I'm sorry, but your name, Ms. Washburn.
Yes.
I know, just one thing I'd appreciate if you would address is where the affordable housing, a lot of people have mentioned it's going to be by the Superfund site. Could you just as you make your remarks, could you address that, please?
Sure. Yes. Again, my name is Alexa Washburn with National Community Renaissance. We are ShopOff's affordable housing developer partner. I wanted to clarify the affordability levels as well as the mechanism that will ensure and preserve the affordability component. So the apartment homes, these are rental units. All of them, with the exception of the on-site manager's unit, will be available to low-income households earning less than 80% of the area median income in Orange County. And this includes a minimum 10% for extremely low-income households. Those are households that earn up to 30% of the area median income. 30% of those units will be available at a minimum for very low income households. So those are households that earn 31 to 50% of the area median income, and a minimum 30% will be available to low income households. So those are households that earn 51 to 80% of the AMI. Now, the AMI, the area median income for Orange County, is $129,000. Okay, so how this translates in terms of income. So those that would qualify as extremely low income, a one-person household could earn up to $33,000 a year. A four-person household up to $47,000 a year. These are our grocery store clerks, our restaurant clerks, our servers, our housekeepers. Those that would qualify for the very low income units for a one household individual range of $55,000 up to $79,000 for a four-person household. These are our teachers, our entry-level emergency technicians, our pharmacy technicians, our postal workers, our veterinarian technicians. Then the 30% low income, those are available for households. So one person household could earn $85,000 a year, up to a four-person household could earn $125,000 a year. These are public agency, our state employees, our city employees, nurses, police, and firefighters. Now, the mechanism that will ensure the affordability and preserve it is that we will enter into a regulatory agreement. That regulatory agreement will be recorded on the land and the covenants placed on the units to preserve this affordability for a minimum 75 years. Now, the standard state HCD requirement is a minimum 55 years. This goes above and beyond a minimum 75 years preserving that affordability in place. I also wanted to address your question about where the affordable housing will be located. So it is, we have set aside approximately 1.8 acres near the park. So it's adjacent to the Channel Park in the northern portion of the community.
Okay, so that is, so all of the affordable housing will be concentrated on the northern part of the site, which is sort of near the ASCON. Near ASCON and near the existing power plant, right? Kind of in that area.
Well, it's on, yeah, it's in the northwest area of the site, adjacent to the Channel Park.
Right. I know, just what you mean. Thank you. We may have questions about that, so I know you'll be here and respond to that. All right, that concludes your rebuttal, or do you have you have 30 more seconds?
To close out.
All right, please.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shopoff. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll have some questions. All right, I'd like to now return to staff. Thank you very much. Y'all are out of time on your rebuttal. Thank you, though. All right, I'd like to then close public comment on this item, return to staff, and ask for any responses to public comment and the presentation by the Shop Off Group.
Thank you, Chair Hart. I'll quickly hand this over to Jeremy Smith to talk about, make a few points on about the ASCON site and some of the flooding issues. But I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of the staff that have been involved in this matter. It's really been an extraordinary team effort, and it's really touched upon almost all aspects of our agency. So it's really been a huge effort. But I do want to really call out the efforts of our lead analyst on this, Meg Vaughn. She did an extraordinary job on this. Her attention to detail is truly amazing. Karen Vu and our sea level rise team working on our sea level rise aspects of this. Also want to thank them. And then of course the Jeremy, who has just had extraordinary clarity as with regard to the studies that need to be done here, and has really helped us move this matter along. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeremy.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate that. So, okay, so I see we have the slides up. So, commissioners, I'm going to go over some additional background and staff's work looking into the ASCON site, just given the amount of concern that's been raised on that. I'm then going to respond to a couple other topics that have been raised in public comment, and then I'm going to pass it back to Dr. Hucklebridge for some closing thoughts. So, the ASCON site operated as a landfill from 1938 through 1984, with much of the waste coming from surrounding drilling operations. These wastes were largely deposited into open lagoons and pits on the natural grade. The contaminants of potential concern in site soil and waste material include heavy metals, PCBs, pesticides, semi-volatile organic carbons, and volatile organic carbons, or VOCs. ASCON is a state of California Superfund site and is regulated by the California Department of Toxic Substances Control, or DTSC. In 1991, DTSC began oversight of remedial investigation of air, soil, and groundwater at the site, and the site is currently in the process of being remediated by the responsible parties as part of DTSC's State Superfund Cleanup Program. The remediation action plan consists of consolidating the waste at and above the current grade and capping the site with low permeability soils, among other measures. Remediation efforts were paused in 2019 due to odor complaints and reports of respiratory issues for nearby residents. DTSC has been working closely with partner agencies and the responsible parties to ensure future remediation work occurs with mitigation efforts to avoid potential offsite impacts from odors specifically. DTSC tentatively expects remediation activities to restart in September of this year, and fieldwork is expected to take 22 months to complete. This would lead to completion of the remedial action plan in 2026. Once the remedial action plan is complete, the Operation, Maintenance, and Monitoring Plan, or OMMP, will be developed in coordination with DTSC. Next slide, please. So the OMMP will include monitoring wells around the site to ensure contaminants are contained, as well as additional analysis regarding the potential for sea level rise to impact the remediation work, and monitoring and adaptive management geared towards addressing any impacts from sea level rise. Currently, contaminants in groundwater underneath the site are contained within the ASCON site, and off-site transport is limited by the site geology, as you were just hearing about. Groundwater transport moves to the north and northwest, but is very slow, and it is possible that some contaminants degrade faster than those contaminants can be transported off the site. In discussions and correspondence with DTSC staff, Commission staff did not feel there was any evidence to suggest that sea level rise would change the current conditions in ways that would cause transport from ASCON towards the MTF site. Sea level rise is generally expected to increase the groundwater nearest the flood control channels, which would lead to a stronger gradient away from the MTF site. There was a comment that excavation as part of construction on the MTF site could affect the ASCON site. That issue would be assessed during the CDP process for any project here, and is something that staff expect would be addressed and avoided as part of the review and design of the ultimate project, presumably in close coordination with DTSC. However, staff has suggested modifications that would require noticing to any new residents about the adjacent ASCON site, require methane mitigation measures for habitable structures, and soil vapor monitoring on the MTF site along the ASCON boundary as part of our recommendation. Finally, I'll note that we have Nick Ta and his team from DTSC available via Zoom to answer any commissioner questions. So Nick will receive the questions. He'll direct them appropriately within his team. So now a few other points not related to ASCON. We saw comments and pictures showing that the site currently floods. It currently floods because it's essentially a bowl. So rain that falls on the site collects on the site. Now, historically, that water has been pumped out to the flood control channel, but recently the property owner's permit for that pumping to the stormwater channel or the flood control channel has lapsed. And so that pumping has ceased. And so therefore you get a backing up of water inside this bowl, which is what we would expect. We've also heard from the property owner that the car storage made the surface of the existing site less permeable. So you get that increase in ponding during those extreme events. But we don't expect, because the site floods now, that would change, or that would be an issue for the site with it being fully developed out as it's envisioned in the LCP amendment. There were also comments that the site isn't a flood zone. So I just want to clarify this because flood zone can mean different things to different people. So the site isn't a FEMA flood zone X, noted as an area with reduced flood risk due to a levee. So this is not a flood zone as you may commonly hear about, where flood insurance is required for federally backed mortgages. This would be just an area noted on the map as being an area with reduced flood risk. And so depending on your definition of flood zone, maybe it could be in a flood zone, but it's not in the sort of flood zone as we're used to hearing about a flood zone being, in the floodplain. So now I'll pass it to Kate with any closing comments.
Thanks, Jeremy. And I just wanted to start up by thanking everybody who participated in the hearing today. I want also to thank everyone for their patience as we hone our process when providing Spanish translation. I know it was a little bumpy today, and we will strive to take the lessons we've learned to improve our process in the future. I would especially like to thank the project developer, Shop Off Realty Investments, for paying for that translation service today. I think it was really valuable. Next, I did want to let the commission and the public know just that we heard all of the comments that were provided today and prior to the hearing, and consider them very carefully. I mean, many of the questions and concerns that you heard raised in opposition to the project were questions that we asked ourselves, as evidenced in our staff report from last year. So at the direction of this commission, we have spent the intervening year working very diligently to try to answer those questions. And to the extent that we can, given the complexity of these issues and the timeline that we have in front of us. I would like to thank the city and the developer for working with us on scoping studies, on conducting those studies, and trying to help us answer some of those questions. It was critically important. So as you heard from Jeremy and from others, we dove into very complex flooding and sea level rise issues related to contamination at the ASCON site, environmental justice, and affordable housing, to name a few. And we followed where the best available science and information led us, and that was to recommendation of approval on this land use change today. And we do not take the change of our recommendation lightly. We want to make sure you understand that. The bottom line is that after a lot of technical study, we believe that the project as envisioned by the LCPA will not substantially make things worse or better in terms of hazards for the city. So in other words, we don't really see any evidence that this project would create new problems for the city, nor would it solve many of the problems the city already has. We have also improved our general understanding of flooding, future flooding, and other hazards, as well as begun analysis of adaptation measures needed to address those hazards in this area of Huntington Beach, and that is valuable and important information. And those studies would not necessarily have occurred were it not for the commission's direction from last year, and that again is important. As we all know, this commission is on the front line of grappling with how to consider climate change in planning and development, and it is not an easy place to be. The reality is that the city will face challenges with how to adapt to climate change and hazards for this area, and even more vulnerable at parts of the city, and we will be partners with them in that process. It will take additional studies, planning, and financing. And for this project, we did our best to ensure that the LCP includes modifications that support those efforts. That includes development of a funding mechanism that will supplement costs and adaptation in the Southeast Huntington Beach area, additional monitoring requirements, as you've heard about, disclosures, and other elements that we are happy to delve into more detail as you all have questions. Furthermore, if this LCP amendment is approved by the commission and becomes part of this LCP, we expect that there will be a CDP application to the city for the development being contemplated. That application is appealable to this commission, and we will be paying close attention to how that evolves at the city, again, should this LCP amendment go forward. So with that, I will close and just let you know we are all obviously ready and available to answer your questions. There are a lot of folks here on your staff team as well as from the developers team, DTSC, and just acknowledge the complexity, and we'll do our very best to answer questions as you throw them at us. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Huckelbridge. And I, again, I want to also, on behalf of the commission, thank Sarah Vaughn, Karen Vu, Jeremy Smith, Carl, everyone that put in so much time and effort on this. Did such an excellent job, such a thorough job, a very, very difficult project that's really of great import for so many reasons. All right, I'm now going to bring it back to the commission. Start with Commissioner Cummings, and then we'll go down and hear from anyone else who has comments and questions.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by not only thanking the staff for all their hard work on this, but also thanking the developers in the city for working hard with the staff and for all the folks who've come out and spoken on this item. This is probably going to be a very difficult item for some of us, if not all of us, because there's a lot of pros and cons, and they conflict with a lot of things that we care about in this community as it relates to housing, environmental protection, protection of public health. I think I'll start with some of the affordable housing items. The first was that I just wanted to get some clarity on the, and maybe this is the city who could speak to this, but reading through the report, and maybe I missed it, but initially it sounded like all of the units were supposed to be for sale units. And now, as we've been hearing, the affordable units are supposed to be for rent. And so I'm just wondering if they could speak to that, because
Yeah, and I'm fine with the folks that are likely to be responding, moving over here, just come up, whoever you deem to be able to respond, and don't worry about, specific procedure. If whoever you think is best to respond, just please respond to the questions.
Bill Shopoff, President and CEO. Yes, very originally the units were all for sale. Now it's been segregated into for sale, market rate product, and the rental product is deed restricted for 75 years for affordable.
thanks. And then I guess a follow-up question to that. I wonder if you can explain why 75 years. And I'm just going to provide a little bit of context for this to allow folks to really understand where I'm coming from on this item. After the 1989 earthquake in Santa Cruz, we had a hotel that got damaged, and there was an agreement made between the owner and the city to allow them to use FEMA funding to help repair that hotel, so long as that those rooms were then going to revert from being a hotel to affordable housing. We're now at the end of that covenant, and the property owner is now saying that they don't want to continue that affordability requirement. They want to convert all those units to market, which means that 70 people will get evicted from their homes. And so that's what we're faced with right now. And so we're living through having to grapple with people who are low income, have been low income in housing for a long time, getting evicted from their homes. And so I'm just wondering why 75 years versus just in perpetuity, knowing that we need affordable housing and that we're trying to, create as much affordable housing as possible.
I think it typically is tied to, you have an economic life of the buildings. And so trying to understand what might happen there later. Those restrictions can be anywhere from 30, 50, 75 is really, I think at an upper range, you can certainly discuss something longer than that. And, if that were something that the commission wanted to discuss, we'd certainly be happy to entertain it.
One of the things, if I could, Commissioner, I think as we go forward with our discussion here, Mr. Shopoff, I think it would be important that if you as the developer or one of your representatives is open to a change or a concern, it would be great to hear that. So if you are open to discussing the 75 years, let us know and we'll proceed.
I would say on that issue, we're certainly open to discuss it. There'll be others that you might ask that I might be less open to, and I'll
we'll see how it goes.
I will speak freely.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner, please continue.
Thank you. I've got a number of questions for the Department of Toxic Substance Control. I know that you had mentioned that, or staff had mentioned in 2019, the cleanup had commenced. Shortly after that was stopped. It's been about 5 years now, and so I'm just wondering if they can speak to the restoration restart plan, when that's supposed to be completed. When do we expect for that cleanup to start moving forward? And then in the grand scheme of that site, what are we talking about in terms of the percentage that's being it's going to be cleaned up at this point in time?
Is that Mr. Todd then will come online?
Yes. Good afternoon,
There
Madam
he is.
Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner and Commission staff. Just quick introduction. My name is Nick Ta. I'm a supervisor with DTSC Site Mitigation and Restoration Program in the Cypress office. My staff oversees the ASCON site cleanup projects. So today I have with me Dr. Karen McLaughlin, the project manager, Clay Larkin, a California Registered Professional Geologist, Ben Stanfield, a California professional engineer and the project engineer, Dr. Don Greenlee, the project toxicologist, Don Indermill, he's the project manager for Magnolia Tank Farm site, now the Shop-Off property, and Jessica Anderson and Maya Akula, our public participation specialist. We will be here for the duration of the hearing to answer your question. Back to Commissioner Cummings, the shutdown in 2019 was resolved because of the odor complaint. So since that time, we asked ASCON to come back to us with mitigating methodologies to minimize the odor when they are doing the remedy construction. With that, for the past 4 years, they provided us with multiple methods on how to minimize the odor, both physical and chemical. So this past summer in 2023, ASCON, we approved a pilot test for ASCON to test out these technologies, basically chemical spray and other physical containment to minimize the odor. That was successful. And so now the ASCON is incorporating those methodologies into the restart plan, essentially adding on to what the approved remedy for the site. So the restart plan is currently under review by DTSC.
Great. And then I guess I have a follow-up on that that's kind of going a little bit back in time. One of the first reports I found was the report from, I believe it was 2003, and it was the imminent and substantial endangerment determination and consistency order between the DTSC and settling parties related to the ASCON site. And one of the remedial action objectives, it really highlighted that there would be a need for a variety of requirements. One of the requirements was that existing and potential benefit uses of groundwater shall be protected. Beneficial uses identified at the site includes municipal and domestic supply. The remedial action objective for this site shall be developed with groundwater remediation standards, which are protective of public health and safety, the environment, and designated beneficial uses. Furthermore, remedial objectives for contaminated media shall be developed consistent with intended future land uses at the site pursuant to the City of Huntington Beach's Magnolia Pacific Specific Plan. The site is zoned for residential use. Therefore, remedial action objectives for contaminated media shall be developed to meet an unrestricted land use. And so to me, what that says in that report that was initially agreed upon in the early 2000s is that the objective is to remediate that site to the point where there'll be unrestricted land use. And yet in the 2015 report that we find, there's this idea that it will be capped and it will be kind of fenced off. And so there's a very big conflict here between what initially was agreed upon, it sounds like, between the ASCON and between DTSC, that I think is ideally what we all want to see, which is this site is completely remediated. It would allow for unrestricted land use, which means it could potentially be further developed for housing. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, because one of the things that a lot of folks mentioned today was really wanting to see this site be remediated fully before we move forward. And I think that's something that I'm very much supportive of, and I think the community will be very supportive of it. But just want to understand how we can make that happen if that is a possibility.
Okay, so essentially, the imminent order that we provide, it was basically a catch-all order to make sure that the responsible party comes to the table and remediate the site, whatever that may be. The capping, the capping alternative that we currently approve is based upon a feasibility study of the site. And within the circular, I'm not sure if you're familiar with circular. It's basically a Superfund site, essentially provide us with 9 criteria to determine what is the best alternative for the site. And from that study, we determined that the best alternative is to cap the site and monitor it into perpetuity. And that's how the alternative of capping comes about. And these 9 criteria includes a variety of variables, including community impact, including if there's any offsite migration, whether or not there's technology to contain the waste, whether it would be better to take the waste out. It also contain costs, data that also comes into the evaluation as well. So at the end of the day, the feasibility study basically said that for this particular site, capping would be the best approach to go forward and remediate it.
Thanks. I guess, and I'm going to try to wrap up my comments because I know there's a lot of folks and we still have other items, but I guess the main concern I have with that approach is just the fact that, you know, one of the parties of interest or responsible parties that was listed was ExxonMobil, and their budget this year, I think, or their net worth is about $497 billion. So from a cost perspective of cleaning this up, it sounds like one of the responsible parties has the funds to actually be able to help them fully remediate this site. And the issue that occurs with caps is that there have been, you know, a number of Superfund sites across the United States that have been capped where those caps have failed, or over time we found that those caps don't sufficiently protect those areas. So Hunters Point is a really great example in San Francisco, where they found that actually after the 5-year study that the existing protections are insufficient. There's Lake Onondaga that was a Superfund site that was capped, and their cap failed 3 times, and it was only because of a Freedom of Information Act request that they actually had that information disclosed. In 2017, more than 252 Superfund sites had flooded in Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria. And during at one of those sites, the flooding of the San Jacinto waste pits in Texas, the cap was undermined, which resulted in the release of diotoxins that were washed downstream and impacted communities. So, and I think what's unique about this site is that it's currently surrounded on 2 sides by housing, and now we're talking about surrounding on 3 sides by housing. So if there were some release in the future into these communities, it's going to be much more difficult with more people living around what is identified as a hazardous toxic waste site. So I guess that's where my real concern about this comes from. And so, you know, if there's an opportunity to have this clean and remediated before there's construction, I think that would be something that the community could live with. I think it's something that we would be able to live with. But it seems like there is an opportunity to clean this site. And let's be honest, a lot of those chemicals that are at this site cause many diseases that include cancer, asthma, developmental and reproductive impairment, effects on immune systems, respiratory impairment, circulatory, kidney, and nervous system disease damage. And you know, it's been found that pregnant women living close to unremediated Superfund sites may have 20 to 25 higher risk of having a child with congenital birth defects than those who live near clean sites. So there's a lot of information out here that really highlights the fact that we need to clean these sites if we're going to put housing near them. So those are some of the major concerns I have. I'm wondering if there's some opportunity for us to work with the developers to have, you know, and the city to ensure that before we change this land use designation, that the site is clean to the greatest extent feasible. And just also want to remind ourselves that, you know, under our environmental justice policy, you know, we're supposed to be trying to make sure that that there's the availability of healthy environments for all people, that the deterrence, reduction, and elimination of pollution burdens for all populations and communities experience the adverse effects of that pollution, so that the effects of pollution are not disproportionately borne by those populations. And we're taking into account the considerations of the local populations that are most impacted by pollution. And we know that these communities who lived adjacent to the site have been impacted by pollution. So let's use this as an opportunity, if we can, to clean up the site before we go and put more people in harm's way. Thank you.
Next, Commissioner Lowenberg.
So I've got a couple questions that have to do, yes, with the hazardous waste, but also about the affordability stuff. And the one issue, so where I come from in San Francisco, we approved a lot of affordable housing over the years, and now the problem is that those units are not well maintained. So I'd like to know from you, ma'am, what is the policy of your organization on ongoing maintenance for affordable units? And do you set aside reserves? How do you handle all that? Because we don't want to turn around in 10, 15 years and have these units be a disaster.
Yes, understood. Again, Alexa Washburn with National Community Renaissance. We are owner operators, so we manage and maintain all of our properties. We do not sell. There is a reserve. There's a $500 annual per unit annual reserve for each unit. That's to keep up, painting, pest control, landscaping, the outside exterior, etc. I would love and invite any of you to please come tour one of our apartment home communities that has been in service for 30 years, and you will see for yourself how well designed and maintained they are. We do ensure that we have the sustainability, the financial sustainability to preserve the units and maintain them to the highest quality.
Okay. And I'm assuming that it's in a separate building. You've got your own building and the other for sale units, I'm assuming they're condos.
Correct. So the affordable units are apartment homes, rentals. So yes, they will have a separate gated apartment home community with their own high quality amenities, a community room where our Hope Through Housing Foundation provides free supportive services available to the children, after school care, economic mobility services available to the families, and senior services with that focus on health and wellness.
And you're planning to put that in at this site? You're going to have?
Yes, every single one of National Course communities has a community room. Our Hope Through Housing Foundation is our services arm that provides those services on site.
Okay, you have them, you literally have them on site.
Correct.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That's great. Let me see if I have anything for you. No, if we can go, in general, I asked the developer, sir, I'm assuming that all of the condos, homes, the units for rental, they're all going to have disclosures. There's going to be deed restrictions saying that what was on this site, it'll be in multiple languages so that people can understand it. So when someone goes to rent a unit or buy a unit, they know what they're buying or renting.
That would be correct. I mean, they'll have their protocol for using in their rental agreements, but they would have those disclosures. When we work with the Department of Real Estate, we have disclosures. We do a fair amount of infill construction and development. And so these are, not uncommon to run into sites like these because they're reuse sites. And so all of our other projects that we've ever been involved in, we've got those disclosures in the purchase and sale agreement. They're in multiple languages. So we're making sure that people are well informed. We've made people available. We have another site, and we have a next door to a manufacturing facility, and we spent countless hours with our prospective buyers, allowing them to talk to our engineers to make sure people are comfortable. Some people are comfortable, some people aren't, and then they make that decision to buy or not buy.
Okay. My next question is for the environmental people.
Can I want to finish a question about the 75 years. The city's requirement was 55. Coastal came and we ended up at 75, but that's certainly something that we're open to discuss. So.
And is that but the affordability, you're selling the affordable site to the nonprofit, correct?
That site will go to the nonprofit. It'll go with that restrictive covenant.
Right.
And that restrictive covenant currently is in the conditions of approval would be for 75 years, but we are certainly open to that being for a longer time period. And I believe I would assume that they would be open to that being longer, so.
Can I ask you a question? Ma'am?
Sorry.
Yeah. But it has to do with this. So what happens on a site 75 years from now that you all own as a nonprofit? Do you then go to market? What happens?
No, we do not. That is not our mission, right? We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer. Preserving affordability is of utmost importance to us. So we have been in existence for 32 years, so we have not reached that point
Right.
yet, but we would extend when you refinance and you extend and you restructure the financing, you can extend the affordability and ensure that it can another 75 years at that time. So we're completely open, as Mr. Shopoff said, of extending that affordability if needed.
Okay, because the fear would be that in the 74th year, you would sell it
No.
to a for-profit. No, I'm not saying that you're underhanded or you're doing it in a nefarious way.
Sure.
But, your board of directors at some point could say, Jesus, we could make X and we could go build another 400 units with the amount of money we could get, so there is that fear down the road.
Sure, understand that fear, but we are open to extending the affordability preservation and extending the covenant if needed. But again, that's of utmost importance to us. We've been offered to sell on some of our struggling properties. We do not. We have not in the history of our organization.
Okay.
And I can speak to our firm, although we brought National into this venture. We're also involved in the affordable housing business, and in fact, we bought projects that were ready to expire, and we have done extensive rehab and extended that life of it. We're my business, my family personally is very committed to affordability. I think it's a requirement of us as participants in the real estate sector, and so this was for us an easy give when we originally got the project approved, and we could have simply done an in lieu fee.
Mhm.
It wasn't anybody that came and asked us to do it. That's something that I suggested we do. And now we've codified it into a condition of approval. And if we want to extend that further, if we want to make it 100 years, want to make it in perpetuity, it's really not.
Well, I'd love
an
to
issue.
see it in perpetuity.
If that were the only question we have today, I can tell you that's an easy one.
Okay, so I'd like to keep that on the table, that it is in perpetuity. Can we bring back the fellow from DTSC?
Be Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
So in one of the reports or in one of the findings, there was this idea that you would take 10 feet, the first 10 feet of soil off of this site. Is that number based on borings that have gone down 10 feet? Did I misunderstand that? What's it based on at the end of the day, the 10 feet?
I am not aware of taking the top 10 feet off. There will be some excavation and basically take some excavation off of the northern and the eastern section of the site where the landfill currently encroaches on City of Huntington Beach property. They will take that encroachment, the soil from that encroachment, and put it back into the landfill. And the landfill will be shaped to a certain contour so that there will be, the major waste that will be put inside of the landfill instead of in the perimeter or leaving where they are currently.
Wait a minute, let me understand. You're
Yes.
going to take off a layer of soil from this site, and you're not going to take it off site? And
Some will be taken off site, but most will stay on site.
Why?
Because first of all, we had done a SQL analysis, and the number of soil, if we need to take off site, would be overwhelming the traffic and the community, and just create more danger as the waste are being transported off. And so with the soil that we remove, we can put it on top of the landfill and contour it. Mr. Lockins.
You mean you're gonna put it on the Ascon site?
Yes. Because it's
But are
come
you
from an
gonna do that
Ascon site.
after you clean the Ascon site or before you clean the Ascon site?
Okay, so the Ascon, the waste and Ascon will not be moved out of into, will not be disposed offsite. All the waste will be put into Ascon, and there will be an engineered cap placed on top to prevent any type of soil dust migration offsite.
But let me, I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want everybody to understand. So the Ascon site, you're going to remediate that and then put this soil on top?
No, ma'am. Okay, there are currently some encroachment soil that encroaches the city of Huntington Beach property. Ascon will remove those soil, put it back onto the Ascon site, and then there will be an engineered cap put on top.
But what are you doing about remediating the Ascon site?
Oh, that is part of a remedy. The engineer cap is part of the remedy to prevent migration and migration of contaminated material offsite and prevent exposure to the community.
So, I don't.
No, sir, just let's let him come.
But so at the end of the day, the Ascon site will not be fully remediated. It's a yes, no answer.
Okay.
It'll be capped, but it won't be remediated.
That's a definition of remedy. That's a definition of remediation.
Yeah, but that's not.
All right, folks. So I think that, Commissioner, I know that we're going to have a lot of people interested in this.
Okay.
I think,
And I just have one more
of course,
question.
and I
if
don't
we
want to
could-
interrupt
Yeah,
you, but I
no,
know
it's
all
fine.
the other.
Yeah. One more question. It's not a very satisfying answer, P.S. Who pays for the ongoing monitoring? The PRPs that have
Yes.
been identified?
Yes, it's not a
And is-
PRP, it's the
Yeah.
RP themselves, yes.
Okay, and there are funds set aside for that? Are those funds
Yes.
in escrow or?
They have a financial assurance that we reviewed and accepted, yes.
Okay. All right.
Did you want to hear from the applicant's expert on this topic?
Yeah.
He had
actually,
offered
yeah.
to come forward. All right,
Please.
sir. And I'm sorry, folks, I'm going to be coming down, but it's just, we knew this would be a long hearing and it's a very important issue, so.
Mauricio Escobar, Rue Associates geologist. I just wanted to clarify for you. So when DTSC talks about a remedy, and they talk about remedy selection, one of the remedy selections that was probably considered, and again, I'm not the consultant for ASCON, was probably complete removal of everything and hauling it all the way somewhere else, right? And so what they go through the evaluation of as Nick said, the potential issues with that in terms of carrying it through city streets,
Right.
for example. Where are you going to take it? How long will it take? What will it cost? All those things together then inform what the ultimate decision is for the remedy. In this case, the remedy is going to be reconsolidation of the materials on the outskirts of the landfill itself to the center portion of the landfill. Then they're going to cap it with an impermeable cap. It's an earthen cap. They're going to have monitoring wells, groundwater monitoring wells around the perimeter. They're going to have vapor wells around the perimeter. They're going to have an active extraction system. So any vapors that are created are captured.
They are going to have a vapor extraction
Yes, they
system?
will. And all of that will then be part of a monitoring program that will go on in perpetuity. Somebody mentioned, I believe Commissioner Cummins mentioned 5-year review. That's part of the process. So after 5 years, if the remedy is not working, you go back to the drawing tables and you put in new measures or you take a new approach if you have to in order to make sure the remedy is doing what it should.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for clarifying that. All right.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. Just want to let you know your mic's still on.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to go down the row. We're going to go start with Commissioner Rice and then just continue on.
All right, thank you, and to everyone involved to date. I'm just going to follow up a little bit on the remedial action plan, but in relation to the timing of the construction. So I'm not recalling anywhere, and I might have missed it, the timing of the construction of the residences, what's anticipated, because if I got it right, it looked like, and I've heard that the remediation work is supposed to start up again later this fall and take approximately 22 months. If I got that right. And so I'm wondering when construction's going to start and to what degree these two different activities are overlapping.
I'll do my best to address that. Bill Shopoff again. We have to go back to the city of Huntington Beach for some basically concurrence with what this commission ends up doing today. We would anticipate that would happen later this year. Then we go through construction drawings. We also have a substantial amount of import to the property. So I would say that we'll spend a good part of next year, having what I would call really site prep and import. And actual construction on our site would probably start, best case, mid next year, and that's really best case. And so that would probably have our units ready for occupancy early to mid 2027 is probably our earliest. Hotel probably a little bit later than that. That construction takes a little bit longer. As the discussion is on the ASCON site, they're talking about that being theoretically done in early 2026. So in theory, that site should be completed before our site has occupancy. However, I'm going to maybe jump the gun here on something and try to anticipate a question. We don't control that, and so it's very anxiety inducing to consider tying us to that. We know they'll do their best efforts to do that. The site is currently, under the control of DTSC, but I can't delay bringing all the benefits and occupancy and all those things in perpetuity. And I think that's what you'd be asking me to do if you tried to tie the two things. So I hate to anticipate a question, but I think I heard it already.
I actually wasn't gonna go there yet unless something else came up. But I think it's important that we understand that. I also would think that I was just anticipating you would have some lead time between now and when you could actually start construction because of the process. And so there seemed like if everything went well, it'd be a fairly, the timing would be okay. In terms of overlap.
I think as the timing is currently contemplated, we would be doing construction, but we wouldn't have occupancy for probably more than a year after the scheduled completion of the remedy. I hate to use this word remediation because it's getting misinterpreted, but the remedy, which is the cap. So I think that it's going to working out. Hopefully, that gives them, really another. They've got a 22-month time frame. It really gives them almost 50, really more than 50% more time to accomplish that. But it's hard for us to go expend that money to not be able to get occupancy.
Okay, so my other question is in relation to the actual development of the properties. Is this a phased project, or are you breaking ground on all the units at the same time? And also, what's the relationship between the development that's happening with the affordable units and then the market rate units? It sounded like the National Community Renaissance was actually its own developer and handling its own project.
That aspect is correct. The first thing that's going to happen is you have a substantial amount of site work that takes place. The site has substantial amount of import, the site's being raised. We've got all of the infrastructure. That will be done as a master project where we'll get the site completely ready for vertical construction. So we'll do some excavation in some parts of the site. We actually really have to over-X the entire site, recompact, and then bring in soil and build up a structurally sound.
I don't think I need all.
Sorry, I'm just trying to say there's a fair amount of time in that horizontal construction time period. Then we turn the site over to National for them to construct their apartment building, their 51 units. I'm not trying to guess, but that's probably a 2-year window, 18 to 22 months for them to build that. At the same time, we'll begin the construction of the single family, and there'll be a couple of different product types and communities, and we'll start to work through those. And those buildings are probably, more like 9 months to deliver the first units, but you're not building all 200 of those at the same time. That's going to be staged in over some period of time. At the same time that's all going on, you've got hotel construction that's going to go on. And that construction is probably 30 months or so, 36 months to build the hotel. Because that's a concrete building. It just takes a little bit longer. I hate to get so granular, but I think it's important to give context to this.
Okay, and then, so from what you're saying, I surmise that the affordable units are going to be basically, it's intended that you'll be having folks move into those units similarly to the time, occupancy would happen in the market rate. I just want to, I want to also get at is that we have assurance that those affordable units actually get developed and that doesn't fall apart. And how are these two linked so that we make sure if this project goes forward, the affordable units actually do get built? And in a timely fashion.
Yeah, that has been addressed in the staff report. I'm sorry, I don't have
Okay.
it handy, but
Staff's nodding their heads.
Yes, that's included in our staff recommendation and we can walk through that if you'd like.
We are required to deliver the affordable component prior to certificate of occupancy for the hotel. So they're moving a line. Yep, so
Okay.
that's tied. So that's the
Perfect.
mechanism.
That's what I wanted. That's good to know. And then if you could come back up on the affordable use. So you talked about the AMI.
Yes.
And what the income levels would be for those very low and moderate units. Can you tell me what the corresponding rents will be?
I can, yes. I gather that information. So starting with the extremely low income, the minimum 10% of the units must be at extremely low income. So these are households that earn less than 30% of the area median income. What that equates to in rent, and we'll have a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. We call this a large family mix, right? So a 1-bedroom apartment would start at about, would be a maximum of $850 for monthly rent. Now, a 4-person household, let's say that's living in a 3-bedroom apartment, the rent would be approximately $1,100. Okay, that's the maximum rent that we can charge. Now, when we move to the very low income units, and a minimum 30% of the units must be set aside at very low income. Those are individuals or households that earn 31 to 50% of the AMI. The equivalent rent for a 1-bedroom, and again, depending on your affordability, the income level that they make, because remember, they could be at a 40% AMI or 50, but that range is in a 1-bedroom rent is approximately $1,690 per month up to $2,250 per month for a 1-bedroom. Now and then $2,300 for a 2-bedroom. I'm sorry, let me back up. At 30% very low income for a 1-bedroom, the rent would be $1,100 to $1,400. For a 3-bedroom, $1,500 to $1,900. Now, when we move to the low income, that's 51 to 80% of the area median income. The equivalent rents for a 1-bedroom is $1,650 to $2,250, and about $2,300 for a 2-bedroom unit.
Okay, and then just for each of those 4 categories, and you could start it with the extremely low, how many units of each? And then
Sure. A minimum 10% must be at extremely low income.
So that's 5.
That's 5. Yes, sorry. And then a minimum 30% at very low income. So 15.
Thank you.
And then
I just want to state it out loud because I think this is important. I really appreciate all the advocacy on the part of the Unite Here folks. And I just want everyone to understand what affordable actually means. And so, we're getting up into the 2,000+, 2,500 plus a month, which at 30%, if that represents no more than 30% of your income, that's someone making over $6,000, $7,000 a month. I just want the reality check on what affordable really means. And this is not a criticism. I understand how it works. I just think it's important to say it out loud.
Well, for the extremely low, it's $850 for a
Right.
1-bedroom.
So
Okay,
that's
I just wanted to clarify
that's a
that.
1-bedroom. That's not a family. That's
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
And then we have the 30% at low income. So another minimum 15 units set aside for the low income households.
Okay, great. And then, and the affordable units will not be assessed if there's an assessment district set up that's only tied to the market rate. Okay,
Correct.
and there's no HOA fees?
Correct.
Okay, so want to just be clear on that. And then just one question on the assessment district. I don't know if that the city should be speaking to that or not. How does that get set up? And I'm just I'm wondering how it works, and I read it as seeing a lot is going to rest on the owners of these properties going forward in terms of addressing future issues for which those assessment funds would be used versus the developer.
So would the city like to come forward on that?
Hi, Jennifer Villasenor. The assessment district would be set up through the conditions of approval for the coastal development permits that are required. So this project, if it's approved, the LCP amendment, when it comes back to the city, we'll need to approve coastal development permits and tentative track maps, so subdivision maps for the developments, and it'll be set up through the conditions for those entitlements.
Okay, thank you. And stay there because my last question, thank you. I'm just on the parking. So what is, I know, and if I think the city's not agreeing to a condition or a modification that the staff is proposing, what I wanted to ask is what are the parking restrictions in the general area? And I am concerned about the parking as staff is in terms of what do those restrictions do in terms of folks who are trying to access the public the beach or any of the other public access elements of the project. Because I'm assuming that's why we don't want such restrictive hours. Maybe staff could speak to the condition and then we can talk about what's happening elsewhere.
Yeah, so the way the condition is, the conditions right now in terms of the on-street parking, there's I think a maximum of up to 2 hours. And that's just with the existing parking conditions along, I think a portion of Magnolia Street or Hamilton. With this project, they're going to be expanding the parking along those areas. And as part of that, we're asking for the parking essentially during the daytime to be open for 5 hours so that you support coastal access better. And then over the evening hours, a minimum of 3 hours. And the purpose for, having the hours there was a concern expressed about the area not having any conditions on it beforehand, and that turned into a problem with people parking there long term. So we were trying to.
Estamos tratando de dirigir eso en las horas que hemos.
And then the city's objecting to that, but I'm just, to me, a 2-hour restriction is actually, it is restrictive. And it's been my experience here in the county and elsewhere, frankly, you give more time, you tend to have more turnover in parking. So it's not necessarily, I'm trying to get at why you're wanting the tighter restrictions. What does that gain?
Well, so the city didn't object to the new parking that would be established along the Ascon frontage on Magnolia and Hamilton. The city currently has a valid coastal development permit that we approved, I want to say 2018 or 19, for the parking restrictions along the Magnolia Tank Farm frontage on Magnolia Street. And those are currently in place. It's a valid coastal development permit. So we objected because we have a valid coastal development permit now. We also suggested to staff if we could have a 4-hour restriction in the daytime, but keep the 1-hour restriction at night where we have some public safety issues. And so that was our request and why we had objected to the recommendation from staff.
Respondo de las recomendaciones. De la noche, abierto a 4 horas durante el día y 1 hora durante la noche. Bueno, gracias, vamos a ver. No voy a pensar.
Go right down the line because I know you all have comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question, and I really appreciate Commissioner Cummings' research into the idea of these caps, because that had been a question I had for the development the developer, and they didn't know because that's not their job. But so I'm still very, very concerned about that. It sounds even worse than I expected. So could we talk to Mr. Ta one more time, perhaps, or another?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, it's kind of
I'm
hard
here.
to hear you. Dana, if you could get a little closer to your mic, I'm even.
Oh,
time.
sorry.
Thanks. Or just
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so my first question is, how long is it going to take once you start in September, hopefully? How long do you see that, or do you think it may take you to do this remediation all the way to the cap and giving them a certificate?
Right now, we are estimating between 22 to 24 months.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Shopov, in just looking at your timeline and National's timeline, where did I write it down? You told me what it was. How does that coincide? If you can't, if I personally wanted to condition building on having remediation, that was my personal preference. And when you say, well, that's just not going to fly for us because we have to make investments, et cetera, I understand that. That's makes some sense. But if it takes 22 months to remediate, and yet National, I know you have some time you have to grade the property and build up the site. But if the remediation isn't even done by the time people start building and it doesn't work, don't we end up with you having all these buildings and occupancy? Well, maybe you wouldn't get your occupancy, I don't know. If this site fails to be remediated is my question.
Excuse me. If it fails to be remediated, it's in the same condition today, which it's not currently producing releases. I mean, you've heard that testimony both from the DTSC and from RU. The issue is trying to put it into a state of perpetuity, hopefully, assuming that the RP and the DTSC have a reasonable solution for it, which I have to believe they do. So let's say that they get it done. That's easy. I think the challenge for us is for us to sit and wait in neutral and not start construction until they're done is delaying us by, a couple years. If
Yeah.
we're
22 months, actually.
well, yeah, theoretically 22 months. I mean, not completely because we're not going to start construction right away. We're not starting construction tomorrow. So there's some overlap. But I think the concern I have is our desire to deliver, the affordable units, the market rate units, the hotel, create the economic value of this, bring this site open to the public, do all the public benefits that we expect to do. The challenge is if we start construction and then have to wait because they're delayed for some reason, that's the issue that I just have a challenge tying my future to some future that I don't control.
Well, especially when it's the government. So
Yeah, I mean, it's not my place to ask questions, but I would ask,
Yeah.
have they ever gone longer than the projected amount of
Well,
time?
I guarantee you they probably have. So, okay, well, fair enough. It just makes it a little more difficult to feel comfortable in approving this because, to most of us, it's illogical that anyone wants to live next to a super fund who doesn't have to. But that being said, I understand what your problems are. It makes some sense to me. So I have another question for you which goes back to the employment of the workers at the hotel who are then going to have the first right of refusal for the apartment buildings. The hotel is going to be finished after the National apartments.
That's correct.
So you don't even know who's going to work there. So how do we operate the first right of refusal for employees that you haven't even hired yet?
You're going to have a period of time where they're going to have had occupancy. Let's use their 18 and my 36 months to build a hotel. You're going to put some residents in occupancy, and as some of those start to move out, because they do, residents end up having to do issues of they've got to be income recertified, and only some people do have to move out. So units become available again over a period of time. So there'll be a transitional period there where you work through that, because I don't think you guys are going to want to sit with units vacant. Yeah, they can't do it.
So here we go
So
again.
there's going to be a transitional period,
Mhm.
but there'll be an effort to do that, because it's, I think it's what they would like to do. It's what we would like to accomplish on behalf of those.
I
workers.
understand that. I think you just have to understand, because you weren't involved in these other projects. This commission really is very interested in having local workers have local affordable housing. And we've been misled in the past on some project, and it wasn't available to the workers. So we were all very excited about this new condition that it would be. So that's problematic too. And again, I'm not saying I'm not going to vote for it for that reason, but what I want to do is maybe have a discussion with staff. Hello, staff. About how this might work. So thank you very much. So, Mr. Schwang, don't you see that as a problem? That we have a hotel that's constructed, and again, I very sympathize with developers. Things don't always go right. So this hotel could actually wait, it could be a lot longer than what you hope, but hopefully not. But what we were looking for was exactly what you put in the report, which is having the local workers of the hotel on that property, or what other workers on the property, be able to have these apartments. So how are we going to make that work?
Thank you. So I'll ask Aubrey Yost, who's worked, Aubrey Yost with our staff, who's
Okay.
not in the room today, but she's on Zoom.
Oh, great.
And have
Then let's ask
Aubrey go over the details of
Great.
the policy language that we have in the suggested modifications. Aubrey?
Thanks, Carl. So the specific plan as modified with suggestions from the city and the developer tie the occupancy permit of the hotel to the final building inspection for the affordable units. So those two things are intended to happen concurrently. Specific plan in section 3.8.2 requires the affordable housing units.
Can I ask you to stop and go back to the beginning? Because I missed it. A couple other commissioners understood, but I don't. Say it again. How does it work to get them together at the same time, the workers and the apartments?
Sure. So the specific plan ties the final building inspection
Of
for the
apartment or
housing,
the hotel?
the affordable housing units
The apartment.
to, yes,
Okay.
to the certificate of occupancy for the hotel.
They're tied. Well, then
Yes.
how are they going to do this? Because she just said she can't have them empty, and they're done, several months, if not more than that, before the hotel is done.
So I can address this.
Thank you.
So keep in mind that when the hotel operator is selected, right, and they're under construction, they do start the hiring process in advance while the hotel is under construction. So our property management team is going to closely coordinate with the hotel operator to start the targeted marketing to the employees, because they start a hiring list, right? So we have the targeted marketing to the employees or future employees of the hotel. And then you establish an interest list or a wait list. And then when both come online concurrently, then you start to funnel in the residents from the wait list into the units. So it works.
But there's a time gap. Could be even a large time gap between your completion and the hotel's completion, which is the occupancy certificate, right? You can't get that until the hotel's finished. So I'm not understanding how the timeline works.
Yeah, so our final building inspection for the affordable housing development is tied to certificate of occupancy for the hotel.
So you're going to have to wait.
Well, they're moving concurrently, so there's close coordination.
Am I crazy? I just don't.
Okay, it just sounds like it's just a second, Mr. Chopoff. Why don't you sit down? We're going to go back to staff, and we're going to try to get as best we can a definitive answer to this, because it's quite confusing, really. And we understand what the commissioner is trying to ascertain. They're saying, well, they begin hiring as the hotel is being built. But earlier, Mr. Shopov said, well, no, actually people will be moving in and then they'll move out and then they'll offer to the hotel workers. So you can see why we're confused.
Yes, and I can understand the concern completely. So I think we're trying to kind of ascertain here what the specific plan, it's very complex. So I think the question I heard was, does the specific plan allow for occupancy of the affordable units before the hotel is constructed, is the first question. And I think what we heard Aubrey say is that they are connected. But I think it was intended to ensure it wasn't intended to ensure what the question that you're bringing up here. It was
Okay,
for a
but I'm
different
thinking,
purpose.
do you all want to ponder this for a couple minutes while we hear the concerns or questions of the other commissioners? And then if Commissioner Bochco will return to you, and I'm sure there'll
That's
be
a
other
great idea.
things that you need to address when we all come back, including. I
That
know
would be
several
appreciated.
questions.
Well,
Of course. Is that good with you, Commissioner? All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. See, I'm just going to go down the list. I'm going to start with the affordable housing component, and only because what we're working on, I guess, is workforce housing. But I was always under the understanding that our workforce housing laws have a discrimination clause. We can't discriminate against people because of how and where they work in order to access the affordable housing units. And there has been some exceptions to that for agriculture and then teachers. And then I think the state of California just did an exception in relation to workers at universities. So can you address that here? Because honestly, if this is a thing now, I'm super excited if there's a way around this. And for me, it's just like, I would like to see how do we advance that in the coastal zone in general so that we really are targeting workforce housing development within the coastal zone, because that is such a huge gap for us. And I've always been under the understanding that what the models being proposed here cannot be done. So tell me what it is you're doing differently.
Sure. And it can be done. And believe me, we also researched this and got, our legal team's opinion as well to ensure that we could successfully implement this program. So essentially, it's a preference. And you might be familiar with many cities, our city partners on our affordable housing developments require what's called a local preference, right? Where we need to give a preference to those that live and work in X city. So this is and that is allowed, right? It's allowed because it is being required by the city through an agreement. Oftentimes they also have, in addition to that, a local preference ordinance to even further provide that legality mechanism. In this case, it will be implemented and administered the same way. It's a preference for the hotel workers. And so because it is going to be regulated through the local coastal plan, as well as the city of Huntington Beach, we have regulatory documents requiring us to implement this program, and it's a preference. It's a workers' preference program, and it is allowed.
Just follow up. So I assume, I'm not going to assume, is there public
Hay unos recursos públicos que han sido usados
towards your organization to create affordable housing in this case? And I'm only asking this because because I'm looking for these opportunities in the future as we try and look for workforce housing.
Yeah, so our currently what we're envisioning as the financial structure is Shop Off is donating the land. Right, so we're able to leverage the land value. We'll also access public financing through the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. We're looking at probably about up to 3.5 million. And then we layer in 9%, we leverage 9% low income housing tax credits. That's private equity, right? And then our traditional debt.
Okay. Staff, can we get a memo on this at some point? Because I'm really interested in this. Because I'm just like, we've been trying to get this nut done for a long time.
We would love to model it elsewhere. So
Okay.
let's talk.
Okay, great. Okay, so I
Okay.
appreciate that. So I'm gonna, I'm done with you. So
Okay.
you've answered the questions I need. The next thing is the climate resilient assessment district part of this. And what I heard the applicant say is that this would only apply, it wouldn't apply to the affordable housing, but it would apply to the, is it just the housing, or would the hotel also be paying into this? I'm just calling it a climate resilience district because that was the legislation that was most current that helped create these. And I'm just wondering, so what's your expectation in terms of the financial burden associated with that?
The burden would be across the market rate units and the hotel both. So they would both be part of any assessment. What would be excluded, the only thing excluded, is the affordable housing component of the project.
But their area would still be covered under the district.
Their area would get the benefit of it, but not the burden of it.
Okay, do you think this might impact it in a positive way, your insurance policy that you, and the insurance, the homeowner's insurance, in terms of like, would we?
I don't know that there's a real impact. As we heard earlier, we're in a flood zone X, which is effectively really not a flood zone from a insurability standpoint, and particularly after we raise the site. So I don't see it as being a positive or a negative. Just think it's just the reality of it.
Okay, because I mean, we're in an insurance crisis, right?
We definitely are.
Right, and so this almost feels like self-insurance to a certain degree, and so, okay, sorry, I know it's a bit abstract, but I just wanted to raise that as I think it's great. I think this is a good example or a good precedent. We need more of this, and we should, as an organization, be requesting or talking about this more in terms of, because almost everyone's in a hazard zone these days, whether it's flooding or fire or earthquake or whatever it is. It's like and it's only expanding. So I appreciate that. Okay, now I'm going to get to the part about the cap and the question that to you, which is you're talking about, hey, I'm not going to finance, or we don't, I can't slow down the progression of this, but from a phased perspective, I mean, right now you have what is, I think, a 10 to 15 foot setback currently from the development. Could you have a larger phased setback, so maybe like 150 feet, basically? So it's like you could put in all of the infrastructure, in the area just back from where the remediation is to occur until the remediation's done, and then put in the built structures at that point. Do you see what I'm getting at? So it's like there's a protection zone that until that happens, as opposed to the whole project waiting, just some portion that's just basically aligned with the at-risk area.
Yeah, I think there's some number. I don't think it's 150 feet. If we were to say, 50 feet, I think that allows us a substantial amount of development room and still gives us a good buffer from the ASCON site and allows them to do their activities. And we wouldn't want it to restrict construction. We just want to restrict occupancy within that area.
Oh, that's an interesting concept. Okay. So like all occupancy along that frontage, would we restrict occupancy until done with
until there were
okay,
a DTSC closure on that. I think that's the terminology on their remediation plan.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that? I'm just trying to follow this, so I want to take some notes if I could.
Yeah.
I just want to understand, so your current, Mr. Shopoff, so your current position as of right now, and you have some other people, including Commissioner Wilson, I just want to be clear. So right now, your position is that 50 feet from the ASCON site, you would wait to develop those homes until the site was fully remediated. That's your position as you, right now.
Not construction, but occupancy.
So you would build them, but
I
not.
might build
Okay.
them.
Okay, so I just want to clarify.
I just-
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner. I just wanted to clarify what
It's okay.
the offer
I
was.
kind of feel like it's two layers for me. I would prefer construction at 50 feet only because I don't want it to, because what I'm hearing is we're trying not to constrain the remediation. So I want flexibility that remediation gets done quickly. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I think we could accept, we want to be able to do all of our horizontal work.
Right.
All our horizontal improvements. And then we could defer construction of any buildings.
Right.
Within 50 feet of it.
Mhm.
Until such time as the remedy that's planned, maybe the remedy that's planned is constructed. There's not a closure. It's just that remedial action plan work as agreed upon between the
And I'm going to ask you
responsible
this
party.
question. Is it 100 feet too much?
I think 100 feet would preclude a significant part of our development, including the affordable.
Okay, well, and that was a question, I'm going to go back to the sort of the broader understanding of this project. And I think some of us, this and maybe even some of the public, this is not, today we're just talking about a land use plan. And then it comes with a set of entitlements, right, that you'll get, and encumbrances, as we just were talking about. But it's not the plans. It's not it's not your building permit. It's not what's coming. That'll all come back, not building permits per se, but the permits to, will come back to us.
Potentially, if it's appealed. If it's appealed. Under the LCP, the city of Huntington Beach can process that coastal development permit, but it certainly could be appealed. And
well, you heard there was opposition in neighbors, so I'd
say it's reasonable we're going to be back there.
So I think it's not unreasonable. So on that list of concerns I think that we have expressed in here, one is that affordable housing is not just pushed up against what is perceived as the most sort of it's not, I don't know, it's hazardous, but it's like risk place. And so I'm hoping that I think we're sensitive to that. And I'm hoping you're hearing that we're sensitive to that. So, and also
Let's just wait till he asks the question, okay?
and so
Because
also,
otherwise.
we're getting there. And also that we had this description of like this chain link fence. I am sure that when this project is designed, it's not going to be a chain link fence, just kind of separating this location from.
We will have a different kind of boundary demarcation. We'll have some kind of more decorative masonry type fence that's going to be between us. On their side of the property is going to be the proverbial chain link fence.
Right.
But on our property line, it's going to be something that is going to be more opaque and more permanent.
I appreciate that. So I had some years of work doing cleanup work, not dissimilar from this in terms of military bases and tank farms and other things like that. I do understand the risk balance that we're trying to deal with in terms of the mobilization of materials, when you're moving them in mass from a location to somewhere else versus just keeping them in the ground and putting a cap over it. And that's a real balance that we're always trying to work with. And then also the location of where people are relative to that. And you can see there's a lot of anxiety on this commission around that issue. I will say that there in risk factors, that is definitely something that is of concern. I want to acknowledge the risk factors that other folks have brought up about long commutes, the risk factors of air quality in the locations where they may or may not be relative to the air quality in a location right next to the ocean, the risk factor of accessing recreational facilities and those sorts of things. There's a reason why statistics will show that people living near open spaces and beaches live longer, right? It's not just that it's not just that it's a wealth factor, but it's also, frankly, healthier lifestyle issues, the ability to access these things, and so that definitely weighs in. Still, I think it's the folks that are here today and will continue to have these concerns, as which I do. I think those are real valid. I have one last question, and this is for staff. So you're good. BMPs, because now we're basically creating you're making this project itself is a cap of sorts, right? And so how are we just, is just like a standard BMP language, or is there anything specific, or have we, and the best management practices for stormwater? Is that something that we feel like it will be addressed, or are you waiting for the next phase to take a look at that?
So could I clarify BMPs in regards to contamination or
Stormwater.
stormwater? So
Yeah.
I believe there are suggested modifications in the staff recommendation that are around treating, storing, or reusing a certain amount of the design storm that we typically use. I think it's 85th percentile, 24-hour storm on site of stormwater. So I think that would be a change from the initially proposed LCP amendment. With our suggested modification, there would be additional BMPs to retain and reuse and treat that stormwater on site.
Okay. Well, that could reduce flow then, I would imagine.
Yes, I think
Up to
it does
the
get a little complicated because technically, if you're comparing from the existing condition, you're also increasing the impermeable area, so there's an increase in the runoff. So how it all equals out, I think, will be determined with the actual proposed project, but that was an attempt to help minimize that contribution of additional runoff to the storm waters. Although I don't think we think that that's going to be a significant factor in increasing flood risk.
Okay. That was all I have for my questions for now.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Wilson. All right, Commissioner Nuttall. All right, thank you. And I think if there's a value to being at the end of the line here, because a lot of things that I had questions about have been brought up. But maybe I could put a finer point on it and get some answers to some of those. First, on the affordable housing being available to on-site workers, I want to say what an important component that is. We really are trying to get at the people from Bakersfield and Victorville that are driving these super commutes. And is staff comfortable that you've got it nailed down enough that you feel you can guarantee that people that work there are going to be able to live there?
I don't yet. And I think we talked about taking a break. I think we will want to do that to nail some things down,
Okay.
but I do think we need to make a few adjustments to some of the mods to address some of the issues that have
That's
been
what
brought
I
up.
felt
So
like there needs to be a little tightening up there, maybe.
So,
Okay.
but I would prefer to do that after a
Okay.
break when we have time to circle up.
I would want to see that. Okay, thank you. Second, in terms of the Superfund site, I really do think that it's our responsibility as a state agency, and I'm speaking for the Coastal Commission and DTSC, is to not put people in harm's way. And we need to, and if we're going to do more infill development and more densification to produce more affordable housing, we are going to need to be able to remediate brownfield sites, because that's where a lot of the land within urban service boundaries exists in this state. So I would like to hear more from DTSC as to what type of assurances can you give to us that you'll meet these deadlines, and that could maybe give some assurances to the developer that they won't be left hanging forever because DTSC, the state's not going to be able to meet its deadlines. Is there some you must be run into this a lot in terms of development of brownfield sites. Would you like Mr. Todd to return? Yes,
Commissioner?
what kind of increased assurance, rather than we have a target date in 2026, can you provide to us? Mr. Todd?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner Nuttall. The current estimate of 22 to 24 months is the slowest pace that the excavation will proceed. Essentially, it can go faster, but based on our test pilot study from last summer, ASCON determined the pace of the excavation to include all of the physical and chemical control to suppress odor. And right now, the 22 months to 24 months is the slowest pace that they will proceed. So it could be probably faster. There's also another issue is whether or not, we have additional community concern. We don't expect to have any based on our test pilot to date, but there may be other issues that unforeseen.
Okay, so that's something else. We often condition permits on receipt of other agency permits when we when we approve a CDP. So is that something that you could talk about that we might refine during the break? At least discuss that. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And to try and put some more definitive definition there. And then my last comment was on sea level rise and flood control. I have to say that looking at the site and the plans for the existing levees and all that, it's starting to look, this is our Southern California version of the Netherlands or something. It really does look like we're managing for the floods there. So I know that some of the opposition has requested that there be further evaluation of the remediation sea level rise. Now, and the staff doesn't think that that's necessary. Do you want to explain to me a little more why you don't think that's necessary?
Sure, yeah, and I guess to clarify here, I think we're talking about the sort of contamination transport from Athcon and how that would be affected by sea level rise. So after discussing with DTSC technical staff and looking at the series of groundwater data that we have for both the MTF site, Athcon, and the surrounding area, we sort of have this conceptual model of how the groundwater is moving. And the groundwater is moving basically away from the ocean to the north and northwest from the Athcon site. Now, you may think that's odd, right? Because you normally think of groundwater flowing towards the ocean, and we don't have like a formal proven explanation as to why this is the case. But I think the best hypothesis that we are working with is that groundwater levels in the sort of upper aquifer, because there are several aquifers in Orange County, that those ones that they're pumping water from are a much deeper freshwater aquifers. So for this upper aquifer that's near the surface, the hypothesis is essentially that tide waters in the flood control channels start flowing underneath the sheet pile walls. They flow inland past those sheet pile walls, and groundwater levels in the inland low-lying areas of Huntington Beach are actually controlled by various low points in elevation. So those low points could be a manhole, a leaky manhole. It could be a small ditch. It could be one of the various aesthetic canals that some of the inland developments have. And those low points are basically depressing the groundwater levels and controlling them at these low elevations, sometimes below the low tide elevation inland of the site. So with that hypothesis of how the groundwater is moving, we think that with sea level rise, we expect that to essentially increase the groundwater level gradient from the flood control channels radiating outwards. And what that does, if you look at a map of the area, is that it would increase the flow away from Magnolia Tank Farm site and further push groundwater, as Commissioner Bosco was saying in an ex parte, towards that high school or further north in the area, more towards the north of the Athcon site. So that's sort of our conceptual understanding of thinking through some of the ways that sea level rise could impact the dynamics of groundwater. Now, there certainly are uncertainties associated with that, but we couldn't think of a reason or evidence to point towards how that groundwater would change the transport of contaminants back towards the Magnolia Tank Farm site, if that makes sense.
All right, so, and that says Dr. Huckleberg said that this isn't you've concluded it's not going to make it worse, and sea level rise impacts worse at this site.
The project itself.
It's not going to improve it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So if it's going to be a conversation during the break, those are the things that I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I was knocking off questions as we were going down the line. So just a couple. I'm very much a lay person when it comes to the technical elements, particularly as it pertains to the Athcon site. I very much appreciate the conversation and questions from our fellow commissioners. But what I'd like to do, if you'll indulge me, is to just try to put in really sort of clear terms how I'm thinking about what it is that we're talking about when we talk about this ASCON site. And I'm hoping to get a confirmation that what I'm understanding is indeed what you understand and is correct. So right now, the status of the ASCON site is that it is not actively releasing contaminants, actively poisoning, for lack of a better word. It is not releasing in any way right now. It is like at a stasis, not doing anything. And the purpose of the remedy is to ensure that that stasis is maintained in perpetuity. So it's not to clean it up so much as to say, it's not causing any problems now. We want to ensure that it will not cause any problems in the future. Is that correct?
Yeah, I could start, and I would maybe ask DTSC to confirm my sort of summary here. But yeah, as was mentioned before, it's about preventing pathways for contaminants to harm people or harm the environment. So the remedy in this case is to take a site where there are contaminants that, like, as you said, are not releasing, they're not being transported.
And it's true that they're not right now, correct? There's
That's
no release.
staff understanding, yeah,
Okay.
but I'll ask DTSC to confirm. And the remedy would be ensuring there are more engineered solutions to maintain containment of those, and monitoring to track any potential future movements, and adaptive management to address any changes that do occur and are found through the monitoring.
Okay.
But can DTSC confirm that?
I confirm that. Jeremy explained it very well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's extremely helpful for me. So two things. I really appreciated the solution that Commissioner Wilson came up with the developer with regard to doing the horizontal work and then deferring construction in that 50-foot space. But as I'm thinking about what it is that we're really dealing with here, I'm wondering if as an alternative, or rather in addition to that, maybe we could think about including a condition where occupancy is conditioned on a monitoring test at the time of occupancy, confirming whether or not the remediation has been completed, but confirming at the time of occupancy that it is indeed still the case that these toxins are not being released. I understand why we can't say we're going to press pause until it's done. And I also appreciate that toxins aren't currently being released. If we could confirm before occupancy happens that state of play as we understand it today is still the state of play in 24 months, to me, that would go a very long way in giving me a sense that the folks are going to be safe.
We have an intention, we would be doing indoor air monitoring before occupancy. It's just as a standard protocol. So that's something that I think we could work through.
Okay.
And on the affordable and occupancy, when that question comes up again, I think I have a solution to suggest.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I would like to see that. I'm not quite sure how to word it, but I think that would be a useful check for me. And then the second question I have is related to a point that was brought up much earlier on the affordable housing piece, and I really appreciate the discussion on that as well, with regard to an extension of the covenant timeline from 75 years to 100 or in perpetuity. So I'll say in my community, we've had issues with affordable housing developments that have very, very long affordability covenants being unable to get financing for necessary renovations because of the long term of that covenant. And so while on the one hand, I'm like, yes, in perpetuity is definitely what we need. I'd love to hear from our affordable housing developer applicant, just the impacts of what a perpetual covenant might be in terms of your ability. I mean, I know you have $500 a unit in reserves, but I'm talking about financing for large scale renovations that may be necessary in 50, 75 years, which certainly will be necessary. Will you be able to get the financing that's needed at that point? In Santa Barbara, this is an ongoing problem. And the answer to that question has been no, they have not been able to get financing.
Actually, the answer is yes, because that's the way the low-income housing tax credit was designed. So we will often, restructure our financing at the end of the tax credit period, so approximately every 15 years. And what that allows us to do then is make the major renovations at that time.
That's awesome. Then that sounds great to me. Madam Chair, do you want us to make our comments now, or should we?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's best.
I'll be quick. Thank you. this conversation has surfaced a lot of very real concerns about this project. I think in particular, as it pertains to the ASCON site and safety, and how do we balance our responsibility to ensure safety with our equally important responsibility to ensure housing safety, which is critical to communities as well. So I really do think that what we're doing up here is a balancing act. It's a very delicate balancing act. But I also think that one of the things that has maybe not so much been surfaced is the really good things about this project that we would be supporting. Housing, the affordable housing. I understand the rents are still obscenely high, but when you put them in the context of the rents in the community more broadly, this is affordable housing. It is based on a formula. We didn't just put, the developer didn't just put their finger in the air and say, okay, $2,000 sounds reasonable. That doesn't sound reasonable to me at all. But I know in the context of what rents are in that community, it will be affordable housing. It is tied to a formulaic and rules-based approach to setting rents. And that was a huge priority for me. These are real tangible benefits. And while I understand that our environmental justice policy asks and requires of us to consider what it means to be putting impacted communities in harm's way, we also had impacted communities coming to this hearing month after month after month, communicating with us and saying, this is important to us. This housing is important to us. So it is a balancing act. And I don't want us to forget that the people that spoke here from Unite Here 11, Local 11, the people that came month after month, they are also articulating a clear need. And it's important that we lift up those voices as well. And I just don't want that to get lost in this conversation, because I think if we can just make sure that we consider that we have to keep those two things in balance, that's how we fundamentally get to the right result. I want to support this project today, or moving forward with the amendment, rather, is a better way to put it. I know there's a lot more to come. I think particularly my major concerns are with the ASCON site, with the two changes that was discussed by Commissioner Wilson, and ideally some type of check that ensures that at the time of occupancy, there's been no change in the release rates, whatever the scientific term is. For me, I can get comfortable and would be supporting the project today.
Thanks, Commissioner Harmon. All right. I was going to make some comments, but I guess we have two more. No, I don't want to preempt you all. Commissioner Geary and Commissioner Uranga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really want to thank my fellow commissioners for all the great questions. I think this was a really great discussion. I especially want to thank staff for all of your hard work. I mean, I remember a year ago, we were nowhere where we are today. So thank you for all the work. And I also want to thank the developers and the affordable housing and everybody. You all have maintained a very open mind and hearing our suggestions. But I'm so glad that you brought it up, Commissioner Harmon. That was something I wanted to raise as well, was there's obviously some very serious concerns around the ASCON site and remediation and of course, communities of concern. But I think it's so important to also hear the voices of those that have been coming to us for months and months and begging for housing and telling us their personal stories and taking hours out of their day, money out of their pockets to come and speak to us in person. So I really appreciate that effort. And I really appreciate the fact that even though there's some tweaks that we still need to get to, that the affordable housing will go to the workforce and that they will have the first right of refusal. I think that's so important. And I think that's not the ceilings, that's the floor for where we want to see projects coming to us. I also want to add that I really appreciate that there's a community benefits agreement and a PLA in this project. We've recently approved other projects that did not have that. And let's not forget that these are workers, these are working class people that are going to be benefited by these jobs. And that to me is extremely important. That in itself is social and environmental justice. And lastly, I will just say that I agree with the suggested amendments that we've been discussing. And at this time, I do feel confident in supporting the item, and I would actually make a motion to move it forward. Thank you, Madam
Okay, we'll come back to you once we finish our comments. Commissioner Uranga.
Thank you. What are the benefits, I guess? of being last or second to last. Well, not that long. What being so late in the process is that there's a lot of discussions already taking place. A lot of questions that I have been answered, except one. What happens if we don't approve it? We don't approve the project.
Well, if we don't
then I-
approve the amendment, then you want to respond to that, but I presume.
Yeah, if
that's-
the
that
amendment is
remain.
not passed today, then the land use designation wouldn't change. And that doesn't preclude some future development, but it would not be this project.
So I thought it was basically stimulated until Superman comes along and develops it.
It would be a status quo situation until another development that was consistent with land use or a change was
But I
approved.
see that now we're in a territory where I can't support that. This is a project that has a lot of public benefits for people. Yes, there are a lot of concerns expressed by commissioners regarding hazardous waste, remediation. All that stuff can be taken care of. That's what it's for. But when it comes to the human factor, that is much more complex and needs much more attention. Because that is something we can't always come to agreement. But we can when it comes to chemicals, to where we're gonna store it, how we're gonna get rid of it, and what we need to do to make the land more livable. I'm gonna do that in Long Beach. Same thing. I would know if you're down there, where the concerns that are being raised the same way. You know, if we don't remediate it, we can't build it. Well, yes and no. You can if you do it in a smart way, in a strategic way. And what I've heard today is exactly that. We're doing it in a smart way and in a strategic way. I think staff has done an excellent job with the developer, with scientists, to get all the answers that you need to get to ensure that the human factor is being addressed. And I feel confident with that. So if you don't mind, Commissioner here, I'd like to second that motion once you make it. Because I think that this is something that I can't sit back and let other people just ignore it. I can't ignore it. I gotta step up, step forward, and express my viewpoints that not all commission action is right. We have controversy, of course, and that's a good thing. That's what a commission is for, to negotiate, to talk back and forth, to do the pros and cons, and to hash things out. You know, when I always talk about the commission, or when people talk about the commission, there's actually two commissions, staff and the not elected body, but the appointed body. And we have different opinions. That was made itself very prevalent, very obvious today. Because while there are those that agree with staff's report, there are those that don't. Who are more concerned about, well, you know, if we don't take care of the environmental, we can't do the other part. A before B, before you get to C and D and E. Well, we can. We can. It can happen. So with that, I raise my comments, and I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to get on my pedestal.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Not a pedestal, my soapbox.
Ah,
My wife
All right.
my wife put me on a pedestal.
all right, folks. So we've heard from most people on the commission. I want to just make a couple comments myself. But first of all, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's getting pretty late. So let me just, first of all, I want to align myself really with what everyone has said. And I want to start by saying, you know, I really deeply appreciate everything that has gotten us to this point. I appreciate that the developer came in, bought the site, knowing it's in the coastal zone, and yet believing that it was possible to develop housing and affordable housing in the coastal zone, because we believe it and we want to do it, and we appreciate that. I appreciate Unite here for stepping up and really demanding at the beginning that the developer pay attention to workers, to affordable housing, and creating this very innovative approach, which we're going to try to figure out here how we can make sure that it happens. So it took, huge amount of effort by our staff, huge amount of effort by Unite here, huge amount of effort by the developer. And now here we are at the brink of potentially moving forward with this very, very important project. For me, what it all comes down to, Mr. Shopoff, is where you end up on this, on the topic of how far away you will agree to be from the ASCON remediation. And the reason I'm concerned about that, I remain concerned about that, is because of the report provided by the Sierra Club that specifically says that until the site is remediated, there really is, just reading it, that the remedial design is based on a conceptual understanding, that confirmation needs to be, there's one key line. DTSC confirms that the risk of the remediated site cannot be assessed until the remedial actions are completed. So I completely understand where you're coming from. But when I think about 50 feet, this room is almost 50 feet and it's a big site. I have been there. I did go there. Most of us did, as a matter of fact. So I know the size of the site. And I'm going to ask you very sincerely, and you don't have to answer now because we're going to take a break. But when we return from the break, I really think that to address the concerns that have been expressed over and over by ourselves, by all of the opponents, how far you are willing to go. I'm perfectly fine with the development in all of the planning efforts. Of course, you have to get the CDP, all of the infrastructure development. But before you build the first house, how far are you willing to stay back from ASCON until it is remediated? Because that is really what it all comes down to.
I'm going to give a long answer to a short question.
Is it short?
I think the 50 feet is really still where we need to be. I think we're comfortable with that. And I think we're comfortable with that because DTSC analyzed our site, not just as our site, but they analyzed our site in the context of what's around it. And we got a no further action. We got a clearance to build residential on this site, knowing full well DTSC looks in the in situ situation, and they were aware of ASCON being a neighbor, and they put no restrictions on us. So what we're trying to do is, I'm a layperson in this, trying to second guess the state agency who's taking care of our health and welfare, but they've approved that site for residential development. Our site, Magnolia Tank Farm. We think that 50 feet gives us a reasonable buffer. We'll add the air quality testing. They're already going to be doing it on their site. We'll add it to our site before occupancy. If I may also drift, if you want to, I think I have a solution.
That's fine, but I want you to, one thing that is really bothering me is that DTSC did not conduct any they didn't analyze the impact of sea level rise. That was not included in their analysis. I really would ask that you think and not respond immediately, but think about what would really the impact be. Because frankly, DTSC is saying under 22 months. It's going to take you that long to get to the point where you begin building houses, it sounds like. I just think it's going to save us all a lot of concern and stress. I'm not asking that you wait till it's remediated. I'm asking that you consider at least 100-foot buffer on building houses until you get the sign up from DTSC. I think that's reasonable. And I think it's worth thinking about before you respond right now, because we're going to take a break. But I think my fellow commissioners would feel much better about it.
I'll sit on that one until we come back from the break. But can I maybe offer a suggestion for the affordable housing that, I've got the venue here.
Of course. Thank you for considering my other requests.
I will. I'm going to be thoughtful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. But on the, I was discussing with National on this. I think a solution on the affordable would be that until the hotels, there is, and I kind of misspoke because there is this hiring process before.
Right.
But if we could suggest a local preference for other hotel workers in Huntington Beach up until the time we're open, and then our workers at our property would have that first preference, that might be a kind of clean solution to the problem. Is we're still housing a hotel worker. It's just not the precise hotel worker in this property.
Okay.
That might perhaps be a solution to that. So
I think that's a
I
great,
see some heads
good
nod.
opportunity. So I
Okay.
think what we're going to do now, Mr. Shopoff, thank you so much for that thoughtful response. And I know that you're going to put a lot of thought into your other response that we'll be hearing from you after the break. So why don't we, is 10 minutes sufficient for you?
I'd like to ask for at least 15. We have
15 minutes? All right,
We
we'll
have to
take a
circle up and do a bunch of.
15-minute break. We'll come back at 5 minutes after 5 o'clock. No, I've got one. Folks, could the commission please come back? All right, I think, all right, I think we have a quorum. 1, 2, 3. 6, 7. Yep, we have a quorum. All right, okay. So we're going to call the commission back to order. We've had a brief recess to discuss some of the issues that have come up. I'm going to turn to staff now to please bring us up to speed on where we are on the affordable housing and any other issues.
Thank you, Chair Hart. I will start by describing some of the changes that we heard today and walk through them. We are working on putting together a fast PowerPoint just so you can see them. We'll get that up as soon as it comes up. But in the meantime, I'm going to start walking through the changes. Please forgive us if things are a little bit out of order, but we'll walk through it. So the first piece and our intent in what we go through today is that these will be incorporated into our staff recommendation. Most of the I'll describe, but the changes we're going to talk through today, the developer and the city have agreed to. So that will become part of the staff recommendation and effectuated in mods to the LCP. Thank you. So the first issue is the timeline for the affordable units. We had a discussion right now. The LCP includes language that the affordable units have to be offered for a period of 75 years. And then we will be changing all of those instances from 75 years to in perpetuity. So that's the first change. The second is we had a discussion about the timing, and there's actually two issues in here. One is the timing of the affordable units and when they're offered. And there was an issue also with how the hotel worker component of it it works. So there was actually, it was a good conversation because it brought up an issue that we discovered that kind of creates a little bit of a problem that we can now fix. So the way that the LCP is currently structured, the hotel, I'm going to get the exact things wrong, but the occupancy for the affordable units was tied to kind of permits for the hotel. And we did that because we didn't want the affordable units to lag, right? We were worried the affordable units would lag. We wanted to make sure those happened. So we tied the two together. What we didn't consider was the reverse, that if the affordable units actually go first, that this would actually tie them together and be a problem. So we thank you for bringing this issue up. We have some language that we will show you that fixes that problem and would allow the affordable units to be occupied prior to the hotel being completed, if that's the case. So we will make that change. The second was the issue related to the percentage of the affordable units that will be offered to the on-site hotel workers, and how does that work if the affordable units are offered before the hotel? And I think we had a solution that was recommended by the developer that seemed to work. So we are working on language that we will hopefully show you, that it's basically creates, I don't know, a second right of refusal, so to speak. So the first right of refusal would go to the on-site hotel workers. If there are none, or there are still units left over after that occurs, then the second right of refusal, maybe if I'm getting that term correct, hopefully, would go to any hotel workers in the coastal zone of Huntington Beach. So they would get the next selection, and then it would go then on to, it would be opened up generally to those who qualify. So we think that takes care of it, or at least it effectuates the change that was discussed. And then, of course, as a unit comes available, it would go back to that first and second right of refusal. So even if at the beginning, when the affordable units are offered, if they go to other hotel workers in Huntington Beach, as those are vacated or other, it could go back to the on-site hotel workers.
Kate, can I just ask you something about
Yes.
that? So my only concern about that is, are there other hotels in the coastal zone in Huntington Beach? And how many are there? And how many workers are there?
I think we looked at this and there are, do you know?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a number, but there are some very large hotels in the
In the
coastal
coastal zone in
the
Huntington Beach?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking it would be in Huntington Beach, but you feel good about the
We,
coastal
we
zone?
looked at that too and figured there are enough hotels in the
Okay.
coastal zone. And again, part of what we're trying to limit is vehicle miles traveled and all these things. And so we thought that made sense.
Yep.
Of course, if you feel differently, we can have
No,
that
it sounds,
discussion and change
I'm
it.
sure that we'll see what the commission says, but that sounds fine to me. Okay,
Okay, two more things. There was a discussion that raised by Commissioner Harmon related to demonstration of from monitoring data, best available information, that there has not been migration of the contamination from ASCON to the site prior to occupancy, prior to construction. And so I'm getting this out of order, but basically we're working on language that would require the developer to demonstrate using best available information, and I'll discuss what that means in a second, at the time of construction, and again, or prior to construction, and again, prior to occupancy, that there has not been migration either below or above the surface of the contamination at ASCON. So our anticipation is that the data there would be several types of data that we would expect. One would be the air monitoring that the developer mentioned that they're required to do. Another is the developer has planned to put in soil vapor monitoring. That's part of their proposed project. They would be looking at that information to see. And then we'd be looking at DTSC monitoring of all the types that they do. So we probably have I think we have language in there about consultation with DTSC would be also required. So to the best of DTSC's, knowledge, has there been any movement? So, and then the last thing has to do with the construction of units in a buffer around ASCON related to the remediation timing. So what our staff recommendation, and there were different distances that have been talked about. One was 50 feet. The developer has agreed to 50 feet. Another was 100 feet or even longer. So I think what I would like to recommend is that we will, as our staff recommendation, incorporate a 50-foot buffer that basically says that no construction of housing units would occur within 50 feet of the ASCON site until remediation is completed to the satisfaction of DTSC. That will be part of our staff recommendation. The developers agreed to that. If the commission would like to consider a larger buffer, then I would recommend an amending motion to the LCP. We can walk you through that, and then the commission can vote on that. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So, okay, sorry, we have our slides up now. So we can just kind of look real
See
quick.
it, it's on our screens.
It's on your screens. So here's the wording around the buffer that we just spoke about. Construction of housing within 50 feet of the border of the ASCON site shall not commence at the MTF site unless and until the DTSC approved remediation action plan for ASCON is completed to the satisfaction of DTSC, and the RAP demonstrates the MTF site is safe from adverse impacts due to the proximity to the adjacent state Superfund site. Oh, can you go back?
Didn't quite finish.
Yep, there you go. Thank you. So this is the language that we are proposing and will be including as part of our staff recommendation. And I, want to clarify here, I think construction of housing, we're talking about vertical construction of housing units.
We should
Okay.
probably include that just to clarify that,
Yep.
And that doesn't include site work.
Right, that's
Right.
what we want to
Correct.
clarify.
It's
So
vertical construction of housing units.
I think the
and I-
inclusion of units would clarify that. Construction.
That
of
was
housing
my,
units. Yeah.
But it would allow the developer to start their site work,
yes,
All of
correct.
that. Yeah.
That's the,
all that stuff.
yes.
And it's currently,
Yeah.
There's some fine tuning of the language.
I don't think your mic is on, Mr. Schaffner.
There's just some fine tuning where there's a couple of things that the way it's presented. One is there should be a reference to contaminants in residential standards. We don't want to be stopped because some microgram of something got identified. DTSC has identifiable residential standards. to which we should be held to. And I think the language was overly broad. I think the other thing is we just need to make sure that the language is clear, that this is up to and until the time that the cap is completed.
Can't hear,
Sorry. Yes.
The only thing I'm
Yes, we're good with that.
confused, good, okay, so we're talking about the DTSC completing their remediation. That is what's in the proposed language. It's not about particulates or whatever, it's about completion of the route.
Through the chair,
Yeah,
I
can we
think
go back to
you're.
the-
Stop,
the
we've got
previous
too
slide,
many people talking. So can you all just stop for 1 sec? Just, excuse me, I don't mean to be rude.
No, you're-
Mr. Smith,
Can we please go back to the previous slide that says buffer at the top? Thank you.
Oh, I thought we were talking
Oh,
about
we were.
the
okay,
transport.
let's,
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
so let's wait. So do you, please don't change the slide. No,
Back.
go back. That's it. We'll stay on that one. Stay on that one. Do you object to this one, Mr. Shopoff?
I think, go ahead, Brian.
And please identify yourself. when you-
Brian Rupp with Shop Off Realty Investments. On this one, I think what we'd like to see is this completion of construction of the cap, because final DTSC approval of the remedial action plan involves a whole host of other things. I think the intent was completion of the cap, construction of the cap.
I don't think so. Not in that's not the position of the commission. But we'll see how it goes.
I think we're talking about a construction time period and trying to tie to that timeline earlier.
We can bring, if you want to, we can bring Mr. Taw back and talk about if there is a difference between those two things. But I think that what we were hoping for here was a sign off by DTSC that it's safe. And it's complete.
But they've already done that for our side.
I'm talking about the Ascon site, of course. That was good try though. But I think that what the commission has indicated, and we thought that what we're all on the same page is, DTSC is saying they think it'll take less than 22 months for the sign off on the wrap.
I think
We can bring them back and ask them.
I thought we were talking about a construction timeline. That's all that he talked about in that discussion.
Okay, don't.
And that's what I was
Okay.
tied to. So-
Okay, let's
Sorry.
bring, can we bring him back, Mr. Taw, please? Okay, can we?
I'm
there
back,
he is.
Commissioner. Yes.
Hi, Mr. Taw. So have you been hearing this discussion that we've been having?
Yes.
The developer is saying that they believe that when the cap is completed, that would be sufficient, and the commission is concerned that they need the sign up from DTSC. So could you just explain the difference?
Yes, Commissioner. Once the remedy is completed, basically when the construction is completed, the Ascon people will provide us with a report, with an engineering report, basically laid out all the activities, everything that they did for that construction. Once we approve that report, then it's completed. And that could be another 3 to 4 months after construction completed. When I stated previously, 22 to 24 months, that is when the construction is completed, and we would need to add another 4 months for us to review the reports and approve the report and approve the remedy.
All right, so when we bring it back to the commission, and I've got it, I think, Mr. Shopoff, when it comes back to the commission, this particular item, as long as everyone understands that it will not be signed off by DTSC. And that's the way it stands right now, because that would take additional time that would impact the construction timeline. So the commission may or may not agree to that, but that's where you're standing.
I think we would be willing to, if we're just clarify the language, that it's completion of construction and DTSC acceptance of the report, we would accept that language.
Okay, I think that's fine.
Trying to be
So
gracious
could
here.
we change the language? Are you typing it in, Jeremy?
Unfortunately, it's not live, but we can keep track of these changes and then present
Okay,
the
can
new
we,
version.
Yes. So let me just clarify to make sure I heard you correctly. Is it the construction of the housing units within 50 feet of the border of the Ascon site shall not commence at the Magnolia Tank Farm site unless and until the DTSC approved remedial action plan for Ascon is completed and DTSC has approved the final report?
The construction is completed and DTSC has approved the final report. That's acceptable to you. Knowing, of course, that some of us feel that a larger buffer is required, but that's where you stand right now.
Correct.
All right, terrific. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, next.
Next slide.
I think, yeah, previous slide.
Sorry.
This one. So I think this was the slide where the mentioned by the shop off team around not just transport of contaminants broadly, but transport of contaminants at, I believe it was the residential screening levels you were referencing. So I think staff is in agreement that we would be okay putting in no transport of contaminants above residential screening limits, which DTSC sets.
All right.
Okay, so that's the language here.
Okay.
Seems like everybody's okay with this one. Okay, next slide. Back. We're going backwards. Okay, we'll do this one.
Let's just go forward with the workforce topic since we're on that. Let's do that one.
Okay, so this is the workforce housing prior to on-site hotel operation, and talks about this idea of, again, I'm using the term second right of refusal. I don't know if I made that up or if that's a real thing, but the idea would be, do you have it up here? So I can't read that. Okay, thank you. A minimum 20% of the total number of residential units shall be affordable, and which a minimum of 50% of those shall be made available on first right of refusal basis to income qualifying employees of the on-site hotel or other hotels located in the coastal zone of the city of Huntington Beach. I think we actually need to clarify that it's a stepwise. That'll be a stepwise. So we will clarify that in the actual language, but this is the idea.
Okay, and that's acceptable. And I think that's a great, very thoughtful, and I appreciate you, Mr. Shapa, for thinking of that. All right.
Okay, let's go to a different slide that we haven't seen yet.
What is this one? Backwards? I can't even
Oh,
read
okay,
this and I have
this
it
is
on my
similar.
screen.
Sorry, so what's complicated about this is there are multiple places in the LCP that address this. It's another place that addresses the same issue, it looks to me. We can just go to a different one. So this is the IP versus the LUP, I think. Okay.
Okay, this is still addressing the issue and you're basically doing what you need to do to make sure that we can accomplish our goals. So that's fine.
That's right.
Okay. Nope, did that one. Next.
Sorry, this is the issue you were identifying, Chair Hart. This is in the IP, so this gets to the second right of refusal issue. So the LUP is just changed to allow there to be other employees, and then the IP would be modified to be specific about how that would work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Warren. And just to be clear, as we move forward, these are going to be incorporated. We are not going to be required to read these.
These are being
going to be
incorporated into our staff recommendation, but we want to be very clear with all parties what that looks like. So that's why
Thank you,
we're trying to
appreciate
walk
it.
through these, but yes, so these will be incorporated and
Okay.
into our staff recommendation.
Any other slides?
Are there any slides we haven't seen yet?
Okay. Don't start, Billy.
Surprise
Don't
us,
even go there.
Billy. What's next?
I believe it's slides 2 and 1.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so this has to do with the timing of construction of affordable units. And this was the small change I mentioned about tying it to the hotel. So now the affordable housing unit shall be constructed concurrently with the development project set forth in the specific plan, and shall receive final building inspection no later than the certificate of occupancy permit for the hotel. So that would allow affordable units to be
That's
offered
great. Okay.
in advance if need be.
Now
Okay,
slide one.
next.
Slide 1.
And then this is the affordability term related to the in perpetuity issue. So this is just changes the minimum term of 75 years to in perpetuity. And that occurs in a couple of places. And those are the 2 bullets that you see.
All right, that's great. All right, so those are all the changes. So now I know that Commissioner Wilson had a topic that he just wanted to ask a quick question.
Chair-
Did you get that? Yes.
Chair Hart, I am sorry. I just want to clarify one more thing because always later it comes
No,
up.
of course.
I want to clarify that with the exception of the ones that we've identified specifically where they're changing on the slides themselves. These will be changes made to the LUP, and the necessary changes to the IP to conform to the LUP will be made. We don't have all of the IP changes up here today, but that's the intent, that the LUP will be modified to incorporate all of these changes, and then the IP will be modified to be consistent with the LUP.
That's great.
And
Thank you
that's
very
part of the
much for
staff
that
rec.
clarification. So everyone understands that that is the process here. Mr. Wilson, did you get your question answered, or did you want to ask it?
No.
Okay.
And this, I just want to know the nexus to, and I don't want to slow down anything that has to do with a cleanup, but caps can look terrible or they can look great. We have one in our town called Mount Trashmore that's part of a park. But I just want to know, do we have any kind of nexus with the final design in relation to the cap as it impacts all the neighborhoods around it?
We do not have a role in determining what that cap looks like. That is completely under DTSC's purview.
Commissioner, may I respond to that? The cap will be a
Is that
vegetative
Mr.
cap.
Ta?
That's correct. This is
That's a
the,
voice coming from the air. There you are. Okay,
yes.
Mr. Ta, please go ahead.
I'd like to respond to Commissioner Wilson. The
Sure.
cap will be a vegetative cap with natural and native plants and a fence around it.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
It will be much better than what it's looked today.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to make one clarifying point that the cap was authorized by a CDP that was issued by the city. So there was a coastal development permit for that action.
Commissioner Cummings.
I meant to ask this question earlier before we went on break. I did have two quick questions for DTSC. There was a mention of a pilot and like odor monitoring of a pilot project that's happening currently at the Ascon site. I'm just wondering if you could speak to what that is, because it sounds like, I mean, we've been asking earlier about cleanup, and it sounds like if there's doing odor control for cleanup, that's maybe what this pilot is. But the recommendation is that you all are going to move forward with capping it. So what are these pilot projects that are actually happening there right now, and what are they trying to accomplish?
Is that from Mr. Ta?
That's for Mr. Tuff.
Yes, I will respond to that. Essentially, in 2019, when the excavation started to consolidate the dirt within the landfill, there was an odor problems that causes nuisance odor to the community. We stopped that. We then asked Ascon to take a look at all of the odor mitigating methods that are currently being used to see if we can mitigate that problem going forward. Ascon came back with a number of alternatives that are currently being used at landfill across the country. In last summer in 2023, we tested them out and they were successful. Essentially, South Coast Air District basically just asked for I believe they will shut down the project when it comes to a level 3 odor. But what we've done is basically we have human monitor at the excavation itself. We have human monitor walk along the park downwind on the outside of the site when excavation occurred during the test pilot. And we also had air monitoring system running along the perimeter. While that happens, during the excavation, the Ascon would spray dust and odor suppressant onto the excavated soil themselves. And they would cover the excavated soil immediately. And that helped with the suppressing of the odor going outside the site. So that is what we will implement during the excavation going forward to consolidate the waste and reshape the property.
Okay, it's helpful. I'm not going to open up another can of worms. It just sounds like there's moving forward with more excavation, and that probably be helpful for us to better understand what that is. But given where we're at today, it sounds like that conversation kind of over. Maybe it'd be good to follow up and get a report back on what, percentage of that site is intended to be excavated, because I think that would actually change my opinion on where I'm gonna go today if I'd known more about how much the site is actually gonna be excavated versus capped. Because I think earlier it sounded like you're gonna move forward with capping, and now it sounds like there's actually a higher percentage that might be excavated versus capping, and that could actually really influence how some of
Okay.
us actually feel about.
May I clarify my point? Basically,
But
we
not
will,
taken off site. I mean, I think we need to clarify that, Mr. Todd.
right. Basically, we will excavate the waste to consolidate them on site and then have an engineered cap on top of that. The engineered cap will consist of clay layer, of geotextile layer, and top up with a soil layer and a native vegetation layer on top. And we will be glad to provide commission staff with all of the numbers and the figures for this remediation construction activities.
And then last question, who's liable if there's migration of the chemicals into the surrounding community? So if there's if there happens to be migration into this,
the responsible party will be financially liable for any migration offsite of the chemical on the property, and we will seek to have corrective action for that.
Thank you.
All right, before we move to motion, I just want to make one more comment, which is we have advocates that are well-educated, well-researched, indicating and arguing to us and presenting to us that they feel very strongly that this project should not go forward until the Ascon site is remediated. Actually, they're opposed to the project, but at the very most basic level, they feel that the Ascon site should be remediated, which Mr. Taz indicated could occur within 22 months or earlier. Meanwhile, which sort of tracks with the development, all of the infrastructure, permits, et cetera, of this project. We've been back and forth with the applicant, and right now they're in agreement with a 50-foot buffer. For me personally, I came into this hearing and I'll just tell you straight, I agreed with that the site should be remediated prior to construction of homes on the site. I'm fine with permitting, I'm fine with infrastructure, I'm fine with planning, but when you start to build homes on a site next to a Superfund site that's being capped without any sea level rise study, without any clarity on that, I have a lot of concerns. However, as I sit here today, as I've indicated, I'm willing to move forward with a 100 feet cap, excuse me, a 100-foot buffer. And I'm hearing from you that that is not acceptable, and I just want confirmation of that before we move forward.
Yeah, we've studied that. I want to address a couple things with it. First of all, one of the things is that we volunteered. DTSC didn't require us, but we're doing soil vapor barriers under all of our units within the property. So that's an above and beyond remedial action step that we're taking on our site, which really should address a lot of the concerns with potential issues from sea level rise. And we anticipated that and thought about it. And so that's a cost that we're bearing for our project. The other thing, we did look at alternatives. We looked at moving the park, and I think the conclusion on both ours and staff's part that really wasn't a viable alternative. It left the park in a less desirable location, and we agreed with that. The issue is that will delay if we go to 100 feet, we delay the beginning of construction of a number of the units, but in particular, we delay the construction of the affordable housing.
And you have just zeroed in on my concern. I just feel very strongly that the affordable housing should not be constructed until the Superfund site has been remediated. That's where I am on it, but it's okay. I understand where you're.
You guys will do what you do, and I appreciate
That's it. We all have
appreciate
our
the
own
audience.
positions, and we'll see how it goes. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. At this time, I believe Commissioner Aguirre is prepared to make a motion, and we'll start with motion number 1.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for. Okay, I move that the commission certify land use plan amendment number LCP 5 HNB 24 003 1 as submitted by the city of Huntington Beach. I recommend a no vote.
Second.
All right, we
There
have
we
a
go,
motion and Commissioner Uranga is a second, and I'm gonna ask for a roll call vote on each
Can-
of these motions.
Well, can we
Where
do an
am I?
amending motion?
Who is, first?
Right now we need to-
When do we do?
I'll take you through it,
Okay.
Commissioner, but for this is, she's recommending a no vote, and then we're gonna proceed with the
Okay.
other motion.
You have to do the procedural ones.
Just to clarify, what we're doing with this motion is to reject the LCP as submitted by the.
And then we will deal with
The
the,
LEP.
thank you very much, but it sounds like you want to make an amending motion when we get to it. Okay. All right, so let's take a roll call vote. Ms. Miller, on this motion where the mover is asking for a no vote.
Commissioner Bochco,
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings.
No.
Cummings, no. Commissioner Harmon,
No.
Harmon, no. Commissioner Lowenberg,
No.
Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Notoff,
No.
Notoff, no. Commissioner Rice,
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Uranga,
Nay.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson,
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre.
No.
Aguirre, no. Chair Hart,
No.
Hart, no. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thank you. Now, council, it sounds like we're going to have a motion, an amending motion. So could you walk us through that, how we'll proceed with that?
Yes, you put the main motion on the floor, which is to approve the LUP with suggested modifications. And once that's on the floor, you can have an amending motion to amend the modifications that you're recommending.
Prior to the vote on the
Exact-
first motion, do we have a
exactly.
motion and a second and then?
You need a motion and a second on the
Okay.
floor, and then you can have an amending motion and second on the, and
Okay.
then vote on the amending motion first.
All right, and the motion with the mods will be all of the mods that have been presented, including those that were just presented by staff that will be incorporated into the IP.
Correct.
Okay, so do we have a motion to certify the LUPA?
I move that the commission certify land use plan amendment number LCP 5 HNB 24 003 1 for the city of Huntington Beach. If modified as suggested in the staff report, I'd recommend a yes vote.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Commissioner Notoff, do you have an amending motion?
As described by staff with their recommendation is 50-foot setback, I would do a substitute motion of 100-foot setback.
All right, so the motion that's before us, the amending motion is basically essentially to incorporate everything that is contained in the staff report plus the new items. And the alteration would be with regard to the buffer to insert 100 feet in place of 50 feet. So that's the amending motion. So we have an amending motion. Do we need a second on the amending motion then? Would that be Ms. Warren? We need a second.
Can I ask a clarification? Is it just on the motion, on her motion?
Okay.
Is it 100-foot buffer forever around the
No,
perimeter?
until remediation.
Until it's
Got it.
remediation,
So
it would
I
just
just wanted to clarify.
substitute 100
It's
instead of the.
Right, it's exactly the same language that the applicant has agreed to, with the only change being from 50 feet to 100 feet. Does everyone understand
Madam
that?
Chair, I understand it. I just don't understand the ramifications of it. I need to know what it means
Of what 100 feet means.
to the project itself. We were told
Okay,
that
let me-
I'm just saying,
Let me go to staff and ask them.
well, I'm just asking you just to listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
We were told, testimony said that if we go to 100 feet, they cannot build the affordable housing units, the apartment building. And if that's the case, I think we're biting off our nose.
I don't understand how that could be the case.
Well, you don't understand, but I'm saying that was testimony.
But
You don't
Commissioner-
make testimony, they make testimony.
I don't want to do anything inappropriate, but I just want to say the only thing that we're suggesting, they've already agreed to 50 feet. The timeline is identical. The remediation and everything up to the construction, if anything, the remediation, Mr. Taz indicated, will be completed before.
We don't know that.
Can
But-
I ask a question?
Sure.
Sure.
Can I ask can I ask staff and or the affordable housing developer what the ramifications or implications of adding this 100-foot buffer would be to your project?
adding 50 feet, so it's a 100-foot buffer, what would the implications be for your project, both in timing, cost, et cetera?
Excuse me. Again, Alexa Washburn with National Corps. My concern with the motion of the 100-foot buffer is there is no certainty that the adjacent site is going to be remediated within that timeline. I know we've been told that, but there is no requirement for the adjacent property owner to move forward with remediating their site. So we feel comfortable the way that we have designed the affordable apartment home community. We already considered our parking as a buffer. We do that to activate the street frontage. You know, it's just more of a planning term, is we push the building towards the street to activate that streetscape, and we tuck the parking behind. But it also acts as a buffer to any adjacent use, right? So we are able to still construct the affordable housing building and have the parking as the 50-foot buffer. When we start to instill a 100-foot buffer, it takes out the affordable housing altogether, which could possibly never be built.
So as proposed, the affordable housing will be built prior to the remediation unless this motion passes. The remediation will not be completed at the time the affordable housing is built unless the motion passes.
If the remediation were timely, it would be done beforehand, but it possibly would not be done. But it's not just impacting 40 market rate units and the 50 affordable units. It also stops the construction of the hotel, because I can't build a hotel without the affordable. So now you've taken massive value out of the project.
I'm just hearing Mr. Ta. I'm hearing what Mr. Ta is saying, and I'm actually taking it to be, you know, he wouldn't be stating it in a public hearing if it wasn't accurate. So anyway, we may approve it, we may not approve it, but I think we're clear on.
One follow-up question, not for you. If the remediation, when the remediation is completed as planned and DTS does not sign off on it, would that, or there's whatever testing's done, that what would happen if those affordable units were built, were existing, but not yet occupied? Would the occupancy be delayed? What happens if there is some sort of migration of contaminants because of the remediation, or just happens in that timeline? Because we're concerned about public health.
Yeah, Mauricio Escobar, Rue Associates. So in this case, all the buildings, including the affordable housing, is going to have a vapor barrier beneath it. So it's going to be a gravel layer, piping inside the gravel layer, and then risers up into the roof line, such that anything that gets beneath the building can be evacuated through the building and out. It doesn't get inside the building. What usually happens is if those systems are built as passive. So essentially you have the whirlybirds on top of the building, and you have just natural flow that pulls the vapors out. If you have conditions that are changing or different than what you've designed for, you can turn those into active systems. You can put fans on them, and in essence, it becomes an engineering solution, an active system that's pulling those vapors out and doesn't affect the building. That's what's commonly done.
Is the condition as written either for 50 feet or if we amended for 100 feet, if DTS does not sign off on the report, what happens with regards to the units that are built?
Well, their construction could not start until DTSC approved the report. That's how it's written right now.
No, I'm talking about, as in the
In the
50, even
future.
the 50-foot buffer is allowing units to be built somewhere, right?
Right.
And so our affordable housing units get built, and ones that are outside of the 50-foot buffer, DTS does not sign off on the report. So what happens? That means nothing happens, that the ones within the 50-foot buffer do not get built.
The ones
And
within
or
the
if it was
50-foot buffer do not get built, but we also included a requirement that as part that we went through with the addition, that they had to demonstrate at the time of both construction and occupancy through available monitoring data that there was not migration into the site. So if, for example, the DTSC doesn't sign off and there's an indication that's because it wasn't successful, or there's migration of some kind, then they couldn't go forward and occupy those units.
And now I'm feeling a little confused. that condition is sort of agnostic to the 50 or the 100-foot buffer?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner,
So I totally get Commissioner Nunoff where you're coming from and Commissioner Hart where you're coming from. But if there is a problem that comes up, 50 feet or 100 feet, it ain't gonna make no difference. It's just not gonna make a difference. Whether it's 50 feet or 100 feet, and I appreciate we want to keep everybody safe. I agree with that. But I think from just a practical standpoint, if there's something that happens and it becomes airborne, 50 feet, 100 feet, it's just not going to make.
yeah,
a
I
difference.
guess the point is.
So that, and given that it can't start until they have these two things that occur.
The only thing I'm saying is that the developer has just said they're not building anything in the 50 feet. The affordable housing is going to be built between 50 and 100 feet. She just said that's where it's going to be. So in my mind, it seems absolutely clear that I would not want affordable housing built in an area where a Superfund site has not been remediated. But that's just me, and it's just one vote. So I think what we should do.
But there's safeguards that it's not going to be though.
That's okay. So if the site is not remediated.
Yes.
And there's only a 50-foot buffer, that means the affordable housing, they can go ahead and build the affordable. Just until the site is remediated, which is what the opponents have been asking for the entire site.
Just ask that for condition and.
Yeah.
But isn't that what's in the conditions anyway? I'm confused. I think, Director.
Can we show the buffer item again? Can we put the buffer
Sure.
slide
Yeah,
on
can we
the
get the
screen?
slides up
Because I
again?
think there seems to be
Right,
some
there's
confusion.
two different changes that were made to the staff recommendation. One incorporated this buffer idea, which says that there would be no construction of housing units within 50 feet of the ASCON site until the remediation is completed and DTSC approves the final report.
We need the
It's the slide
buffer
that says
slide.
buffer at the top. There is a separate change so that's this one right here, which we changed a little bit to say that they had to approve the final report, if you'll remember. So this is the old language, but we'll make that change. Then there was a separate change that said, prior to construction of housing units and prior to occupancy of housing units, there would be the developer would need to demonstrate using best available information that contamination from ASCON had not migrated onto the site, both subsurface and above surface. So that is a separate thing that is it's irrelevant. I mean, the 50-foot buffer is not related to that. They're two separate things.
But so my question is, I think we're protected and I'm not sure the 100 gets us anything more than we already have. That's my opinion, the way it's written, but I can.
Okay, so are we ready do we have a motion? And I'm wondering if we have a second.
I don't think I have a second yet.
And I want to clarify
maybe
that
not.
Commissioner Nodd's called it a substitute motion. It is an amending
Amendment.
motion,
It's
which is
amending
different
motion.
than a substitute motion.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'd like to ask a question and then maybe have a modification to the amending motion. What I heard from the developer was that he would consider occupancy as a threshold. And so is that still a thing where until that the units facing the site we would hold off occupancy until it's cleared?
I don't think that's a practical solution because from a financing standpoint, I'd have an unfinanceable project if I don't have this undetermined point of use of the property. I'm
And hold on
okay.
1 second, I'm not done yet. So I heard what you said. So, but one of the things that I think we're getting confused on is the difference between chronic risk and acute risk. And I don't think that the timelines that we're talking about and the differences between these two things are quite the same. So most of the risk associated with these sorts of are chronic risks. They're like long-term living next to a thing. It's not like walking by a site. It's not those sorts of things. It's like the long-term exposure. And so we're debating about months and maybe even a year, I would imagine, overall. And so I'm not sure that I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. And so that's the in terms of risk. So for me anyway, and so as much as I want to see this go to 100 feet, and as much as I want to see this have that, I'm not clear I'm there. So in terms of this amending motion, so that's why I was asking you this question, because if I could get to that, that would help me a lot.
I think because of the other conditions that we've agreed to, which is that we have to consult with the DTSC. We have to review our own monitoring, which we're going to have along the perimeter. So before both construction and occupancy, I think, and then we've added these vapor barriers that I think Marisa did a very good job of explaining. I think we've done the best available science for it, and then we're adding this buffer of 50 feet in during the construction period. I think those are really thoughtful. And look, I have no intention of building something and putting people in harm's way. There's not enough. I can't make enough money to put people in harm's way. So I think I have to use my best available science that's been available to me and make good decisions. And that's what I'm doing. And then you'll have to make your decisions.
Okay, thank you very much.
you.
All right, so we have a motion to increase the buffer to 100 feet, and it does not sound, do we have a second? Not seeing a second. Sorry, Commissioner.
That it was a useful discussion.
I
Thank
think
you.
it was a useful discussion, and, I'm just very hopeful that DTSC is going to get this site remediated before you break ground. And I think we all are very hopeful about that. And then none of us will have anything to worry about, hopefully, at least in the short term. All right. So we have a motion before us and we have a second, and it asks for a roll call vote, and that incorporates the 50-foot buffer and all the other items. So
Commissioner Cummings.
Abstain.
abstaining.
Abstains. Commissioner Herman.
Yes.
Herman, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
I'm going to err on the side of housing. Yes.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 9 yes with 1 abstention.
All right. Congratulations. We'll see you.
No.
Two more motions. Oh, we have more motions. We have a lot more motions.
And
See,
some emotion.
they almost left and we, all right, let's continue on, Commissioner Aguirre, motion 3.
I move that the commission reject implementation plan amendment number LCP 5 HNB 24 003 1 as submitted by the city of Huntington Beach. I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, motion number 4.
I move that the commission certify implementation plan amendment number LCP 5 HNB 24 003 1 for the city of Huntington Beach. If it is modified as suggested in the staff report, I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, motion a second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Abstain.
Cummings abstains. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 9 yes. with
Okay,
one
that was the
abstention.
final motion. So now we have completed this item. And thank you all very much. Thank you again so much to the applicant, to everyone who spoke here today, to the city and to our staff for their incredible work on this, all the way up to the wire. Very much appreciated. Thank you all very much.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. Quiero darle las gracias a todos los hispanoparlantes que participaron en este testimonio. Es muy bien agradecido.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thanks, everybody. Now, I'm going to turn to the commission and ask if you just want to forge ahead with the next item or you want to take a break. At 6 o'clock, I say we forge ahead.
Let's forge ahead.
Let's forge ahead. Okay, great. All right, so the next item is going to be 13B, I believe.
So Chair Hart.
Chair Hart, can I recommend that we take a 5-minute break?
Sorry, you guys, we're just still discussing this 5-minute break and we really will come back at 6:15, okay? All right, let's resume like we agreed we would. Everybody? Commissioner Rice, are you ready? This is going to be item 13B.
We still have DDR item 12.
Oh, we do, excuse me, okay. We have DDR, it's going to be DDR item 12 that we're handling right now. I'm just calling people to tell them I'd like to resume. Although, you know, it's a nice place to sleep. It's a little hard. Yeah. Do we have mattresses or, I'm just curious. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we're ready to go. Could we have the DDR on?
Thank you. So that does take us to item 12, which is the Deputy Director's report for San Diego Coast District. We're reporting 6 waivers for projects in Solana Beach, San Diego, and Oceanside. Haven't been any comments in opposition to these items, so we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers in the report.
All right, did 3 or more? Did 3 or more commissioners object to adoption of the DDR for San Diego? All right, seeing no objection, commission concurs. All right, now let's move on to item 13B, the Nestor Otay Community Plan Update.
Thank you. And Tony Ross with our San Diego Coast District is going to do that staff presentation. There should be a staff PowerPoint. Go ahead, Tony.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Item 13B is a request from the City of San Diego to amend both the land use plan and implementation plan of the city's LCP to update the Otay Mesa-Nestor Community Plan and to revise the land use and zoning designations on a 14-acre site to facilitate the construction of a 380-unit apartment complex, which will include 100 low-income units and is referred to as the Bellamar Project. Please note there is an addendum for this item, which responds to city comments. Slide 2, please. The Otay Mesa-Nestor community is located within the southern region of the city of San Diego, and the community area totals approximately 5,000 acres, of which about 32% or 1,640 acres are located in the coastal zone. Slide 3, please. There are a number of significant coastal resources within the community, which are shown on the slide. Slide 4, please. While the city's proposed amendment to the community plan updates several outdated LUP policies, there are still several Coastal Act inconsistencies. Thus, staff is recommending 19 suggested modifications that update coastal resource policies listed on the slide and revises the map exhibit. Staff is also recommending a modification which will refine some of the Bellamar project components. While the city is generally supportive of the majority of the suggested mods, the city has indicated that they cannot support 4 of the modifications. Slide 5, please. First, the city requests removal of 2 policies which define lower cost accommodations, protect existing lower cost units, encourage new development to provide a range of affordability, and requires the provision of 25% lower cost accommodations or an in-lieu mitigation fee for those projects that include only high cost units. The city has indicated that this language is prescriptive and regulatory and is not appropriate in a land use plan document and should instead be added to the city's implementation plan only. One potential solution to address this concern would be for the city to propose the lower cost accommodations policies within its IP so that these policies could apply citywide. This option was discussed previously with the city with 2 other community plan updates dating back to 2015 and then again in 2023. However, the city has yet to come forward with a comprehensive citywide LCP amendment in either its land use plan or implementation plan. And in the absence of a citywide action, these policies must be added as community plans are updated to ensure that lower cost visitor serving accommodations are provided consistent with 30213 of the Coastal Act. Slide 6, please. With regard to suggested modification number 12, the city requested 2 changes shown in yellow on the slide and include revising policy number 1, which mirrors section 30240 of the Coastal Act. The city's letter indicates that providing language identical to 30241 would be in conflict with the city's implementation plan. However, the standard of review for a land use plan amendment is consistency with Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, not consistency with the implementation plan. So if there are any inconsistencies with this language and the IP, then updating the IP as part of a future amendment is the resolution, not weakening the language of the land use plan. The city further requests to modify the introductory paragraph of the ESHA section to limit ESHA to the habitat listed within the city's environmentally sensitive lands regulations, and would therefore limit ESHA to steep hillsides, sensitive biological resources, coastal beaches, sensitive coastal bluffs, or special flood hazard areas. This revision does not encapsulate all habitat and would otherwise meet the Coastal Act definition of ESHA, and therefore has the potential to allow impacts to ESHA inconsistent with section 30240. Slide 7, please. The city also requests changes to suggested modification number 17 to remove the requirement for implementation of the least impactful alternative when a project has the potential to impact tribal, cultural, paleo, or archaeological resources. However, as revised by the city, the policy would only require alternatives to be evaluated. It would not specify how to prioritize the evaluated alternatives. While staff cannot therefore support complete removal of this requirement, the addendum revises this policy, as shown on the slide, to require consideration of feasible alternatives only. Slide 8, please. The final concern raised by the city is regarding new language for multimodal transportation projects. This mobility language was first drafted in coordination with the city in order to help expedite the review of multimodal projects within the coastal zone. The city is requesting removal of this section in its entirety and instead would like to address this issue through a future LCP amendment that specifically targets multimodal transportation projects. While staff is supportive of this approach, there is no assurance the amendment will be provided in a timely manner. And currently, the community plan does not contain policies that would help facilitate multimodal projects. And so staff is recommending these policies are included at this time to ensure consistency with sections 30252 and 30253 of the Coastal Act. Slide 9, please. With regard to the project-driven component of the amendment, staff is recommending approval of the proposed land use and zoning changes for the Bellamar site. The primary Coastal Act concern raised by the project is the site's location within the floodplain. However, the site is located more than a mile inland from San Diego Bay, and 3 miles from the shoreline. All modeling indicates that hazards on the site will not increase with sea level rise, and the water table is located between 2 and 5 meters below ground, thus emergent water tables are not a concern. Additionally, several reports have been provided that have concluded that the 100-year flow rates, flow velocities, and flow volumes will remain essentially unchanged following the development and will not hydrologically impact coastal resources. The Commission's staff engineer has reviewed the provided reports and agrees with these conclusions. Some of the benefits of the project include that 100 units will be provided as low-income housing, which the applicant is proposing to protect through a 55-year deed restriction. 2 new bus stops will be added. Existing pedestrian and bicycle connections to trails will be enhanced, and striped and buffer bike lanes will be provided along the project frontage. Additionally, as revised through suggested modification number 1, the project will also provide a public access path on the north side of the site closest to the river, will revegetate the 100-foot biological buffer with native habitat, and will ensure that the low-income units are provided equal access to any of the project's amenities. Both the city and the developer are in agreement with this single project-related modification. Slide 10, please. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the land use plan as proposed and approval as revised through the inclusion of 19 suggested modifications. Staff is further recommending approval of the IP amendment as proposed. The motions and resolutions can be found beginning on page 10 of the staff report, and that concludes my comments.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Ross. All right, are there any ex partes on this item? All right, we'll open up public comment on this, and I believe we do have some folks that want to speak.
Yes, we have a presentation from the applicants, Kim Berry and Tim Keem, and then we also have a public agency representative from San Diego, Tate Galloway, and a couple of other members of the public.
Okay, why don't we start with the city?
Okay.
And then we'll move to the applicant, and then we'll see who else there is.
Okay, I have Tate Galloway in as a panelist. So Tate, you can begin.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I'm Tate Galloway, Deputy Director with the City of San Diego City Planning Department. I'm also joined this evening by Renee Mezzo, Assistant Deputy Director with the City's Development Services Department. First, we want to thank the Coastal Commission staff for the ongoing dialogue regarding the proposed modifications and their willingness to work with us on the language and their efforts to work with the Bellamar site applicant to address issues during the community plan amendment process. However, we want to raise to the Commission's attention that the scope of the recommended modifications exceeds the scope which was submitted for the local coastal program amendment for the Bellamar site. The San Diego City Council adopted amendment to the Otay Mesa-Nestor Community Plan and local coastal program to redesignate the plan land use to a residential designation on a 14-acre site, which is known as Bellamar, which would allow for a future residential development, which is not before you today. Prior to this City Council action, staff worked closely with the Commission staff to address the scope of the land use plan amendment, including an amendment to the language in the plan addressing what's known as a special study area. We had understood that the amendment had addressed Coastal Commission staff's issues for moving forward. After submitting the adopted community plan amendment, we were surprised to learn that Commission staff proposed a wholesale update to the community plan for coastal related policies, which in our belief exceeded the scope of the submitted application. Nevertheless, to move forward with the amendment of the Bellamar site, City staff has worked with the Coastal Commission staff on the potential proposed modifications. As we have noted in our letter, the modifications that exceed the scope of the amendment adopted by the City Council, such as the visitor accommodations and multimodal access policies, as staff has addressed, should be done as part of a future community plan update, which the city is planning on starting next year. While we don't oppose necessarily the policies being suggested or the modifications, we feel that by doing it as part of a community plan update, city staff can engage with community members, stakeholders, and decision makers as part of a comprehensive outreach effort. In our in our comment letter, we also proposed revisions to a few of the modifications to improve the implementation and reduce conflicts with the land development regulations and municipal code, which have already been certified by the commission as part of the city's implementation plan. Lastly, we believe that the proposed in lieu fee should be done as part of a citywide municipal code amendment rather than individually by communities. And then finally, I just also wanted to mention, just in response to what staff had addressed, that this was a site-specific amendment, not a full comprehensive community plan update. And we certainly understand by doing a comprehensive update that these issues would come up, and we'd certainly be willing to do that, but feel that having the public as part of the process to be able to address and understand these amendments is an important part of the planning process. And so with that, we would appreciate Coastal Commission's consideration of our requests in our letter, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. Who are the other speakers?
We have Kim Berry and Tim Keem signed up together as applicants with a presentation. And then we have Austin Diaz, Julie Fair, and Weston Diaz.
Okay,
That's it.
why don't we go ahead to the two folks?
Okay.
Why don't we give them, let's ask them how much time they need. I'm assuming 3 minutes would be sufficient. Oh, you're here in person. Hello. Is 3 minutes sufficient? Okay. There you go. All right, and we have you have a presentation and it's in front of us. So please
Very
just
good.
state your name and proceed.
My name is Julie Fair. I'm here from San Diego to register my support for the coastal land use plan referenced in this agenda item. And thank you to the City of San Diego staff and the coastal staff for their hard work on this project. My husband Jeff and I own the 14 acres of land, approximately 5 miles inland from Imperial Beach in South San Diego County, just a few miles from the Mexican border. For over 5 years, we've been working with the local representatives of the Coastal Commission for the planning of 380 workforce apartments on our property. The plans for our project, known as Bellamar, are consistent with all the policies of the Coastal Act and do not need any local or state density bonus programs. San Diego is in a housing crisis, especially for affordable apartments. Our Bellamar transit-oriented development project is just 1/2 block from a trolley and bus transit station and will provide 380 blue-collar apartments for families in this low-income neighborhood, which is a goal of the Coastal Commission. And for just a tiny bit of backstory, this land has special meaning for Jeff and me. We both grew up near the property. 55 years ago in high school, on Saturday nights, we used to hang out with our friends at the asphalt go-kart track that occupied this 14-acre property. We believe in community-based planning. We reached out to the community and asked for input on what community members felt was the best use for our land. My husband and I went door to door to every home and business in a 1/2-mile radius of our property. We handed out flyers inviting neighbors to attend planning focus groups. The community asked us to incorporate 2 specific items in our planning for the Bellamar apartments. First, don't maximize the density. 424 units are allowed, only 380 units are planned. By decreasing the density by 44 units,
Next speaker.
Yeah, I have in this order, Kim Berry, Tim Keem, Austin Diaz, and Weston Diaz.
Okay, each speaker will have 2 minutes. Sir.
Thank you.
My name is Austin Diaz. I'm here from San Diego in support of the Bellamar project. I grew up not too far from the Bellamar property. The Otay Mesa-Nestor area in which the property is located has been designated by the city and the state as a disadvantaged low-income community. There's a desperate need for workforce housing that the 380 Bellamar apartments will provide. One of the goals of the California Coastal Commission is to promote environmental justice. In the policies section of the staff's report, it states that focused outreach should be used when actions may have an impact on a given portion of Otay Mesa-Nestor, and that inclusive public engagement should be used in the decision-making process. Mrs. Fair and her husband reached out to the Otay Mesa-Nestor community and hosted several meetings to solicit input from neighbors on the planning for Bellamar. At the request of the community, the height of the buildings was reduced, the density was decreased, and the owners voluntarily almost tripled the number of rent-restricted apartments for low-income families. The Coastal Act states that all new development must minimize vehicle miles traveled. The Bellamar project is located a half block from a San Diego metropolitan trolley and bus transit hub. Residents of the Bellamar apartments will be able to leave their cars behind, walk to the trolley or bus, and commute to work. This reduces vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. The Bellamar affordable apartments will have no adverse impacts on sensitive biological resources. The following are quotes from the City of San Diego Planning Department staff report. Quote, no sensitive plant species were observed on the property. Quote, sensitive wildlife species were not observed on the site. Quote, the project site does not contain any sensitive riparian habitat. Quote, the project site does not contain any sensitive habitat identified in local or regional plans, policies, and regulations, or by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right,
Sure.
next speaker.
Chair
Yes.
Hurd, I'm sorry to interrupt. Of
course.
We need to make a quick adjustment. We accidentally muted, or somehow the boardroom got muted on Zoom and we didn't record. We missed the last half of Ms. Fair's testimony. So you're good, sir, but I would like to, if you, through the chair, invite Ms. Fair to come back and repeat the end of her testimony up for the record so it gets recorded.
Thanks, Ms. Fair. So that would be, you're just going to read back your last half, please. That portion.
And for just a tiny bit of backstory, get the good part. This land has special meaning for Jeff and me. We both grew up near the property. 55 years ago in high school, on Saturday nights, we used to hang out with our friends at the asphalt go-kart track that occupied this 14-acre property. We believe in community-based planning. We reached out to the community and asked for input on what community members felt was the best use for our land. My husband and I went door to door to every home and business in a half-mile radius of our property. We handed out flyers inviting neighbors to attend planning focus groups. The community asked us to incorporate 2 specific items in our planning for the Bellamar apartments. First, don't maximize the density. 424 units are allowed. Only 380 units are planned. By decreasing the density by 44 units, it allows us to have an extra acre of land that will be used as an on-site park and play area with many trees. And of course, the additional trees and landscape areas will reduce the heat island effect and provide carbon absorption. The second item of importance to the community, stressed to us at the focus groups we hosted, was the need for affordable apartments, and we listened. 38 rent-restricted units are required by the city. 100 units are being provided, nearly triple the amount required. Over 250 community members sent letters of support to the City of San Diego. We respectfully request that you approve the land use items that are included in this agenda item. Thank you.
Weston Diaz.
I was wondering what you were doing here all day. So state your name first.
Hello, I am Weston Diaz. I am 11 years old and going into 6th grade. When I grow up, I want to be the President of the United States.
That was the wrong thing. Yeah. I really thought you were gonna say, I want to be a coastal commissioner. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just couldn't help it. All right, so take it from United States.
My dad thought it was a good idea for me to see firsthand how democracy works by attending this hearing. It has been very interesting. I agree with what my dad said. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Is this gonna be your dad? Okay.
Probably Austin.
Oh, that was your dad. Okay.
His dad
Good
was
job,
so
Dad.
proud. That's right.
Although not on the coastal commissioner, then president. Okay, please, sir, sorry.
That's a tough act to follow, huh? Gosh, I'm gonna be boring compared to that. Could you bring that presentation back up?
Is this
and
the
then-
Barry and Kim?
Yeah, Tim Kim and Kim
Okay.
Berry. I'm gonna speak and she's available for Q&A.
Okay.
And could we get 3 minutes on the clock? Be great.
Not that, you know, it's not late or anything. If you could just try to move as quickly as
I
possible.
blamed Bill Shop for that, and I
Okay.
told him he has to
All right,
pay
how
for
about
my
2 minutes
flight
30
change.
and let's go.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Hart and Commissioners, members of the public. I'm Tim Kim with TK Consulting, and we're managing the entitlement and project management of the project. And I just want to thank you all for your hard work and studying this project, especially coastal staff. We've been working with them for over 5 years, and they've done a lot of hard work on that. So we appreciate that and appreciate you reviewing the project as well. Although the Bellamar project is not up for approval tonight, this project did precipitate the amendment that you're looking at. So I thought it might be helpful to give you a little bit of information on the community and on the project itself to kind of help inform your decision, if that's okay. We could get the second slide, please. This slide's an aerial of the site. It's a little bit hard to see. There we go. But just a couple things to note here. Just north of the site is the Otay Valley Regional Park. And we've got about a 2-acre, 100-foot setback there. And in that area, we're going to be restoring and revegetating that site back to its natural habitat. And then if you can kind of see a little south and east, basically just a half a block down, that's the transit station. So it's great. It's just a short walk down the street. Next slide. We could maybe zoom in on that a little bit. So we're in the Otay Mesa-Nestor community. And this region has been in dire need for housing for decades, especially workforce and affordable housing. And in fact, it was designated as a disadvantaged community by the state. Bellamar, as you've heard, brings not only 280 workforce market rate units, but also 100 affordable units. We were required to do 10%, and we're providing 26%. Over the last few years, working with coastal staff, the primary focus has been ensuring that we're consistent with Coastal Act or Coastal Commission mission and Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. Most notably, we focused on environmental justice, not only the low-income housing, but also the shared amenities, and then very heavily on public access. So as you've heard a little bit, we've got some really great trail improvements and connections. We've got the bus stops. We've improved the route to the transit station. So we've got a lot of great amenities for the community as a whole with that. Next slide, please.
You know, sir, we reviewed the staff report and all of this is contained in it. And why don't we, if you would make yourself available for questions, that would be
Great.
fantastic.
Thank you very
And
much.
Thank you very much. And I'm so sorry to cut you short here at 6:40, but don't want to have any kind of a problem with the commission. Okay, next speaker. No more speakers. Return to staff. You have any response, particularly the city?
Thank you, Chair Hart. So staff did fully respond in our staff report addendum. So if there are any further commission questions about that, or you wish us to elaborate, we can certainly do so. But given the lateness of the day here, that'll be the end of staff's comments at this point.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Schwang. All right, I'm going to open it up back to the commission for any discussion and motion, the motion being on page 10 of this item. I asked for ex partes at the beginning, I believe. Does anyone have ex partes? All right, do we have a motion?
I'm
For
happy to
discussion?
make the motion, but do you have a?
I just have a question.
Sure, of
real quick.
course.
First, I just want to thank the folks from
Mike,
bringing this
okay.
project to us. I just need a little bit of clarification because it sounded like there's workforce housing, there's a certain amount of market rate, there's a certain amount of affordable. Can you just give us that breakdown again real quick? Because I was going to try to look it up, but I can't get access to the agenda. There's some technical
Is
difficulties.
that something you'd like staff to respond to, or would you like this gentleman?
I mean, we've got
Why
the,
don't you go ahead since you're there, sir? Thank
Sure.
you.
Since I got cut out of my last 30 seconds.
Well, you were going to cover that?
That's
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
Sure. So 380 units total, 280 are market rate. And because of the area, they're more of workforce housing for this area. They're not deed restricted, they're market rate. So those 280 apartments, and then 100 are affordable, deed restricted at low or below.
So two questions on that. How long are they affordable? In
Right.
perpetuity, A? And at what levels of affordability?
Sure. So good question. 55 years is what they're set for, and it's kind of been that way all along. And I heard the last presentation, and so I don't have the ability to say we're going to change that. Most projects are around 50, 55 years. And we don't have, so we had an affordable developer in there. And then just with time going on, they had to drop. And so when everything gets approved, we'll go back out to market and we'll bring in an affordable developer and a builder for the project. And then that'll be their decision to kind of decide the levels of affordability and the time frame. But we're committing to the 55 years. In terms of levels of affordability, what we always do is we say it'll for sure be low or below. And then based on what they need to get the tax credits and what grant funding is available at the time, that changes all the time. Sometimes it's veteran, homeless, very low, extremely low, and they have all these percents they try and hit depending on the grants and the funding that's available. And then whatever's available at that time, that's what they chase, and then they lock in those lower rates.
Commissioner Cummings, did you have an additional question?
I guess, with the 280 market rate units, I'm also just kind of cautious of having that be workforce housing because oftentimes I think when we think about workforce housing, it's usually for people who are kind of in middle or income brackets. And when anything's subject to the market, it's whatever the highest bidder will come in at. So but that's why I want some clarification because I think a lot of times now when we talk about workforce housing, it's like housing that's being built specifically for like teachers or, public or first responders and things like that. And so the workforce, the housing is being built specifically for those workforces and people within those income brackets. So I just wanted clarity that it really is market rate housing.
Correct.
And hopefully it will go to people who are in our workforce, but that all depends on who is actually, trying to purchase that housing. Right.
Yeah, sometimes they call it affordable by design, because it's smaller units, but it is market rate.
Yeah. I mean, I think the one benefit is that 26% affordable is what you're pushing for. That's higher than what most people ever try to offer.
Right.
And everybody says you can't even pencil out when it's 20% points to get density bonus. So I just think that it's important that we're keeping track of these projects so that when we're going to the state legislature to try to push for more affordable housing in the coastal zone, that we're able to actually demonstrate, like, here's a project where 20% of the total density, 26% of the total density is affordable and that people are able to make it happen. And so I just want to appreciate you all for actually, having that higher rate of affordability built within this project because we don't see it very often and people always say it can't work. So thank you.
That was the big give. So appreciate
Yeah,
that.
thank you very much for that. Any other, I just wanted to make a comment or back to staff that this area generally is an area of more affordable housing though, that we're talking about this Otay Mesa area? Or is it not? It's not on the beach, or maybe I'm wrong. I thought that it said that in the report. Commissioner Aguirre?
If I may, through the chair, it is definitely an affordable, low income area.
Right.
Especially that particular area between Main Street and Palm Avenue that's adjacent to the trolley. I was telling Commissioner that I used to live right there with about 10 other roommates because that's all I could afford was to rent a room in one of those houses around that street. So yes, it's definitely affordable.
Great. Well, I'm super excited about the project. So returning to the commission, Commissioner Aguirre, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, and I'll make the motion, and I just wanted to add that, we're talking about the close proximity to the bay, but this is within walking distance of the Palm Avenue Transit Center, which includes the bus stop for the 933, 934, which is a direct route to the beach. So I think that's something that's really positive in this. Okay, I move that the commission certify the land use plan amendment for the city of San Diego as submitted. I recommend a no vote on the motion.
Second.
All right, do I need to take a roll call?
Can I speak to my
vote?
second, please?
Oh, sure, I didn't know you
Thank you.
wanted to.
I was trying to,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
waving
didn't
my
see that.
arms. I was over here.
I'm sorry, I didn't look that way.
As I say, I'm
Please.
used to it. So. So,
I don't know if you noticed, I lost that last.
the workforce, please, I'm just saying, it's actual has a real meaning. It doesn't mean what you might think it does. So as we move forward, I just want to make sure that workforce is really identified with specific workforce development. And so I just want to, that's why it's been so confusing in legislation. And that's why we talked about it in the last item. Just saying that something's low cost or affordable doesn't necessarily identify it as workforce housing. And so I just want to make sure that we're careful about that language in the future. Not, and I know what you guys mean by that, but it still has a real definition, and we should, because we're trying to promote actual workforce housing, which is say for like healthcare workers or for very specific to certain projects or teachers that identify in those spaces. So I just want to make sure that we're good with that. Then the question I had was, the city asked for these amendments, but they're not necessarily material to the project specifically. So approval of this doesn't slow down, because I really like the project, and honestly, I wouldn't mind if it had more density, but that's on you guys. We're still allowing the entitlement that's being granted actually has a higher density, or it does. So.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that we're not lowering the density entitlement based on the project design. That's up to the developer that's doing that.
No, I mean, this, just to reiterate, this is a specific plan amendment. This is for the LCP. And so much of the specificity of the project will come before, the city under the permit process. So that, this is just the LCP update at this point.
And I do appreciate or understand a bit of the anxiety of the city in terms of like their planning processes and the timing and how they feel about that. And I'm not going to pull that apart here today. I think that they can make those amendments moving forward. I feel like we're making progress on things that are missing.
Mhm.
So that's fine. But I do encourage the city as they move forward. I don't think this should not stop them from their community outreach for these plans that they're going to be doing in the future. I think that there's no hindrance to that if they need to modify these things or make them better, by all means, please do that. Don't consider this a hindrance in those processes. So thank you.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. Because this is a recommendation of a no vote, do I need to take a roll call vote, Ms. Warren? Okay, so is there a unanimous agreement to a no vote? All right, seeing no opposition, the no vote is recorded, and we'll move on to the second motion. Commissioner Geary.
I move that the commission certify the land use plan amendment for the city of San Diego as submitted. If modified pursuant to the staff recommendation, I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any objection to a unanimous agreement to a yes vote on this motion? Seeing none, motion's approved. We'll move on to motion 3.
I move that the commission reject the implementation program amendment for the city of San Diego certified LCP as submitted. I recommend a no vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Not sure who the second, we'll just call Commissioner Wilson, since he's been seconding everything else. The recommendation is a no vote. Is there a unanimous agreement among the commissioners to a no vote on this item? Seeing no objection, no vote is recorded. And we are done? Not done. Why don't I have, okay, we have the suggested modifications. Well,
I apologize. I think we're done with this item. I thought you meant.
No,
on to
that's
the
what I
next-
meant.
yeah.
I'm like, am I missing something? Okay, thank you very much. All right, this item is done and now we're moving on. Very much look forward to this development and seeing what happens. It sounds fantastic and congratulations. All right, now we are going to move to item, last item today, I believe, which is item 14A. We'll deal with the statewide issues tomorrow. This is the barracks item, San Diego Safe Parking and Shelter. Open it up.
That's correct. And
Can I first ask if there are any ex partes on this? Anybody? Seeing none, please go ahead, Mr. Schwank. Thank you.
thank you. So Melody Lassiter with our San Diego Coast District will do the staff presentation on this item. Go ahead, Melody.
Thanks, Carl. Good evening, Commissioners. Item 14A is a request by the City of San Diego to provide services to assist unhoused individuals for a period of 5 years. There is an addendum to the staff report that adds an exhibit to clarify that the subject site is not located within the Naval Training Center landfill footprint as previously indicated by the city, modifies the project description to include paving over the existing concrete pad, and revises special condition number 3 to incorporate the asphalt paving. Next slide. The project site is a city-owned lot in the Peninsula community that was previously developed with military buildings known as the H Barracks. However, those buildings were demolished earlier this year to allow for the proposed project and future plans to construct a water recycling facility on the site. The San Diego International Airport lies northeast of the site, and there is a mix of institutional offices, hotels, and recreation areas that otherwise surround the site. Next slide. The proposed project consists of 2 phases. Phase 1 would include paving and restriping the lot and installing portable restrooms, showers, and other accessory improvements to allow for the operation of the city's safe parking program, which provides secure parking lots for people living out of their vehicles to safely stay overnight. Next slide. Phase 2 of the project would occur only if funding is obtained by the city and includes removal of the safe parking program and installation of a temporary 600-bed shelter within 2 prefabricated tent structures shown in green on this slide. The shelter would be operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and allow people to enter and exit freely during the day, but there would be a curfew at night. Both phases would include on-site services such as meals, case management, housing navigation, healthcare access, and referrals to other resources. In addition, on-site security would be provided, and participants would have to follow program rules that prohibit drug and alcohol use, violent behavior, and bar entry to registered sex offenders. Next slide. The primary Coastal Act issue is the project's potential to adversely affect water quality, since phase 1 of the project would increase the number of vehicles parked at the site, which sometimes leak oil and other pollutants, and allow recreational vehicles that may have wastewater disposal needs. While the commission typically requires biofiltration systems in new development, the subject site is located within 1,000 feet of a former landfill, so water infiltration is prohibited here. In addition, the majority of the site is capped with an existing concrete layer, which would remain and maintain the existing drainage pattern. To ensure water quality is protected, special condition number 1 requires the existing stormwater conveyance system be fitted with an engineered stormwater device to capture and treat pollutants from vehicle runoff, and also requires that the city provide a water disposal facility for recreational vehicles on site. Additional conditions require the city to implement BMPs during construction to prevent spills during paving and striping, to submit final plans for the phase 2 shelter, assume the risk of developing in a location that is subject to coastal hazards, and reimburse the commission for any cost and attorney's fee in connection with the proposed project. The city is in agreement with staff's recommendation. Next slide. Project opponents have also raised environmental justice concerns related to adverse exposure of this vulnerable population to noise, communicable disease, and toxic pollutants. However, the city has taken appropriate steps to address and mitigate these concerns. Specifically, the city has included measures to attenuate indoor noise levels so that the noise from the nearby airport runway does not cause harm to people inside the shelter, while exterior noise levels would be exceeded at the site during operation of the safe parking program and on the northern and southwestern portions of the site for both phases of the project. The city does not believe individuals using the site would be subjected to unsafe noise levels, especially inside their vehicles, which attenuates some noise, since operation of the safe parking program would be limited to the evening and early morning hours when the number of flights is relatively lower, and other portions of the site would only be used intermittently. To address concerns that the occupancy of the proposed shelter would be too dense and could therefore spread disease, the city has provided information indicating that the proposed shelter occupancy of 60 square feet per sleeping area exceeds the city's zoning requirement, California Building Code requirement, and the recommendation by the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council. Regarding concerns that the subject site was previously developed with buildings that contained asbestos, the city has also provided documentation that the safe removal of asbestos at the site occurred prior to the demolition of the former military buildings. The proposed project supports the goals of the Commission's environmental justice policy, including working with local governments to allow for a broad range of housing types, including transitional and supportive housing and homeless shelters, in a manner that protects coastal resources consistent with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. Next slide. This site is within an area of original jurisdiction where the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act are the standard of review, with the city's certified LCP used as guidance. And the project as conditioned is consistent with both Chapter 3 and the certified LCP. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission approve the subject coastal development permit application as conditioned. The motion is on page 4. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have speakers?
Yes, we have 12 that I can see, 4 that I can't right now. And that's going to start with Mayor Todd Gloria and Councilmember Joe LaCava.
All right, thank you very much. Mary Gloria, I'm so sorry that it's been quite a long day for us, but I'm very glad that you're here to make some comments on this item. So welcome to the meeting.
Chair, I've certainly had my fair share of long public meetings, so I sympathize.
Yes, I'm sure that's true.
I will do my best to be efficient on this very important subject. Thank you so much for your time and all of your colleagues as well. All of you know that our state is facing a severe homelessness crisis. To address this issue, my city has worked hard over the last 3.5 years to dramatically expand the number of shelter offerings in our city for our unsheltered population. In early 2021, we had just over 1,000 beds in our city, and we've nearly added 1,000 more across 24 sites in the city of San Diego. These have been many and varied models, congregate and non-congregate, women only, domestic violence survivors, seniors, families, transition age, foster youth, the people dealing with mental illness and substance abuse disorders. The list goes on and on. This effort has successfully rehoused thousands of individuals, in part because we have the capacity and the ability to serve them. One of the more powerful ways that we've been able to get progress on this very intractable issue are safe parking lots like the one that we're proposing today. Many of you may be familiar, but many in our unsheltered population may not have a home, but they do have a car. In fact, our most recent homelessness census in the city of San Diego has shown that this portion of our unsheltered population has increased by 44% in just the last year. So this need is extremely acute. That's why we need more safe parking opportunities and why we're requesting your support of this project today. These lots not only provide a safe place for individuals to get access to things like bathrooms and meals, but also to the services that help them address the underlying cause of their homelessness and get into permanent housing. We currently have 4 locations that operate as safe parking lots in my city. They provide spaces for about 220 vehicles, and they operate at or near capacity every single night. The action that you're considering today would allow my city to double the size of this program for people in need in the city of San Diego. I think many of you may know this is a very important and impactful way to impact our unsheltered population. Many of these are individuals who have incomes. They are working jobs, multiple jobs often. They can be seniors on fixed incomes, families, students, and young professionals. And they need a little bit of time and a little bit of support to get back on their feet without fear of or risk of tow or citation. And safe, secure sites like these help accomplish that. When we're talking about expanding these kinds of programs, we're talking about helping a neighbor who may have just lost their job, fell behind on their rent, or simply have no place else to go. Often these are the individuals who never thought this would happen to them, but here they are without housing. This program provides a safety net for those individuals who only have their car left to them, and it's what enables them to get to their jobs and hold on to a shred of their dignity and prevents them from falling deeper into homelessness. This expansion is urgently needed in my city. Again, we are seeing a dramatic increase in the number of folks living in their cars, and you all can help us address this. I'll give you a quick story of a woman named Zora who's living in one of our safe parking lots tonight. She's 18. She stays at our safe parking lot with her mother and her 2 younger siblings. She recently graduated from high school with all A's and will attend college this fall. When told about this opportunity to testify, she shared that as of right now, she may be homeless, but she doesn't feel like her homelessness will stop her. She doesn't have hopelessness. She is hopeful because she's in a safe parking program that's helping to address the issues that she and her family are dealing with. These 200 additional sites at the spaces at the city-owned H barracks would allow us to serve more families like Zara's, the seniors, students, and others. It'll help us get them access to housing navigation, mental health services, and job training. These are some of the programs that we anticipate having on this site, granted we get your approval. And the city of San Diego, I want you to know, has done our due diligence to select this site and to properly prepare it for this use. We've carefully demolished the old abandoned structures with previously issued coastal development permit. We've adhered to federal, state, and local asbestos-lead and mold program mitigation regulations, as well as monitoring by the Solid Waste Local Enforcement Agency and permits from the Air Pollution Control District. We have conducted acoustical environmental studies for any sprung structure that may be constructed to ensure the peace and the health of the clients who may be served there in the future. And I promise you that we'll meet all fire and life safety standards in occupying the proposed site for the intended use and addressing the needs of our homeless population. The night is late. I want to wrap up by simply saying we have taken the necessary steps and we are ready and prepared to put this otherwise unutilized site to use by the most vulnerable in our community to help them turn their lives around. We just simply need your support. I respectfully ask for your approval of this application, and I'm pleased to share that my staff is here and available to any questions that commissioners may have this evening. Thank you again for this time and for this opportunity for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Mayor. That was a really very informational and helpful. And thank you again for waiting until 7 to make the presentation. All right, so we have a council member.
I understand that Commissioner Aguirre actually has an
Excuse me, I
Exparte.
somehow managed to forget that in the last 30 seconds.
Pardon me.
Commissioner plus junior commissioner.
Correct. Pardon me, Madam Chair. I do want to report an ex parte I had within 7 days with Unite Here Local 30 with Rick Bates in person. He expressed support for the project, and he also highlighted how safe parking also benefits service workers that can't afford to live close to the coast, and will provide a safe area, a clean area for folks that have to sleep in their car to go to work instead of making long commutes. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we'll return to the council member.
Yes, Councilmember Joe LaCava.
Yes, Councilmember LaCava.
Thank you, Chair Hart. Thank you to all the commissioners for your very long day. I am Joe LaCava. I represent Council District number 1. Some of you may remember that I worked with the commission in closing Point La Jolla. Thank you for the good work on that effort. The mayor did an excellent job, as the chair noted. I'll add a few technical comments to keep my comments brief. It's important to remember that the individuals that we want to serve, the unhoused population that are living in their cars and RVs, are on our streets today. And when they're out on our streets, they are not getting services that they need. Where they get their restroom facilities is unknown. And they can provide the very kind of water quality issues that the staff has so correctly identified. And because we do not have any safe parking sites available, as the mayor noted, we can't do anything about them. If you go out to Mission Bay today, you will see quite a few RVs that have been parked around the parking lots and the surrounding streets. Those are the individuals that we're trying to capture. Those are the individuals that we want to move into the safe parking lot where they can receive needed social services, where they can be safe and secure at night, and they can have access to restrooms and showers, etc. And we can control the aspects of what happens when a car sits around and parks for a while, leaking oils, waters, etc., and causing water quality issues into our adjacent bodies of water. And that's why I'm excited to support the mayor's initiative to create this safe parking lot at H Barracks. It is sorely needed. This is an opportunity to take the population that, as the mayor pointed out, has the greatest level of success of moving from a house of their last resort in a car or RV back into the housing market. This is the opportunity that we need to give them. The H Barracks is a great solution. I urge you to support the staff recommendations with the conditions they've included to protect water quality of the adjacent water bodies. And again, I thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Andrew Hollingworth, followed by Jordan Latchford, and then I think in person here we have Mark Zabrowski. Andrew? I see the top of your head.
Okay.
There
Thank
go.
you, Commissioners. I'm Andrew Hollingworth. I'm a member of the Peninsula Planning Board, but I'm testifying on behalf of myself tonight. I just wanted to let you know, we asked the Commission to not approve this application because of the substantial adverse environmental and public safety impacts. There is substantial public opposition to this project, and because the applicant, Mayor Gloria, has deceived both the public and this Commission. The project has had substantial public opposition because of its impact on water quality and because it has toxic waste on the site, including asbestos and lead, which was disclosed during the $2.5 million demolition, and because the public safety concerns over the school children nearby. There are 2 schools nearby. To try to mitigate the opposition, the Mayor Gloria withheld that there is a phase 2 to the project from the public, which is the 600-person tent structure. This was never disclosed to the public. The only thing they disclosed was a safe parking spot. They've also withheld from the Commission, yourself, that they're also working on a 1,000-person permanent mega homeless shelter on the opposite side of the airport, which also has opposition, substantial opposition, and discussion has been hidden from the public in 4 closed city council sessions on this site. Because of the environmental, toxic waste, and public safety concerns, and because the applicant has been duplicitous, we urge you not to approve the permit application. I would also point out that Mayor Gloria has drawn an opponent in the election in November, and there's also likely to be a lawsuit on there. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. How many more speakers do we have? Yeah.
We have 9.
Okay, it's going to be 1 minute per speaker.
Okay.
The next speaker, please.
Next is Jordan Latchford, followed by Mark Zabrowski, and then Derek Falconer.
Hi, good evening, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Jordan Latchford, Director of Policy for San Diego City Council District 3. I am speaking on behalf of San Diego Councilmember Stephen Whitburn in support of the coastal development permit pursuant to staff recommendation. District 3 includes downtown San Diego, where the latest numbers show there are more than 800 people living unsheltered there alone in unsafe and inhumane conditions. Safe parking is one of the city's most successful programs that offers people who have vehicles but not a home to safely stay overnight and receive access to services to quickly navigate them back into permanent housing. While the city operates 4 successful sites, the need to service our vulnerable population has grown as the high cost of living continues to price people out of homes in San Diego. This site is an ideal additional location to help some of our most vulnerable residents, which will not impact access to coastal areas. Support this permit. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a Mark Zabrowski in the room?
How's that? Better? Better to turn it on? Thank you. Quickly, since I only have a minute, the fact is that as a matter of law, this application has to be denied under the Coastal Act, which the Commission has to follow. This property is within the LCP for the NTC redevelopment project. That LCP was certified by this Commission in 2001. Under that LCP, there's designated uses for this particular property. And the uses are a city metropolitan water district facility and a regional public safety training institute. That's it. No homeless shelter. And so in fact, in that certification, there was a $7.5 million in lieu fee paid to deal with homeless issues related to this redevelopment project at NTC. The staff report relies on section 30604A of the Coastal Act for the standard for you to apply. That only applies when there is no existing LCP. That's the wrong standard. The standard that applies here is 30604B, which applies when there is an existing LCP. And you can only approve it if it's consistent with the LCP. And it is absolutely inconsistent. It's prohibited. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to Zoom with Derek Falconer, followed by Kelly Spoon, and then Rick Bates. Derek. You are on mute. There you go.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Derek Falconer, President of Point Loma Cares. I want to point out the flaws for this particular development, specifically the Phase 2 600-person tent shelter. Next slide, please. It's wrong for the homeless. The noise report submitted with this application does not consider the significantly increased air traffic and associated noise from the new Terminal 1 expansion set to open in 2025. Legally compelling vulnerable individuals into a high noise environment is irresponsible and harmful. Next slide, please. It's wrong for our community and the 8,800 people who have signed our petition. On a rainy Monday night, this past February, 450 people rallied against this development, particularly opposing the Phase 2 600-person tent shelter. Next slide, please. High school and middle school students spoke up. Most powerful moments of the night. The absence of a public safety and shelter management plan in this application jeopardized the safety of visitors to the coast, including 3,500 within a mile. Please oppose this project, especially Phase 2. Thank you.
Kelly Spoon, followed by Rick Bates, and then Melania Marzakanian. Kelly?
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Kelly Spoon. I'm the Director of Development for Dreams for Change. Our CEO is the founder of the congregate model of safe parking. We are currently operating an additional 2 sites in the city of San Diego, one in the county and a second one open further later this month. I am calling on the Coastal Commission to support Mayor Todd Gloria's H. Barrick's proposal, which includes adding 200 safe parking spots to tackle the homelessness crisis. The safe parking programs run by Dreams for Change have had a positive impact, helping over 3,800 households, 6,500 people, with over 1,500 households finding permanent housing. Many of those we assisted are homeless for the first time. They include seniors, families with young children, working people, and individuals on fixed income. We fully endorse Mayor Todd Gloria's initiative, and we urge the Coastal Commission to approve H. Barracks.
Thank you. Rick Bates, followed by Melania Marzakanian and Walter Phillips.
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners, Chair Hart, and staff. My name is Rick Bates on behalf of Unite Here Local 30 in San Diego. I'd like to point out that I'm speaking in support of this project. Within a 1-mile radius of this proposed site, there are hundreds of service sector and hospitality jobs. Within a 5-mile radius, there are literally thousands of service sector and hospitality jobs. Unfortunately, many of these service sector workers often struggle to make ends meet, and many have been priced out of affordability to keep a roof over their head because wages for service sector workers and workers in general haven't kept up with the cost of living in San Diego. The people we see in the parks and on the sidewalks, on the bus stop benches weren't always homeless. Something happened along the way. A safe parking and shelter program with housing navigation services and all of the other things that are in the staff report within proximity to jobs would prove to be a critical resource towards helping our unhoused community get through these difficult times. Unite Here Local 30 commends staff on the record and we ask for your yes vote to approve this temporary but much needed safe parking and shelter project consistent with the environmental justice policies of the Coastal Act. Thank you.
Melania Marzakanian, Walter Phillips, and Shelley Parks, and then I'll call a couple of names that I can't locate.
Good evening. My name is Melania Marzakanian. I'm an attorney with Houston Law representing Point Loma Cares. We are here today to express our opposition and we will highlight key points from our written material submitted. Next slide. While we commend the city for its efforts, we believe that the proposed project, while well-intentioned, presents several substantial legal, environmental, economic, and health issues that simply cannot be overlooked. Namely, that the application is missing critical and required reports and analysis. There are still so many unknowns and uncertainties that need to be evaluated. The exhibits to the staff report are a mere 6 pages. It's just premature to make a decision today. Next slide. It lacks a hydrology report. It exceeds ALAC plan and California Code Health and Safety guidelines for noise and exposes the most vulnerable to hazards. Next slide. The proposed site is within half a mile of San Diego International Airport and exterior noise levels exceed 65 decibels. ALAC plan prohibits.
Okay, Walter Phillips, followed by Shelley Parks, and then I was able to locate one, Margaret Verissimo. Walter?
Hey, sorry, I should have done a PowerPoint here. I've been listening all day, and one of the commissioners said that they've been frequently misled, and I just want to point out that the application here, item number 10, says that it's not on a scenic route, and it's absolutely on a scenic route. Next slide, please. This sign right here, you can see that from the corner. It's less than a block away from this proposed site. I just want to let the commission know that the community has been deceived, and I think that you guys are being deceived as well. That's pretty much it. I know I only have a minute here, but I'm definitely opposed to this project. There's other locations. The parking lot at City Hall would be an excellent location. It's very close. It's probably even a bigger lot. I don't know why the city hasn't explored that as an option. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Shelley Parks, followed by Margaret Verissimo, and I was able to locate somebody else, Patricia Mendoza.
Thank you,
Shelley?
Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioners, for truly listening to community voice today. My name's Shelley Parks, and I live in San Diego County Council District 2, and I'm representing the Ocean Beach Community Foundation as the president, who is our organization is in support of this proposal. The OB community has been very vocal about homelessness, particularly people living in large vehicles, parking in overnight neighborhoods and public parking lots that are prohibited from overnight parking. The vehicle habitation ordinance is currently not enforceable due to a lack of beds at shelters, parking spaces at safe parking programs, and other solutions to help our neighbors get back on their feet through these evidence-based Housing First program models. The OB Community Foundation Board of 15 members met and discussed at length how multiple solutions to homelessness are needed, and this is one step in the right direction. In closing, the OB Community Foundation supports Mayor Todd Gloria's H. Barrick's proposal, including those 200 safe parking spots. Thank you.
Margaret Verissimo, followed by Patricia Mendoza, and then I'll call 2 names I'm unable to find, and that'll conclude.
Margaret Verissimo, Portuguese, San Diego native from Point Loma. I sit on multiple city boards, advisory boards, and I'm here to speak on the safety issues we have in Point Loma now with the current homeless population. The problem we're having as a community is we're not being heard with our safety concerns, the current ones we are currently facing with the spillage from the Midway district. Since it's now with the Coastal Commission for approvals, we really want you to take the time to listen to community input. Our concerns are valuable, and this is just not the right location, a long-term permanent fix for the homeless crisis. Many homeless shelters are being unoccupied as you speak, and the bigger problem is getting the people off the streets, forcing them into these shelters, and it's simply not working. The solution needs to be larger. Please don't approve this permit overnight just to appease the mayor. It's just simply not working. Thank you.
Okay, next is Patricia Mendoza, and if Michael A. or Angela Vetter are in the meeting, please raise your hand. Patricia.
Hi, I'm Patricia.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Patricia Mendoza. I am a member of ACE. We are the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I'm also the statewide organizer online to offline with ACE. I'm here to urge you to please support staff recommendation to approve San Diego Safe and Parking Shelter proposals, and here's why. In 2015, when my kids were 13 and 6 years old, we became homeless for a week after a bad domestic violence divorce. I wish there was programs like this that could have helped me back then. Luckily, I'm where I need to be now, and I work hard for my kids, and I give back to my communities by keeping my people housed. Unfortunately, we cannot all be doctors or lawyers. You need some of us to come and clean your offices. You need even us to come and clean your homes. So please, let's work together to make San Diego thrive for all of us. You know what? San Diego is not only the finest city, but San Diego is also the most expensive city in the country for rents. So people are struggling right now to pay their rent. So please, I urge you to please support this, and let's try to keep our people working together and keep off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to call one more time, Michael Alford or Angela Vetter. If you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand. Seeing no hands?
Okay, thanks so much, Vail. All right, bring back to staff. Any response to?
Thank you,
public
Chair
comment?
Hart. So there was one person who commented about the jurisdiction here. This area is within the commission's retained jurisdiction. So the applicable standard is the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. However, at the same time, we did have a look at the Naval Training Center precise plan, which does generally include this area just to look at consistency. We didn't identify any inconsistencies there, specifically with the land use. The zoning for that area is commercial community, and there is an allowance in there for homeless emergency shelters. So we didn't identify any inconsistency with regard to that. I think there was also a comment about scenic resource impacts. We didn't identify any scenic resource impacts for this project. And that concludes staff's comments.
Great, thank you, Mr. Schwing. All right, so we have, bring back to the commission. There is a motion on page 4. Ask if Commissioner Cummings.
I said one question related. There's a comment about lead and other toxic materials being found on site. And I imagine that, whether it's a commercial building or if it's a lot, there's some kind of an inspection that would occur before people are able to use those sites. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that comment that got brought up as well.
There was a cleanup on the site, but I will ask our San Diego Coast District staff if they could touch on the cleanup issue. Or perhaps we could direct that question directly to the city.
Sure, my understanding is that there was a staff member from the city that could potentially address that.
Would that be Jordan?
I don't believe it was anyone that spoke. Mayor Gloria indicated that there was staff available to respond to questions.
I have a list of them. I just don't know who you.
Okay.
I've got
Any ideas?
10 people or
Sorry.
8 people available for questions.
Perhaps if there is a person at the city of San Diego available, they could raise their hand on the Zoom and
That
we
would be
could
great.
allow them to speak.
Just someone that
Okay.
feels that they could respond.
Yeah, I have a Luis Shar that raised their hand and I've allowed them to speak.
Thank you, Mr. or Ms. Sorry, I'm unclear.
Hello, good afternoon.
Mr. Shar.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Luis Shar. I'm the Acting Director for Engineering Capital Projects for the City of San Diego. The existing site had buildings on site that had known to have lead and asbestos. Prior to any type of demolition work happening on site, there was a certified third-party contractor brought on site to remediate all lead and all asbestos prior to the demolition phase. So currently the project is still within the demolition phase, but all the lead and asbestos concerns have been remediated and have been and also have been disposed of per regulation requirements.
Great, thanks. Well, then I guess I'll just appreciate Mayor Gloria and the City Council of San Diego for moving this forward, we need to really do everything we can to help address homelessness. And these safe parking sites have proven to be really good at getting people into services and programs and providing them with a safe place to be able to, store their belongings and stay overnight so that they can go to jobs in the morning and not have to worry about being harassed. And so with that, I move that the commission approve coastal development permit 6-24-3000 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
All right, we have a
I'll second.
motion and we have a second. Could I just ask one quick question? And I'm not sure of staff. What happens to the campers at night? They're not allowed to leave, I mean, during the day. Do they move them onto the street or what happens to them? Like those big campers that we saw in the pictures.
That's a good question. I think I would also direct that one to the city.
Okay,
Luis? Luis has their hand raised again.
I'm sorry, just. Can
Uh,
Luis,
hello.
there's one unmuted. Hi,
Yes,
Luis, please.
Yes, yes, this facility operates from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. And that's the time that we're going to have the safe site parking in use, as well as RVs. The picture that was shown before showed RVs that were more of a permanent placement. These RVs and the vehicles at the site will then be leaving the site during the non-operational hours, and then we'll be able to return during that 6 p.m. operational timeframe the next day.
So the assistance that you're providing is at night. The services that you're providing are at night while the people are there?
Correct. From 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. are the operational hours designated for this site.
Okay, thank you. That's answering my question. Of course, I think we all wish that it was longer, but it is what it is. So we have a motion and a second. Turn to the commission and ask if there are any further questions. Just, what were you pointing? Effie, did you have a
Yes, very briefly, if I
Please,
may.
go ahead.
Just a couple questions. The staff report said that there is a curfew for the site, and I was trying to understand what that meant. And I saw the hours of operation from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m., but trying to better understand the curfew issue. What does that mean for the neighbors who'll be living there? And maybe that's a question for the city.
It says, John.
Is that another staff member of the city?
Yes, I'm allowing John, should be able to unmute and speak now. John
Okay.
Lothar?
All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the question. So typically what happens at our safe parking sites that operate in the evening hours, they have a curfew where anyone enrolled in the program can enter up until 10 p.m. And then at 10 p.m., we would close the gates for safety. We would have security on site and they would maintain the site overnight. And everyone's free to leave at any time, but no one can come in after 10 p.m.
One more quick follow-up question. This is also for the city. In terms of the resources, the staff report says that there are going to be all these resources that are provided, meals, pathway navigators and that kind of thing. Is that going to be offered during phase 1 of the safe parking program? And is there anything related to workforce in that list of resources offered to the folks? Question for the city.
They're still able to speak. They're
not able to speak?
They are, yeah. they
Yeah,
can chime
so
in.
could either of you respond to that question with regard to
Yes.
what the services are? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So the services would be relatively the same for the duration, regardless of if we're doing a safe parking site or a sprung structure tent. We would have all the services on site provided to the participants, and workforce development would definitely be part of that for both programmings. We do that at all of our sites across the board.
Thank you.
Does that answer your questions? All right, so I'm sorry, I believe there was a motion. Was that?
I made this a second and I'd like to make a comment as well.
Okay, who made the motion? Commissioner Cummings, Commissioner Geary, please, whatever.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to express obviously my support for the staff recommendation and commend Mayor Gloria for all of his efforts and for being here and sharing the story that he shared. He has made so many efforts around homelessness. And I just want to point out for those that had concerns regarding, you know, the health and well-being of the safe parking site. The previous administration to Mayor Gloria, we had a Hep A outbreak probably within half a mile of the safe parking site. So I think this really just highlights the need to have a safe parking site where people can have access to clean, you know, amenities and wraparound services. And for the many reasons that have been mentioned already, I think it's very commendable to have something of this nature where it's at. And that's why I'm fully supporting the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Aguirre, and I definitely share that perspective. I think it's great that I know that this is a huge problem for San Diego. All right, we have a motion, a second. Look to the commission if there's any objection to a unanimous yes vote on this. Seeing none, the commission then adopts this CDP, and that is our final item of the day, I believe. Believe it or not, we did not hit a record. All right, folks, so we're not going to do this statewide. Do we need to do this statewide items today? Okay, in that case, given the time, we'll do them tomorrow. We'll see everybody at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you so much to everybody. Really appreciate it. Thank you.